Chapter 60. Do you enjoy drinking? Su Zhu was taken aback by the sudden voice. The broom in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find it was Qingyun. With a hint of astonishment, he quickly donned a gentle smile. Ah, it's the princess. It's been quite a while. Qingyun immediately displayed a wariness in her demeanor. Song Qinglong, what brings you here? You're not thinking of making trouble for my Pingxi Wangfu again, are you? It was understandable for Qingyun to harbor such suspicions. The unexpected sight of Song Qinglong surprised her, and given his notorious past deeds, she found it hard to believe he could ever turn over a new leaf. Su Zhu couldn't help but smile wryly. Princess, I have already renounced the world and become a monk. Those past grievances are of no concern to me now. What? You've become a monk? Qingyun exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief. Her gaze shifted to the top of Song Qinglong's head, which was now completely bald. She was left utterly dumbfounded. Song Qinglong had shaved his head and taken monastic vows. When did that happen? Not only me, but my father has also become a monk. We are both here at Shaolin Temple, studying under Master Huikong, Su Zhu added. Your father too? Qingyun's shock deepened. The Song family, both father and son, had chosen the monastic life. What a turn of events! The infamous Song family had now transformed into Buddhist monks? This was a monumental change indeed. Just then, Su Zhu's father, Su Hai, emerged from the temple. Upon seeing Su Hai, Qingyun nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. This father-son duo had truly renounced the world. Their shiny bald heads were unmistakable. Ba, Chu mistress. Su Hai joined his palms in respect and bowed to Qingyun. This caught Qingyun off guard, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Thank you. She managed, awkwardly mimicking his gesture of respect. It felt quite strange to her. The once fearsome and arrogant Song father and son had transformed before her eyes, their demeanor now humble and courteous. It was indeed peculiar. Chu mistress, my son and I have left behind our former lives. The past is but a fleeting memory, and we have let it all go. I hope you can understand, Su Hai said with a serene smile, as if conversing with an old friend. Were one unaware of the animosity that had existed between their families, they might have thought them old companions. But in reality, the Song family and the Pingxi Wangfu were bitter enemies. You both have become monks. What will happen to the Song family? Qingyun asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Su Hai smiled lightly. The Song family will remain. I have entrusted its management to a distant nephew of the Song family. Oh, Zhuzanu not dead? So may what these. Are you planning to ascend the mountain to visit the Holy Sun? Su Zhu inquired. The Holy Sun? Who is the Holy Sun? Qingyun was taken aback. The one known as Master Yi, Su Zhu replied. This completely bewildered Qingyun. Hadn't Yi Qingyun been regarded as a recluse? How had he become a Holy Sun? Just how many identities did this Yi master possess? All right, it'll take my father to meet Master Yi, Qingyun said. Then hurry along. Master Yi should be in the fields working with his disciples, Su Hai encouraged. Goodbye for now. Qingyun returned to her carriage, which set off towards the mountain. By the time they reached halfway up, the others stayed behind to wait, leaving only Qingyun and her father to ascend. As they approached the summit, Chu Zhengwo's anxiety grew increasingly palpable. Seeing her father's demeanor, Qingyun felt a touch of helplessness. Upon reaching the mountain peak, they spotted Yi Qingyun and a child hoeing the land from a distance. Disciple, hurry and finish this patch of earth. When summer arrives, the watermelons will sprout like mad. Understood? Have you ever tasted a watermelon? No. By the way, master, what is a watermelon? No way. You don't even know what a watermelon is? I really don't. Well then, a watermelon is a delicious fruit, juicy and sweet, and quite large. Just one big watermelon can easily feed several people. That sounds really delicious. Just wait until the watermelons ripen, and you'll see. As the master and disciple conversed, they worked with renewed vigor. At this point, the Chu father and daughter approached. Yi Gongzi? Qingyun called out. Turning around, Yi Qingyun spotted Qingyun and broke into a smile. Ah, it's the princess. You haven't been around in quite some time. He recalled that after their last hot pot meal together, Qingyun had not visited again. With a respectful bow, Chu Yinyu inclined her body. Chu Jinghua mirrored her actions, paying his respects to Yi Qingyun as well. Yi Gongzi, I've come to express my gratitude, Chu Yinyu said earnestly. Yi Qingyun quickly reached out to support her, but his hands were soiled with dirt, leaving marks on her clothes. They both felt a momentary embarrassment. I apologize, I forgot to wash my hands, he said sheepishly. Chu Yinyu readily brushed off the incident. She wouldn't mind if his hands were covered in mud or even something worse. It was Yi Qingyun, after all. Yi Gongzi, this is my father, Chu Yinyu introduced, gesturing to the nervous-looking man beside her. I am Chu Jinghua. I have long admired Yi Gongzi's reputation. It is truly a privilege to meet you today. He spoke with deep respect, his smile gleaming brightly as he shook Yi Qingyun's muddy hand vigorously. Yi Qingyun felt a bit taken aback by this exuberance. Oh, it's the prince. My apologies for not recognizing you, Yi Qingyun quickly replied. Noticing her father's nervousness, Chu Yinyu realized he seemed at a loss for words. She then took the initiative. Yi Gongzi, thank you again for providing guidance to my Pingxi Wangfu, helping us navigate through a difficult time. Please, princess, there's no need for such formality. I merely offered a few suggestions. It's not as grand as you say, Yi Qingyun stated politely, genuinely not considering himself a benefactor worthy of such gratitude. He felt uncomfortable receiving gifts, especially knowing that Chu Yinyu had bestowed gifts on him in the past. Much of his daily sustenance had come from her generosity, and without it, he would have struggled to make ends meet. Yi Gongzi, I insist that you accept this. Suddenly, Chu Yinyu knelt down before him, imploring him to take the gift. With no choice left, Yi Qingyun finally accepted the storage bag. Please rise, he urged, seeing her kneeling. Disciple, quickly prepare some tea and lunch. Right away. The eager Guoxiaoyan scampered off to fulfill the task. At this moment, Yi Qingyun noticed a peculiar pallor on Chu Zhengguo's face, causing him to frown slightly. Just then, Chu Yinyu spoke again. Yi Gongzi, I have one more request. My father has been unwell recently, and his spirits have been dwindling. We have yet to find the root of his ailment. I hope you can help diagnose him. Chu Jinghua quickly added, we would be grateful for your assistance. Yi Qingyun assessed Chu Zhengguo's appearance carefully. Prince, do you enjoy drinking alcohol? Chapter 61. The divine healer Yi Qingyun, both the father and daughter of the Chu family, were taken aback, not expecting Yi Qingyun to pose such a question. Why do you ask? Young Master Yi, Chu Jinghua inquired, puzzled. Your Highness, this is of utmost importance. Please be candid with me. Yi Qingyun replied earnestly. Noticing Yi Qingyun's serious demeanor, Chu Jinghua dared not conceal the truth. I have a penchant for alcohol, consuming at least half a gin daily, particularly relishing a couple of drinks before sleep to ensure a more restful slumber. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun sighed, recognizing the depth of the man's addiction. That explains much, he remarked. Chu Yinyu furrowed her brows. Young Master Yi, could my father's ailment be related to his drinking? Ye Vingyun nodded. It is precisely because of decades of drinking that your father's health has deteriorated. The father and daughter exchanged glances. Bewildered. Is my father's condition severe? Chu Yinyu asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Noticing Yi Qingyun's grave expression, her apprehension grew, fearing that her father's illness might be beyond remedy. To say it is serious would not be entirely accurate, Yi Qingyun replied. However, to claim it is not serious would be misleading. If left unchecked, it could indeed become life-threatening. Chu Jinghua and his daughter were taken aback. Young Master Yi, please speak plainly, Chu Yinyu said with a wry smile. Yi Qingyun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Please wait a moment while I examine further. He beckoned Chu Jinghua to follow him inside. After a brief hesitation and a glance at his daughter, who nodded in encouragement, Chu Jinghua complied and entered the room with Yi Qingyun. Lie down flat, facing upwards, Yi Qingyun instructed, gesturing towards a nearby chaise longue. Very well, Chu Jinghua responded, complying that Yi Qingyun washed his hands thoroughly before approaching Chu Jinghua. Your Highness, I will be pressing on your abdomen shortly. Please do not take offense. Chu Jinghua found the notion peculiar. Pressing on the abdomen, what kind of examination was this? He had never encountered such a method before. Yet, given Yi Qingyun's esteemed reputation, He wondered if this unconventional approach might indeed yield results. No offense taken. You may proceed, young Master Yi. Chu Jingguo replied. Qingyun nodded and lifted Chu Jingguo's garment. Chu Jingguo felt a wave of embarrassment. As a grown man, it was indeed unusual to have another man lift his clothing to expose his belly. Nonetheless, Qingyun maintained an air of professionalism, his mind unclouded by distractions that he gently pressed on Chu Jingguo's right abdomen. Do you feel anything? No, came the reply. Qingyun increased the pressure, and this time, a pained expression crossed Chu Jingguo's face, his brows knitting together. What about now? It hurts? Like being pierced by a needle. Chu Jingguo gasped. Qingyun applied even more force. Hiss! Chu Jingguo inhaled sharply, his complexion paling, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It hurts. Young Master Yi, please be gentler, he exclaimed. Even Guo Xiaoyun, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, rushed out, curious about the commotion. Master, what are you doing? This is a matter for adults. Children should not interfere. Oh, Guo Xiaoyun returned to her tasks. Qingyun lifted his hand, a grave look settling on his face. He was nearly certain that Chu Jingguo was suffering from liver disease, and the condition appeared to be quite serious. The man's complexion was waxen, and the sclera of his eyes had taken on a yellow hue, indicative of deteriorating liver function. Additionally, the pain upon pressure indicated significant issues with his liver, as typically, the liver does not produce pain unless a severe ailment is present. He called for Chu Yinyu to enter. Your Highness, your condition is not trivial. It requires careful attention, or else it may pose a threat to your life, Qingyun stated. The father and daughter were immediately alarmed. Young Master Yi, I implore you to save my father, Chu Yinyu pleaded fervently. Chu Jingguo, equally distressed, added, Young Master Yi, if you can save me, I am willing to offer anything. Qingyun raised a hand to calm them. Please, do not rush. Allow me to finish. The father and daughter ceased their interruptions. First and foremost, Your Highness, you must cease all alcohol consumption from this point forward. This proclamation left Chu Jingguo in a difficult position. Oh, can I not just reduce my intake? No, if you wish to preserve your life, I advise you to pour out every drop of alcohol in your household and refrain from even the slightest temptation to drink in the future, Qingyun declared with utmost seriousness. Chu Yinyu immediately turned to her father. Father, you must not touch a single drop of alcohol from now on. Chu Jingguo, usually obedient to his daughter, could only nod reluctantly, a pained expression on his face at the thought of never drinking again. Additionally, your diet must be bland, avoiding excessive meat and fish. Understood. By the way, Your Highness, are you unable to cultivate? Chu Zhen Gugu note that my aptitude for cultivation is quite poor, thus my abilities are limited. I am only at the mid-stage of the spirit-opening realm. Qingyun replied, that can be remedied with some restorative elixirs. Very well. Furthermore, Qingyun continued with a series of recommendations, primarily focused on nurturing the body and protecting the liver. Given that the issue lay with the liver, addressing it would naturally improve Chu Jingguo's overall health, especially since he had some foundation in cultivation, distinguishing him from ordinary individuals. With a commitment to amend his previous harmful habits and gradually nurture himself back to health, recovery was certainly attainable. Young Master Yi, is my father's illness truly so simple to treat? Chu Yinyu asked, her disbelief palpable. While it may seem simple, maintaining consistency in these practices is no easy feat, Qingyun observed, locking eyes with her. Do not let minor improvements lead to complacency. You must remain steadfast. We understand, the father and daughter replied, bowing in gratitude. Young Master Yi is indeed a divine healer. He is truly the epitome of a healer. They lavished praise upon him, and Qingyun felt a swell of pride. Master, the meal is ready, Guo Xiaoyun called from the kitchen at that moment. Qingyun turned to the Chu family. Perfect timing. Let us dine together. Chu Jingguo was about to politely decline, but Chu Yinyu eagerly accepted. Yes, indeed. She was filled with anticipation, well aware that Qingyun's meals were nothing short of exquisite, and that partaking in them often brought fortuitous opportunities. Rumors had already begun to circulate in the cultivation world of the Tianwu dynasty, seeking opportunities, yearning for enlightenment. hoping to extend one's lifespan? Simply share a meal at the summit of floating cloud mountain, and these desires would be fulfilled. Disciple, what have you prepared today? Stir-fried pig liver with chives, sautéed duck liver, and clear beef liver soup, Guoxiaoyan replied. Yi Qingyun was taken aback. The Chu family was equally astonished. Good heavens, this entire meal consists of liver. Guoxiaoyan set the dishes outside. Please sit and eat. Do not stand on ceremony. Consider this your home. Ye Qingyun karmli invitet. The Chu family took their seats, with Chu Yinyu unceremoniously diving into her meal. Observing his daughter's voracious appetite, Chu Zhenghua couldn't help but mutter to himself, wondering how she could eat with such fervor here. Had she not been well fed at the palace? Chapter 62. The Personal Maid? Chu Zhenghua gazed at the 3 platters of food on the table, holding his chopsticks but unsure of which dish to sample first. Father, please eat, Chu Yinyu urged, devouring her rice with abandon. All right, Chu Zhenghua replied, hastily picking up a piece of pig liver and tasting it. What is this flavor? He had expected the ordinary pig liver to be unremarkable, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite taste. The liver was tender and had evidently been marinated beforehand, infusing it with a rich, savory aroma. Paired with the uniquely flavored chives, the dish was unparalleled, far surpassing the meals he had experienced at the royal palace. A single slice of pig liver ignited Chu Zhenghua's appetite, which had been lackluster of late, and he soon found himself enjoying his meal alongside his daughter. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun and Guoxiaoyan savored their food at a leisurely pace. Unhurried, in contrast, the Chu family devoured their meal as if starved, finishing their bowls in no time. The moment Chu Yinyu set down her chopsticks, she felt a sudden surge of energy. It's happening! A rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, her gaze turning dreamy, as if enveloped in a wave of comfort. Suddenly, she let out a soft moan. Her vitality surged, and in an ecstatic revelation, she exclaimed, I've broken through! I've broken through! Overjoyed, Chu Yinyu transitioned from the peak of the spirit-opening realm directly into the gathering source realm. This was a level she had long aspired to achieve. The fact that she had attained it so effortlessly, simply from a meal, filled her with immense joy and gratitude towards Yi Qingyun. To her, this breakthrough was a gift bestowed upon her by young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. Chu Yinyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude that Yi Qingyun, with a mouthful of rice, looked at her in puzzlement. As Qi Zhenghua observed his daughter unexpectedly making a breakthrough, he was filled with immense joy. His own cultivation talent had been rather poor, leaving him confined to the spirit-awakening realm throughout his life. Yet, he was blessed with a daughter of remarkable aptitude. Witnessing her progress along the path of cultivation brought him profound solace. Father, your complexion seems to have improved. It doesn't appear as yellow as before, Qi Yinyu remarked, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at her father. Qi Zhenghua paused. Is that so? He touched his face, that Yi Qingyun also glanced over. Indeed, it has brightened considerably, he affirmed, prompting Qi Zhenghua to ask Guoxiaoyan to fetch a mirror from within. Upon gazing into the mirror, Qi Zhenghua confirmed that his complexion had indeed improved. Though still slightly sallow, it was no longer alarmingly yellow as it had been upon his arrival. Could it be due to the food I've consumed? Qingguo mused in astonishment. Qi Yinyu seemed to share this realization and subtly urged her father to eat more. Without delay, Qi Zhenghua resumed his meal, ensuring to add more vegetables to his bowl. The rice soon reached the bottom of the bowl, and Qi Yinyu could clearly see her father's complexion continuing to improve, visibly so. Father, allow me to serve you another bowl. Without further ado, she filled another bowl with rice and brought it to him. Qi Zhenghua gazed at the heap of rice before him, inwardly lamenting it had been years since he had consumed such a quantity, that in his youth he could manage such an amount, but now for reasons unknown. Despite having eaten quite a bit, he felt no sense of fullness, that on the contrary, his appetite only seemed to grow. The food appeared remarkably suited to his palate. Master, observe his complexion, Guoxiaoyan remarked from the side. Also watching Qi Zhenghua's face, that Yi Qingyun glanced over a few more times, his expression one of intrigue. How curious. Could it be that you were truly recovering? If that were the case, it would indeed be a medical marvel. Such a severe liver ailment typically required months of recuperation to show any improvement. Yet here, during the course of a single meal, his complexion appeared poised to return to normal. Qingyun surveyed the dishes on the table and then looked at the rice in his bowl. Disciple, you haven't added anything unusual to the food, have you? He inquired. Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously. I added nothing. I prepared everything just as you instructed. Qingyun considered this and realized that if anything had been added, he would have certainly noticed. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to let it be. After all, Qingyun's recovery was a positive outcome, and there was no need to dwell on it. After finishing the meal, Qingyun not only returned to his normal complexion, but a healthy flush had also appeared, indicative of robust vitality. Qingyun, elated, rose to his feet and waved his arms. I truly feel better. I have more strength than usual. Qingyun rejoiced. Father, you are truly better. Both father and daughter were overwhelmed with excitement. They then approached Qingyun and knelt before him. No, please rise. Qingyun hurriedly assisted them. Yet the father and daughter remained resolute, bowing deeply before him. Young Master Yi, we are eternally grateful for your immense kindness towards us. Qingyun's voice trembled with emotion. If you ever require anything, we would willingly brave fire and water for you. Qingyun blushed slightly as she added, if young Master Yi does not mind, I would be willing to follow you from now on, even to serve as your personal maid. Xiaoyan, overhearing this, felt a sudden thrill. Could it be that she would soon have an additional sister-in-law? How delightful! Yet, Qingyun wore an odd expression that a personal maid. Was it the kind that implied intimacy, that could easily lead to misunderstandings? Was he truly that type of person? Although Qingyun was indeed quite attractive. And while her figure was not as striking as Bai Sui's, it was still commendable. However, Qingyun was not one to be swayed by such matters. Ahem, please rise. I genuinely did nothing deserving of such gratitude, Qingyun said. Somewhat awkwardly, that he sincerely believed he had done nothing significant. Qingyun's recovery might simply be a coincidence. Even if he had not come here, he likely would have healed in due time. It was merely a matter of timing. The father and daughter, witnessing this, felt an even deeper admiration for Qingyun, such a remarkable individual who viewed the life-saving grace he bestowed upon them as inconsequential. His noble character was beyond description, Xiaoyan sighed. It seemed this individual would not become her sister-in-law after all. Meanwhile, at the western border of the Qingyun dynasty, a radiant golden light ascended slowly from the west. The soldiers stationed at the border had already caught sight of this divine light and were on high alert. As the golden light drew closer, they could discern a white-robed old monk, barefoot, with prayer beads in hand and a serene countenance. The golden light emanated directly from this venerable monk. Ba, he intoned, his voice resonating like a celestial melody. In that moment, all the soldiers at the border were engulfed in a sense of bewilderment, as if they had forgotten everything in an instant. Chapter 63. The white-robed old monk. The white-robed old monk gazed at the soldiers lost in confusion, a sacred and ethereal expression gracing his features. To return from the path of delusion and enter my Buddhist realm is to attain liberation. To return from the path of delusion and enter my Buddhist realm is to attain liberation. To return from the path of delusion. The old monk repeated these words, and the border soldiers appeared to be enchanted, kneeling before him with fervor and devotion. The monk approached the border commander, who bowed deeply at his feet. Good, very good, the monk said, gently stroking the commander's head with a smile, that he then continued on his way, followed by the soldiers, who trailed behind him like the most devoted of acolytes. The old monk soon arrived at a town, where he uttered another invocation, Ba. In an instant, the Buddha's light enveloped the town, illuminating the townsfolk. The blacksmith dropped his hammer, the vendor abandoned his wares, and the innkeeper set aside his abacus. To return from the path of delusion and enter my Buddhist realm is to attain liberation. This phrase echoed in the ears of every townsfolk. Thud, thud, thud. The townspeople knelt, mirroring the earlier soldiers. The white-robed old monk smiled and waved his hand, and the townsfolk spontaneously joined the ranks of his followers, continuing to follow him. Thus, wherever the white-robed monk went, he gathered a multitude of disciples that in just 3 days, He amassed a following of tens of thousands, including some practitioners of cultivation, all reciting Buddhist scriptures with the fervor of monks. Such commotion naturally alarmed the entire Tianwu dynasty. The court was in uproar, and Emperor Dongfang Su summoned his ministers for an urgent meeting. Your Majesty, that demon monk has already enchanted nearly 100,000 people. The latest reports caused an uproar in the court. Dongfang Su's expression darkened considerably. That 100,000. In merely 3 days, that demon monk had bewitched such a vast number. This was utterly terrifying that if this continued, the entire Tianwu dynasty would be thrown into chaos by this monk. Immediately send someone to intercept this demon monk. Yes, the palace's elite warriors sprang into action. Led by a formidable expert at the initial stage of the celestial realm, accompanied by others at the late stage of the essence-gathering realm. The team was indeed formidable, but the outcome was unexpected. The dispatched experts returned within half a day, defeated. Your Majesty, that demon monk possesses terrifying strength. We are no match for him, the leading celestial realm warrior reported helplessly. Dongfang Su was alarmed. Is that demon monk truly so powerful? Indeed. He possesses at least the peak strength of the celestial realm, his subordinate confirmed. Dongfang Su inhaled sharply. This was a significant predicament. The peak of the celestial realm was comparable to his own strength. Was he to personally confront this demon monk? That was not out of the question. But if Emperor Dongfang Su took personal action, the situation would escalate entirely. Even if he defeated the monk, the Western Buddhist sect would surely be incensed. The Tianwu dynasty alone could not withstand the wrath of the Western sect. Your Majesty, it seems there is only one course of action. The solitary moon spoke solemnly. Dongfang Su looked at him. Do you suggest that the demon monk engage in a debate on Buddhist teachings with Master Yi? The solitary moon nodded. Dongfang Su sighed. It seems that is the only option. The solitary moon immediately clasped his fists. Your Majesty, I will seek out this demon monk. Good. Inform him that in 3 days, there will be a grand Buddhist debate at the foot of Qingyun mountain. Understood. The solitary moon departed, while Dongfang Su himself set out for Qingyun mountain. At this moment, Qingyun was still planting watermelons with Guoxiaoyun, carefully placing the seeds into the soil, covering them gently, and then watering them. That should be sufficient, Qingyun said, brushing the dirt from his hands. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, he was already envisioning the sight of abundant watermelons when summer arrived, eagerly anticipating the refreshing juice he had long craved. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, startling Qingyun nearly out of his wits. Holy moly! Qingyun could not help but utter a curse. Dongfang Su hastily bowed and said, Young Master Yi, I beg your pardon. Upon realizing it was Dongfang Su, Qingyun could only manage a wry smile and remarked, Your Majesty, you mustn't be so elusive in the future. Dongfang Su felt somewhat embarrassed, as his anxiety had momentarily overshadowed all other concerns. Young Master Yi, the monks from the western region have arrived. So they have come. What of it? Qingyun suddenly froze, then nervously glanced at Dongfang Su. Are they here to cause trouble? Dongfang Su solemnly nodded. Qingyun despaired. This was it. The monks really had come. What were they to do? Master, do not fret. The boat will find its way once it reaches the bridge. Guoxiaoyun consoled him that why Qingyun shot him a glare. What do you know? You little brat. Guoxiaoyun looked aggrieved. That wasn't that a phrase you often threw around. Dongfang Su added, Young Master Yi, in 3 days a grand Buddhist ceremony will be held at the foot of the mountain, and we will be relying entirely on you. Qingyun felt overwhelmed. I am uncertain if I can manage. Dongfang Su thought to himself, if you cannot manage, then truly no one within the Tianwu dynasty can. Young Master Yi, I implore you. Dongfang Su's expression was one of earnest pleading, almost to the point of kneeling before Qingyun sighed. Very well, but if I end up embarrassing myself, do not blame me. How could I dare? Dongfang Su felt a bitter taste in his heart. Yet since Qingyun was willing to step forward, the matter seemed secure. In Dongfang Su's view, there was nothing in this world that Qingyun could not resolve. Soon, the entire Tianwu dynasty was aware of the situation. In 3 days, a grand Buddhist ceremony would be held at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. The entire Qingyun dynasty was abuzz with excitement, and even the entire southern wilderness was stirred by the news. A Buddhist ceremony? This was a grand occasion for the Buddhist sect, and now the Qingyun dynasty was set to engage in such a ceremony with the monks. What was their intention? To compete with the Western region's Buddhist sect. Let us go quickly to the Qingyun dynasty to join the excitement. It is said that a white-clad elder monk has been sent from the Western region's Buddhist sect, causing quite a stir within the Qingyun dynasty. Indeed, the Qingyun dynasty, left with no choice, has consented to host the Buddhist ceremony, engaging in a contest of doctrine with the Western region's sect. This ceremony is crucial, as it pertains to the relationship between the Western region and the Southern wilderness. Chapter 64. Bewitching Hearts at the Foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. Dongfang Su had already arranged for the construction of the high platform for the Buddhist discourse. The monks, including Huikong, seemed to be aware of the impending events. For Huikong and the others, their emotions were quite complex at this moment. As monks hailing from the Western region, each originated from different temples. Now, having been enlightened by Qingyun, they chose to remain and follow him in his cultivation. However, their reluctance to return to the Western Buddhist sect had now summoned the sect's representatives. Huikong and the others did not wish to see this unfold, yet they could not betray their hearts. They preferred to follow Qingyun over returning to the Western Buddhist sect without regrets. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, gathering together, Huikong and the others ascended to the mountain's peak. Saint Sun, we have resolved to stand steadfastly by your side, no matter what. Indeed, we follow the Saint Sun without remorse. The Western region's Buddhist sect cannot sway our resolve. In this discourse of Buddhist principles, we trust the Saint Sun will triumph over the Western region's sect. Looking at the monks who brimmed with confidence in him, Qingyun found himself at a loss for words. Why do you have such faith in me? I genuinely lack any assurance. Forget it. Go about your business and leave me be. Qingyun waved his hand. The monks, taken aback, soon wore expressions of realization. The Saint Sun is reminding us to maintain a tranquil heart. As Buddhist monks, our state of mind is paramount. If the Saint Sun can remain so composed under pressure, we are far behind. The Saint Sun truly lives up to his title, even in this moment. He does not forget to enlighten us. Qingyun, I am utterly overwhelmed, yet you perceive me as enlightening you. I curse your grandmother, Scram. After dismissing Huikong and the others, Qingyun walked back and forth in the courtyard, unable to calm his restless mind. Discussing Buddhism. How am I to do so? Qingyun scratched his head, pondering strategies. Master, please stop moving. I'm getting dizzy, Guoxiaoyan said helplessly. Suddenly, Qingyun turned to him. Disciple, why do you offer me an idea? How do we deal with the monks? Guoxiaoyan sighed. Master, if you are at a loss, what can I possibly devise? You take your time to wander. I'm going to play chess with Dekong. Dekong continued to reside here, and his injuries were healing rapidly. He was nearly recovered now that a few days prior. Qingyun had taught them to play Go, and the two children had genuinely taken a liking to this new pastime, often playing matches whenever they had free time. Go on, go on. Qingyun waved his hand. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. Chess, chess, his eyes lit up. Eureka! In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. The high platform was completed, and the area below was bustling with activity. Not only were martial artists from various factions within the Qingyun dynasty present, but warriors from other nations in the southern wilderness had also arrived. They all wished to witness how this monumental Buddhist discourse would unfold. Dongfang Su, surrounded by numerous palace experts, sat at the edge of the high platform. The leaders of the 3 major sects were also in attendance. And even Shun Tianhua, who typically secluded himself in Yutian Valley, appeared in the viewing area at this moment. Huikong and the other monks gathered at the base of the high platform, their gazes fixed toward the west, their faces reflecting tension. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Qingyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance. He glanced down at the crowd below, a faint smile gracing his lips. The spectators gazed at Qingyun's demeanor, filled with silent admiration. This master truly possesses an unparalleled grace. To witness such a master-esque presence is a stroke of fortune. It is said that this master is also the Saint Sun of the Buddhist sect. endowed with profound wisdom. No wonder so many monks choose to stay here, unwilling to return to the western region. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Yet Qingyun remained motionless on the platform, not out of poise or pretense, but because the platform was exceedingly high. Who on earth thought to build a platform so high? I can barely move. Qingyun's feet trembled slightly as he endeavored to maintain his composure. Suddenly, a resonant chanting echoed from afar. The crowd turned in unison toward the source of the chanting, that a brilliant golden light soared into the sky, causing the onlookers to change color in astonishment. This golden light emanated a profound Buddhist aura, accompanied by an indescribable pressure, seemingly intentional. They have arrived. Many felt an inward chill, with Huikong and the others being the first to sense it.as practitioners of the Buddhist faith. They could acutely feel the overwhelming power of this Buddhist light. This is the aura of the great radiance Buddha, one monk exclaimed in astonishment. Huikong's expression grew grave, hands clasped together. It is my fellow monk from the Xichon ancient temple. If I am not mistaken, it should be my master, Xiankong. Upon hearing this name, the other monks' expressions shifted dramatically. Xiankong of the Xichon ancient temple was an exceptionally formidable figure. Those of the Xuanji generation were already quite powerful, and Xiankong was among the most distinguished. His strength ranked among the top 3 of the Xuanji generation, and coupled with his years of dedicated study of the Great Radiance Buddha Sutra, his Buddhist attainments were profound, particularly adept at using Buddha light to guide the world. I did not expect Master Xiankong to arrive. I wonder how the Saint Sun will respond. No matter, the Saint Sun will surely be full of confidence. We must also believe in him. The chanting grew louder, approaching steadily. An elderly monk clad in white robes, his bare feet and serene countenance, walked toward them. Upon seeing this white-robed monk, the crowd fell silent, captivated by the spectacle. "Look behind him," someone exclaimed. Following the white-robed monk were numerous individuals. Most were ordinary folk, but some were cultivators. The one unifying factor among them was their hands clasped together, faces filled with reverence, chanting sutras. This bizarre scene cast an invisible pressure upon the gathered crowd. Amitabha, a voice resonated. Behind the white-robed monk, a golden figure of the Buddha materialized, the great radiance Buddha. The Buddha light radiated, affecting everyone present. Those of lower cultivation levels immediately exhibited a look of confusion, while those of higher cultivation could resist, though their minds were still somewhat dazed. Only those at the condensation Dan realm and above could remain completely composed. "I am Xiankong, hailing from the western region, and I greet the esteemed members of the Tianwu dynasty." Xiankong stood at the foot of the high platform, his expression tranquil, slightly bowing to the crowd. Chapter 65. What is Buddha? The crowd fell utterly silent, awed by the grandeur of Xiankong's arrival. 10,000 voices chanting in unison. What a spectacle! None present had ever witnessed such a scene. It was akin to a demonstration of power. After Xiankong bowed, his gaze turned toward Huikong and the other monks across from him. As Su Nujizing observed Huikong and the others casting wary glances in his direction, he could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. He had initially expected that their reunion would be one marked by excitement and joy. However, the current atmosphere suggested that he had misjudged the situation. Was it possible that Huikong and his companions were not detained here by the heavenly martial dynasty? "Huikong, my disciple, why do you not return to the Western Buddhist realm?" Su Nujizing inquired. Huikong respectfully bowed to Su Nujizing, saying, "Master, we have willingly chosen to remain here to follow the Holy Sun in our cultivation." Upon hearing this, Su Nujizing's brow furrowed in concern. "The Holy Sun? Have you truly found the Holy Sun?" Huikong nodded and gestured towards Qingyun atop the platform. "The Holy Sun is up there." Su Nujizing turned his gaze towards Qingyun on the platform. Yet despite scrutinizing him from various angles, he could discern not a trace of Buddhist essence emanating from the young man. There was not even a hint of spiritual fluctuation. How could such an ordinary youth possibly be the Holy Sun, the one rumored to lead the Buddhist realm to glory? It was simply inconceivable. "Huikong, you have been deceived. He is not the Holy Sun of the Buddhist realm," Su Nujizing declared, shaking his head. Unbeknownst to him, his words ignited the ire of Huikong and the others. "Master Su Nujizing, I hold you in high regard, but you must not disrespect the Holy Sun. Huikong retorted sternly. Indeed, we cannot disrespect the Holy Sun. Another monk added, the Holy Sun is the embodiment of our faith, and we shall defend him with our lives. They proclaimed, glaring at Su New Jerseying. Even though they were acutely aware of the significant gap between themselves and Su New Jerseying, they were willing to confront him for Yi Qingyun's sake. Observing this exchange, Yi Qingyun felt utterly speechless. These monks truly believe I am their Holy Son. This misunderstanding is far too great. What if I inadvertently reveal my true identity? Would they not seek to harm me? Yi Qingyun pondered with growing concern that Su Nu Ziying was equally taken aback by Huikong's fervent attitude, that he knew that these monks were distinguished figures within the Western Buddhist realm, each possessing profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. Their resolve could not be easily swayed. Yet now, they were prepared to oppose him for the sake of a so-called Holy Son. Doubts began to creep into Su Nu Ziying's mind. Could it be that this youth possesses some form of enchantment? At that moment, Dongfang Su rose to his feet. Master Su Nu Ziying, did you not come here today to engage in a discussion on Buddhist philosophy? Our esteemed Buddhist master, Yi Qingyun, stands upon this platform that I wonder if you would dare to ascend. Buddhist Master Yi Qingyun. The title sounded dubious to Yi Qingyun, who felt an odd sensation wash over him. Su Nu Ziying smiled gently. I am but a humble monk with limited understanding. I dare not presume to speak on the profound nature of Buddhism. Dongfang Su replied, since you are so modest. Might it be better for you to return to the Western realm? Su Nu Ziying shook his head. However, to awaken my fellow monks from the Western Buddhist realm, I must ascend the platform and risk embarrassment. Before he finished speaking, Su Nu Ziying lightly stepped forward, and a lotus flower appeared beneath his feet, that he gracefully ascended to the high platform, to Yi Qingyun watched in envy. His own ascent had involved a laborious climb up a ladder, during which he had nearly stumbled. Honored practitioner, I bid you greetings, Su Nu Ziying said. Bowing to Yi Qingyun joined his palms together in response. Master, I return your greetings. Just as he was about to express his courtesy, Su Nu Ziying abruptly posed a challenging question. Honored practitioner, are you truly the Holy Son of the Buddhist realm? This inquiry was direct and unambiguous, that if Yi Qingyun affirmed it, a genuine discourse on Buddhist philosophy would undoubtedly ensue. Should he deny it, Su Nu Ziying could easily claim that Yi Qingyun was an impostor, potentially shaking Huikong and the others' convictions that a canny monk indeed. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. To be honest, I'm not quite sure myself. His vague response caused Su Nu Ziying's brow to furrow slightly. You mean to say you do not know? Yi Qingyun shrugged. I genuinely do not know, that Su Nu Ziying chuckled. Yet Huikong and the others insist you are the Holy Son. Yi Qingyun replied, what do you think? Su Nu Ziying was momentarily taken aback by the counter-question, I am asking you. He reiterated, I am asking you as well. Yi Qingyun responded. Su Nu Ziying was left speechless. The onlookers below found the exchange perplexing. It hardly resembled a discussion on Buddhist philosophy, but rather two individuals seemingly lacking in comprehension. Yet, for reasons unknown, they sensed a deeper, enigmatic significance in Yi Qingyun's words. Su Nu Ziying's demeanor grew serious. That I wish to engage you in a discourse on Buddhism. That at last, the moment had arrived. Although Yi Qingyun had prepared himself mentally, the reality of the situation still filled him with trepidation. Very well, he agreed. That Su Nu Ziying initiated the questioning. That I wish to ask you, what is Buddha? Upon hearing this first inquiry, the audience collectively furrowed their brows. Was the question truly so obscure? How could one even begin to answer what Buddha is? Huikong and the other monks fell into deep contemplation. The scriptures provided numerous definitions of Buddha, yet how many could truly articulate what Buddha is? I wonder how the Holy Son will respond. Huikong thought anxiously. Yi Qingyun, however, merely smiled. Su Nu Ziying inquired, why do you laugh, honored practitioner? Do you perhaps find the answer elusive? Not at all. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Before I respond, I would like to hear your answer first. Su Nu Ziying chuckled softly. That if I were to answer, your response could not possibly align with mine. That of course not. Very well. Su Nu Ziying's expression turned earnest. Buddha is the enlightened one, the embodiment of virtue and wisdom, whose cultivation is complete. That a practitioner may attain Buddhahood after enduring 3 gradients. Buddha is the one who has transcended the cycle of rebirth and achieved profound understanding of all existence. The monks nodded in agreement, acknowledging this as a profound definition of Buddha, one that those outside the Buddhist realm would struggle to comprehend. Honored practitioner, it is now your turn, Su Nuzhiziying prompted. I am Buddha, Yi Qingyun declared. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Have you heard the story of the Buddha offering his flesh to feed an eagle? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. How audacious. When asked what Buddha is, he claimed to be Buddha himself. Even if he were the Holy Son, such a statement was audacious, as expected. Su Nuzhiziying's countenance darkened, his anger surging. The expressions of Hui Kong and the others mirrored shock. The noble image of Yi Qingyun as the wise Holy Son began to crumble. Had they truly misidentified the Holy Son? Yet he had spoken the essence of Mahayana Buddhism. How could someone who articulated such profound truths utter such blasphemous words? This was indeed hard for Hui Kong and the others to accept. Honored practitioner, your arrogance knows no bounds. Su Nuzhiziying's expression darkened. Buddha is supreme. How can you presume to blaspheme? Yi Qingyun looked at Su Nuzhiziying with confusion. Why can I not be Buddha? Su Nuzhiziying's fury flared. That I in the Western Buddhist realm, there are countless monks, many with profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. Yet none would dare to claim to be Buddha. By what right do you declare yourself as such? Yi Qingyun shook his head. That I in your eyes, Buddha is exalted and distant. But to me, I am Buddha, you are Buddha, and everyone present can be Buddha. This assertion left Su Nuzhiziying momentarily speechless. Moreover, all things in heaven and earth can also be Buddha. Yi Qingyun continued, his demeanor serene and ethereal. All things can be Buddha. The words resonated like a great bell, echoing in the ears of everyone present. Especially for the monks, it struck them with profound astonishment. This was a perspective they had never encountered before, one that fundamentally challenged their long-held beliefs regarding the nature of Buddha. This is heresy. How can all things be Buddha? Su Nuzhiziying remained resolute, unyielding. Why can all things not be Buddha? Yi Qingyun smiled knowingly. Buddha teaches that all beings are equal, and all things can attain Buddhahood. Beings are equal. All things can attain Buddhahood. The proclamation reverberated through the air, transforming the atmosphere. The temples beneath floating cloud mountain erupted in a chorus of chanting that I in the distant Western Buddhist realm. Every temple and ancient shrine resonated with the powerful sound of recitation, and the statues of Buddha within them shone with brilliance. Buddha teaches that all beings are equal, and all things can attain Buddhahood. The resounding declaration echoed throughout the Western Buddhist realm. Amitabha, countless monks knelt in reverence. Even the most venerable monks, with profound cultivation, found themselves in a state of enlightenment, as if they had awakened to the ultimate truth. Radiant beams of light surged forth, converging upon Yi Qingyun. Though he could not perceive the light enveloping him, Su Nuzhiziying and the others could in that moment. Yi Qingyun's presence profoundly impacted everyone present, leaving them in awe. This is the ultimate truth of the Buddhist realm. Oh my! The temples are resonating with the sound of chanting. Buddha has manifested. This is undoubtedly the ultimate truth of Buddhism. The monks, led by Hui Kong, were filled with overwhelming excitement. Previously, they had wavered in their faith due to Yi Qingyun's words. However, at this moment, their belief not only remained unshaken, but grew more resolute than ever before. Qingyun stood in a daze, gazing at Yi Qingyun, or more precisely, at the radiant Buddha light emanating from him, that it was the purest and most sacred of lights, one he had never witnessed before. Under the illumination of the Buddha light, Yi Qingyun seemed almost like the Buddha incarnate. For a time, Qingyun was entranced. I never expected your words to embody the ultimate truth of the Buddha's teachings. I am completely convinced, Qingyun admitted, his heart filled with joy. Although he was swayed by Yi Qingyun's arguments, the Buddhist order had gained a new profound truth, which in an intangible way strengthened their community. Thank you, Yi Qingyun replied, feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that this old monk was rather easy to persuade, and he should be able to navigate through this day without issue. Yet, Qingyun was not ready to let Yi Qingyun off that easily. Benefactor, I have a second question. Yi Qingyun forced a smile. I am all ears. Qingyun continued. Benefactor, My second question is this. If there exists a wicked person who has committed countless atrocities, burdened by a mountain of blood debts, yet wishes to renounce their past and become a monk, should our Buddhist order accept them? The audience, upon hearing this question, displayed expressions of confusion. What kind of question is this? Such a villain should certainly not be allowed to become a monk. Indeed, if our order accepts such a person, what would that make us? But if we refuse, does that not contradict the purpose of our order to enlighten the world? Well, that is a valid point. Initially, ordinary people found this question rather trivial. However, upon deeper reflection, they realized it contained significant contradictions. The Buddhist monks, including Huikong, felt this dilemma even more acutely. The essence of Buddhism is to enlighten all beings. Thus, any malevolent person wishing to enter the order should naturally be accepted. Yet for someone as irredeemable as the one Qingyun described, allowing them to become a monk seemed overly lenient. Should their past misdeeds simply vanish upon ordination? Most would find this unacceptable. How should the Holy Sun respond? Huikong pondered with concern that why Qingyun furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. This question is quite simple. Oh, what is your answer? Qingyun inquired with curiosity. Qingyun looked at Qingyun and stated, "The Buddha teaches that one who lays down the butcher's knife can become a Buddha on the spot." Indeed, Qingyun smiled slightly, assuming Qingyun intended to imply that since the person was willing to abandon their violent ways, they should be welcomed into the order. However, how could the sins of their past be reconciled? If such an irredeemable person wishes to join the order, they must be given the opportunity for enlightenment and realization. At this point, Qingyun suddenly shifted his stance. However, their sins do not simply evaporate upon entering the order. Grievances must be resolved, Qingyun questioned. How does the benefactor propose to resolve them? Qingyun's expression turned solemn. Have you heard the tale of the Buddha who fed meat to an eagle? Qingyun was taken aback and shook his head in confusion. Qingyun sighed in relief, glad that such a story was not known in this world. Then please listen closely. Once, the Buddha was out and encountered a hungry eagle pursuing a pitiful dove. The dove pleaded for its life. But the eagle insisted, "If I do not eat you, I shall starve." Upon hearing this, the Buddha, filled with compassion, sheltered the dove in his embrace. The eagle, furious, argued that while the Buddha's mercy saved the dove, it would lead to the eagle's starvation. "Master, can you guess what the Buddha said?" "I cannot fathom," Qingyun replied, shaking his head. Qingyun took a deep breath, his voice resonating with clarity as he spoke. The Buddha told the eagle, "I cannot bear to see this innocent dove perish, nor do I wish for you to starve." Qingyun was momentarily stunned. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Thus, the Buddha took out a scale, placing the dove on one side and cutting flesh from his own body to balance the scale. Gasp! Upon hearing this, the entire audience fell silent, astonished. Only the occasional sound of gasps could be heard in the hushed atmosphere. Qingyun felt as though he had been struck, utterly frozen in place, while Huikong and the other monks experienced a profound spiritual upheaval. Qingyun appeared oblivious to their reactions and continued. Though the dove seemed small, no matter how much flesh the Buddha offered, it could not bear the dove's weight. When the Buddha finally cut away the last piece of flesh, the scale balanced. At that moment, the heavens and earth were transformed, and the true Buddha was born. With that, Qingyun turned to Qingyun. "Master, do you understand now?" Qingyun stared at Qingyun, speechless for a long time. Plop, plop, plop. Down below, Huikong and the other monks knelt one by one, that their faces displayed reverence and solemnity. "Our Buddha is compassionate. Our Buddha is compassionate. Our Buddha is compassionate." The monks chanted fervently, deeply moved by Qingyun's story. Qingyun finally emerged from his daze, gazing intently at Qingyun before bowing deeply. "Please allow this old monk to pay my respects." Qingyun smiled in response. After Qingyun finished his bow, his face was filled with emotion. The words of the Buddha, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" truly resonate profoundly. Thank you, Benefactor Yi, for conveying the Buddha's wisdom to us mortals. Qingyun smiled. Now do you comprehend why I answered your question as I did? Qingyun chuckled wryly. I understand now. If that wicked person wishes to enter the Buddhist order, we must grant them the opportunity. Yet, their past sins cannot simply be erased. We, as followers of the Buddha, should bear their burdens and atone for their sins. This is precisely what it means to say, if I do not enter hell, who will? Even the greatest evil, if I sacrifice my life to atone, is a form of enlightenment. Yi Qingyun nodded in agreement. Indeed. Xianjing sighed, a look of shame crossing his face. I never expected to receive such profound teachings from Benefactor Yi today. It makes me feel as though my years of cultivation have been in vain. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Master, you are too humble. The audience, witnessing this exchange, erupted in applause for Yi Qingyun. Dongfang Su's face shone with excitement. Master Yi is truly remarkable. With just a few words, he has compelled that wicked monk to submit. Indeed, I am astonished by Master Ye's profound understanding of Buddhism, Su Changfeng remarked with deep respect. What he just articulated about Buddhist principles is truly thought-provoking. Chen Gongwang exclaimed. It makes me feel an impulse to renounce the world and become a monk. Gong Sun Yu chuckled. Most exhilarated were Hui Kong and the other monks, who increasingly felt that their choice to follow Yi Qingyun was undeniably right. The previous teaching that all beings could attain Buddhahood and the current doctrine of if I do not enter hell, who will? Are both profound truths of Buddhism that a faint golden light radiated from Huikong's face, and similarly, all the other monks were enveloped in a gentle golden glow, each experiencing varying degrees of enlightenment in their Buddhist practices. All thanks to Yi Qingyun that I in their eyes, he had transcended being merely the holy son of Buddhism. He was now a unique presence within their order. At this moment, Xuanjing's expression grew complex. Actually, I have one final question. Yi Qingyun initially thought they had reached the conclusion, but to his dismay, there was still another question. He nearly wanted to scold the old monk. Having stood on this platform for so long, he dared not move, and now his legs were beginning to feel numb. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Truly, it was quite frustrating. But feel free to ask, Yi Qingyun replied with a forced smile. Xianjing steadied himself and posed his final question. The world is filled with ignorance, blinded by various worldly matters, unable to see through the illusions. How should we, as followers of the Buddha, guide the world? Once again, it was a challenging and intricate question. Guiding the world has been a conundrum for Buddhism for countless years. Although the influence of Buddhism is vast, relying solely on teachings and doctrines to bring about profound understanding in the world is exceedingly difficult. Xianjing, despite having gathered a following of over 100,000, had done so through the use of secret Buddhist methods. Once those methods faded, the followers would return to their normal states, and their enlightenment would not be genuine. This old monk is truly troublesome. Each question is more challenging than the last, Yi Qingyun thought. Feeling somewhat troubled, fortunately, he had prepared for this moment. After contemplating for a moment, he formulated a response. The world is not ignorant. Yi Qingyun spoke earnestly. Xianjing was taken aback but disagreed. If the world is not ignorant, why have they not attained enlightenment and sought refuge in the Buddha? Yi Qingyun countered. Is it only by joining the Buddhist order that one is deemed non-ignorant? Well, Xianjing found himself at a loss for words. Yi Qingyun smiled. In this vast world, with its myriad forms, every individual who arrives is unique. They will each traverse their own lives, encountering their own splendors. Like an ordinary person, they will experience the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death. They will endure joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and their fleeting existence will barely span a century. Perhaps this ordinary person, as their life approaches its inevitable conclusion, will reflect on the brevity of time, clinging to a life that, in truth, was not particularly blissful. Can one deem them foolish? Xianjing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet he couldn't conjure a counter-argument in that moment. Conversely, those who cultivate their being enjoy prolonged lifespans, dedicating their lives to the pursuit of higher realms and broader horizons. Their lives are marked by grandiose waves and vibrant colors, perhaps destined to fade into obscurity or possibly to merge indistinguishably with the masses. But if one were to look back and inquire, do you believe they would harbor regrets? I think no one would regret. Upon reaching this point, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. You perceive the world as foolish simply because you do not truly understand it. Only when you grasp the essence of all things and see through the world's suffering can you strive to enlighten others. Before that, you and I are merely transient visitors in this realm. Chapter 68. Can you play chess? Thud. Qingyun knelt upon the ground. An indescribable expression adorned his face, as if at that moment he had attained profound enlightenment. A visible aura of resplendent golden light enveloped him that a phantom of the great illuminated Buddha manifested behind him. And astonishingly, this visage transformed to resemble Yi Qingyun that, of course, Yi Qingyun was oblivious to this. But the others present were acutely aware. Master, he has attained enlightenment, Huikong said, his voice trembling. The assembly of monks joined their hands in prayer, silently chanting for Xuanjing's moment of profound understanding. Qingyun bowed deeply to Yi Qingyun. Thank you, Holy Son, for your guidance. I have comprehended. At this moment, Xuanjing's address to Yi Qingyun shifted from Yi Benefactor to Holy Son, signifying his complete submission to Yi Qingyun's wisdom. He had finally acknowledged Yi Qingyun as the true Holy Son of the Buddhist order. Yi Qingyun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Please rise. He longed to assist Qingyun, but his legs had gone numb, rendering him unable to move. The thought of slipping and falling was too embarrassing to bear. To receive the Holy Son's teachings. My life is already fulfilled. Qingyun gazed at Yi Qingyun with deep reverence. I only wish for the Holy Son to grace the Western lands, bestowing the supreme Dharma upon the monks of our order. This was an invitation for Yi Qingyun to visit the Western Buddhist order and share his teachings. Huikong and the others were filled with indescribable excitement. This was an unimaginable opportunity that if the Western Buddhist order could hear the Holy Son's teachings, they would undoubtedly flourish beyond measure. Well, I will visit the Western lands when I have time in the future, Yi Qingyun replied. Thank you. Odisson. Qingyun rejoiced, not minding when Yi Qingyun would make the journey to him. The Holy Son's words were the utmost decree of the Buddha. Since he had promised to come, he would certainly fulfill it. And there was no need for haste. The onlookers, witnessing Qingyun kneeling before Yi Qingyun and addressing him as Holy Son, understood that the discourse on Buddhist principles had reached a definitive conclusion. Who would have thought that Master Yi possesses such unfathomable depth in Buddhist philosophy, even captivating such a high-ranking monk? Indeed, did you not hear that even Qingyun referred to Master Yi as the Holy Son of the Buddhist order? Such a master choosing to remain in our Tianwu dynasty is truly a stroke of fortune. Alas, if only this venerable master could come to our nation. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, all marveling at Yi Qingyun's profound understanding of Buddhism. Many martial artists from other dynasties were envious and jealous. In their eyes, the Tianwu dynasty was merely fortunate to have such an extraordinary figure willing to stay. Dongfang Su wore a broad smile, having not felt this joyful in quite some time. This occasion had certainly brought great honor to the Tianwu dynasty. Though it was through Yi Qingyun's influence, it was still the Tianwu dynasty that stood against the Western Buddhist order, restoring the dignity of the 7 kingdoms of the southern wilderness. Thus, the position of the Tianwu dynasty as the foremost among the 7 kingdoms was further solidified. Fortunately, our relationship with Master Yi is quite amiable. Otherwise, offending such a master would be unimaginable. Indeed, well said. The 3 sect leaders nodded in agreement. Increasingly grateful for having established good relations with Yi Qingyun early on, they resolved to cling even tighter to Yi Qingyun's coattails. Associating with such a transcendent figure would surely elevate their fortunes. Qingyun slowly rose, the phantom of the great illuminated Buddha retreating into his being. Holy Son, it is now your turn to pose a question to this humble monk. Yi Qingyun wore a pained expression. Must this continue? He had no inquiries of his own, but had prepared nonetheless. Someone please bring me the items. Yi Qingyun called out from below. As you command. A figure soared into the air, delivering a chessboard and 2 boxes of pieces to the high platform. Yi Qingyun set the board upon the ground and seated himself. Ah, how comfortable, he sighed inwardly. After standing for so long, he finally had the chance to sit. What is the meaning of this, holy sun? Qingyun inquired. Perplexed, I have no questions for you, but I would like to engage you in a game of chess. Yi Qingyun placed the boxes on the board. By the way, you do know how to play chess, correct? Having seen people play chess in a tea house at the market, Yi Qingyun was aware that this world possessed the game. Please forgive me, holy sun. I possess but a modicum of understanding, Qingyun replied with a smile. In truth, he was not merely modest, for among all the monks in the Western Shan Temple, Qingyun was the most accomplished in the game. The monks enjoyed playing chess, believing it to promote tranquility of mind, thereby aiding their cultivation. Thus, nearly every monk could play, with the more advanced practitioners excelling further. Very well, let us engage in a match, Yi Qingyun invited. It is my honor to accept your invitation, holy sun. Qingyun took a seat opposite Yi Qingyun. Shall we determine who goes first? Yi Qingyun asked. I shall take the black pieces. You may start with the white, Qingyun replied. Excellent. Yi Qingyun, not one to be overly polite, promptly placed his white piece in a corner of the board. This move was quite unconventional, diverging entirely from the standard opening strategies. Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. In all his years of playing chess, he had never encountered anyone who began in such a manner, completely defying logic. Was this truly someone who could play? Yet, Qingyun dared not question Yi Qingyun. He felt that the Holy Sun's unconventional play must carry profound significance. Upon closer examination, however, Xuanjing's expression suddenly shifted. Although only one white piece graced the board, for some inexplicable reason, it appeared to Qingyun as a vortex, capable of drawing in his very essence. Cold sweat broke out across Xuanjing's brow. The Tao! This single piece contains the essence of the Tao. Xuanjing's heart raced in astonishment. What seemed an eccentric move held unimaginable depth. Qingyun was awestruck. Just what manner of formidable being was this holy sun? It is your turn, Yi Qingyun urged. Noticing Qingyun lost in contemplation, Xuanjing's fingers trembled as he picked up a black piece, but he surveyed the empty spaces on the board, seeking a suitable placement, yet found every potential spot to be inadequate. Ultimately, he mustered his resolve and placed the piece adjacent to Yi Qingyun's white piece. The two pieces stood closely together, Yi Qingyun smiled and placed his next piece in another corner of the board. Qingyun gazed at the board, feeling the world spin around him. For a moment, it was as though he beheld the vastness of the stars. Chapter 69. Keep going. What a boundless Tao. Qingyun was utterly stunned. At that moment, he felt like an ant beneath a sky full of stars, gazing up in awe, increasingly aware of his own insignificance. Tremors coursed through his body, seeing him in such a state. Yi Qingyun grew concerned. Surely this old monk is not losing his mind. What if he collapses here? Would I be held responsible? Yi Qingyun dared not call out to him, fearing that a single shout might startle the old monk away. After what felt like an eternity, Qingyun finally emerged from his reverie, staring at Yi Qingyun in a daze before laying down his piece. I have lost. After merely one move, Qingyun conceded defeat, his face a mask of awe. The virtues of the Holy Sun are profound. You have already comprehended the boundless Tao. I, a frog at the bottom of a well, am unworthy even to glimpse the Holy Sun's Tao. Yi Qingyun was perplexed. What was this old monk babbling about? What boundless Tao? What frog at the bottom of a well? Was it so dramatic just to play a game of chess? Was my unconventional strategy truly so exaggerated? Holy Sun, I no longer wish to return to the Western Buddhist order. I only desire to follow you and cultivate here, Qingyun declared. Starting Yi Qingyun. That simply will not do. Qingyun froze, a hint of disappointment creeping over him. Is it that the Holy Sun believes my talents are too lacking, rendering me unfit to accompany you? Yi Qingyun hastily waved his hands. That's not the reason. If you stay here, the Western Buddhist order would surely send someone after you, and then I would truly be in a predicament. Qingyun contemplated, and it seemed to make sense. The reason he had come here was due to Hui Kong and others' unwillingness to return to the Western region. prompting the Buddhist sect of the West to send him to retrieve them, that if he were to remain in the Qingyun dynasty as well, the Western Buddhist sect would surely be in chaos. At that point, those who came back would undoubtedly be even more formidable beings within the Buddhist community. Perhaps it would be best for you to return to the Western region and clearly convey the matters here to them, so that they may understand and refrain from causing further trouble, Yi Qingyun advised. Qingyun nodded in agreement. Since the Holy Sun has spoken thus, I shall return to the Western region and inform the Buddhist community of the teachings you have imparted to us. I imagine that upon hearing this, the others will hold you in immense reverence. Yi Qingyun remarked with a hint of awkward laughter. As for reverence, it mattered little to him. He merely hoped that these monks would not come seeking trouble again. Qingyun descended the high platform with composure, while Yi Qingyun gazed down at the crowd, speechless. Who in the world moved my ladder? How am I supposed to get down? Just as Yi Qingyun felt helpless, a majestic eagle suddenly appeared out of nowhere and perched itself at the edge of the platform. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Could it be that even this eagle has been enlightened by the esteemed Yi? Surely, this eagle is not a beast of the wild, yet it willingly submits to being ridden by Yi. It is truly a blessing for the eagle. The rumors say that when a sage appears, all beings revere him. Could it be that Yi has attained the status of a sage? We cannot speak so lightly of such matters. Yi Qingyun observed the eager eagle, which gazed at him with anticipation. The two of them, man and eagle, exchanged glances. The eagle seemed to be saying, "Come on up." Yi Qingyun, however, wore an expression of refusal, that he did not wish to take a tumble to his demise, nor to step down upon a bird. Yet, to his dismay, not a single person in the crowd offered assistance to Yi Qingyun, nor did they even bother to bring him a ladder. The camaraderie has faded. They can't even spare a ladder for me. Yi Qingyun sighed deeply, ultimately choosing to mount the eagle's back. As soon as he stepped onto it, the eagle swooped down to the ground, nearly causing Yi Qingyun to lose his composure. Fortunately, the eagle landed steadily, allowing Yi Qingyun to dismount, albeit with trembling legs. Esteemed one, Odisson. In an instant, the crowd gathered around him, each face adorned with expressions of admiration, that Yi Qingyun was left with no choice but to maintain a smile. Everyone, please disperse. Yet no one was inclined to leave. Young Master Yi, we hold you in the highest regard. Could you share some insights with us? Indeed, we all greatly admire young Master Yi. We beseech you for guidance, to receive even a modicum of your wisdom. We would consider it worth any sacrifice. Observing the fervent crowd, Yi Qingyun felt a swell of gratification. It seems I, Yi Qingyun, am quite popular in this world. With that thought, his spirits lifted. Ahem. Yi Qingyun cleared his throat. Silence, for young Master Yi is about to speak. A voice rang out, and the crowd immediately fell silent. At that moment, Yi Qingyun resembled an elder statesman preparing to express his opinions at a meeting. It must be said, however, that the feeling of being an elder statesman was rather pleasant. No wonder those in leadership positions always enjoyed speaking at various gatherings. Since you all wish for me to share a few words, I shall do so, though I must apologize in advance for my shortcomings. Yi Qingyun adopted the tone of an elder statesman. The crowd looked on with eager anticipation, their eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingyun knew precisely what he wanted to convey. We are all practitioners here. I shall not say much more. In essence, I hope everyone can maintain a positive mindset. Regardless of one's cultivation level or age, one must remain optimistic, proactive, and strive to be a practitioner brimming with positive energy. Here, I have devised a slogan for everyone. When you practice daily, first give yourself a boost. Shout "Ali give" 3 times, and you'll be full of vigor all day long. The crowd looked on, bewildered. Ali give. Full of vigor. What on earth are those phrases? Young Master Yi, how should we shout? Someone tentatively inquired. Like this. Yi Qingyun took a deep breath and bellowed, "Come on." Oriki. The shout caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. Yet Yi Qingyun felt no embarrassment. Instead, he found it quite exhilarating. Let us give it a try. Young Master, ye surely cannot be mistaken. Yes. Yes, let us shout it out. Perhaps it truly has miraculous effects. And so, many began to attempt the chant. Come on, Ollie give! Come on, Ollie give! Come on, Ollie give! In no time, the cries of Ollie give echoed throughout, with some faces lighting up with excitement after shouting. It seems to really work. Indeed. After shouting, I feel invigorated. I feel my blood boiling. I could hardly wait to engage in battle with my enemies. I want to cultivate. I want to strive. Qingyun watched as the crowd became increasingly passionate. Is it truly this magical to shout Ollie give? He began to doubt it himself. Chapter 70. The scenic spot of floating Cloud Mountain. The Buddhist conference concluded. Qingyun the monk departed with renewed confidence and excitement. He felt his journey had not been in vain, although he had not brought Hui Kong and the others back. He had received profound insights from Qingyun. His understanding of Buddhist teachings had deepened, and he now possessed a clearer vision for his future path of cultivation. This was the greatest harvest of his journey. Though Qingyun was to return to the Western region, his heart, inclined towards Buddhism, had thoroughly settled in the Tianwu dynasty at Floating Cloud Mountain. Upon my return to the Western region, I shall widely propagate the Holy Sun's teachings, so that all within the Buddhist community may express their gratitude for the Holy Sun's enlightenment. Qingyun silently vowed, determined to spread the Holy Sun's teachings throughout the Western region, ensuring that all Buddhists could benefit from his wisdom. After the Buddhist conference, the discussions regarding the teachings rapidly spread among those who had attended. Across the 7 nations of the southern wilderness, tales of Qingyun flourished. Have you heard? That Qingyun is truly a transcendent figure. Even the esteemed monks of the Western region bow before him. I witnessed it myself. Qingyun appeared divine, magnificent, radiating brilliance, much like a sage descending from the heavens. Is it really that exaggerated? Some express skepticism, only to be met with a barrage of counterarguments. That is not even an exaggeration. It's said that when he spoke, profound Buddhist teachings manifested, causing countless Buddhas to appear. Moreover, news from the Western region indicates that countless statues within temples responded to Qingyun. I was present at the scene. Upon hearing the Holy One's teachings, I felt as if a great revelation had struck me. I was compelled to renounce worldly ties and become a monk. Initially, these rumors bore a semblance of truth, but as they circulated, they grew increasingly absurd. Qingyun is not only the Holy Son of Buddhism, he is also the reincarnation of the Buddha. I heard from my neighbor's uncle that when Qingyun was born, auspicious signs appeared with dragons and phoenixes descending. My aunt's nephew was once Qingyun's neighbor. He claims to have seen the Holy One as a child, and his urine could reach over a yard. TSK. I have a friend in the Tianwu dynasty who says that Qingyun is actually an ancient being who was cultivated for tens of thousands of years and must engage in nightly dual cultivation with women to maintain his youth. In summary, Qingyun had become thoroughly famous. Even he was unaware of how wildly his reputation had spread. After the discourse on Buddhist teachings, he returned to Floating Cloud Mountain. Meanwhile, the martial world seemed to have undergone little change. The only difference was the emergence of a group of practitioners fond of shouting, Ollie give. These individuals, invigorated as if they had been injected with enthusiasm, spread their fervor to others. Not long after, a wave of excitement swept through the cultivation community. It seemed that before engaging in practice, competition, or combat, one had to shout Ollie give to truly feel the moment that on Floating Cloud Mountain, Qingyun's life returned to tranquility. He finally achieved his desire for a worry-free existence. However, Guoshaoyan appeared somewhat dejected. Master, Dekong has left, Guoshaoyan said to Qingyun, holding a letter. But why? Qingyun was taken aback and took the letter to glance at it. The note was left by Dekong, scrawled in a haphazard manner. I cannot stay here forever. I must go elsewhere. Thank you for saving me. The handwriting was quite poor. Why? Qingyun smiled lightly. Not particularly concerned, but he had long realized that Dekong would not remain for long. That child was different from Guoshaoyan. Guoshaoyan yearned to be with those she cared for, living a peaceful and harmonious life. In contrast, Dekong was a child who yearned for the outside world, possessing an intense thirst for knowledge. Everything Qingyun taught was eagerly absorbed by him. Yet, this small mountain peak could not satisfy Dekong's ambitions. Thus, he had left to seek a broader horizon. "Master, I want to go find him," Guoxiaoyan said. Wai Qingyun shook his head, saying, "Even if you seek him out, he will not return with you." "Why not?" Guoxiaoyan asked, somewhat puzzled. They had both been quite happy living here, so why would Dakong choose to leave and refuse to come back? "He is unlike you. He revels in the world beyond and would not willingly remain on this little hill." Guoxiaoyan appeared to grasp part of this notion, but he dismissed the thought of searching for Dakong. Days later, however, Yi Qingyun realized that the peaceful life he had imagined was not as idyllic as he had hoped. Numerous individuals had stealthily ascended Floating Cloud Mountain, eager to meet him. These visitors, having heard of Yi Qingyun's renown, came with aspirations of fortune. Initially, Yi Qingyun welcomed them warmly, yet as their numbers swelled, he began to feel overwhelmed. Gazing at the throngs scattered across the mountainside, Yi Qingyun was left dumbfounded. His abode was rapidly transforming into a tourist attraction. This simply could not stand. His ire reached its zenith when he witnessed those individuals trample the watermelon fields he and Guoxiaoyan had painstakingly cultivated. He knew he could not stop these intruders from ascending the mountain, but those at the foot, like Huikong and others, could. Thus, Yi Qingyun urged Guoxiaoyan to hurry down the mountain and summon help. Huikong and his companions were equally displeased by the invasion, but were hesitant to intervene for fear of incurring Yi Qingyun's wrath. Now that Guoxiaoyan had sought their assistance, they wasted no time. The monks ascended the mountain and expelled all unwelcome guests. Some among the intruders, unwilling to back down, attempted to confront Huikong and his companions, only to be soundly defeated and unceremoniously cast down the mountain. After engaging in discussions of Buddhist doctrine, Huikong and his fellows seemed to gain profound insights, strengthening their cultivation significantly. Dealing with this rabble posed no challenge for them. Once the intruders were expelled, Huikong and his colleagues devised a plan. Using the formations of the Buddhist sect, they enveloped the mountain's base, preventing anyone from ascending without being thwarted by the barriers. Henceforth, unless one could fly directly into the mountain, no one could disturb Yi Qingyun beneath the watchful eyes of Huikong and his companions. The Buddhist formations effectively deterred a considerable portion of those wishing to ascend and meet Yi Qingyun. Yet, some had come to Floating Cloud Mountain not to seek him out, but to join the Buddhist order. Huikong and his companions were elated, for they could finally gather disciples within the Tianwu dynasty. All thanks to Yi Qingyun. His discourse with Xiankong had illuminated the significance of Buddhism to many that on a particular day, a graceful maiden arrived before the gates of Shaolin Temple. She knelt before the entrance, her eyes vacant and her face a mask of despair. "I, a humble woman, wish to enter the Buddhist fold. I beseech the Master to grant my request." Chapter 71. The Body of Calamity. Huikong regarded the sorrowful maiden, momentarily perplexed. The Buddhist order was not devoid of female members, as evidenced by the Guanyin Zen monastery in the western region and other sects that welcomed female disciples. However, Shaolin Temple had never accepted a female disciple, and he hesitated to set such a precedent, fearing potential complications. Nevertheless, Huikong did not outright refuse. Instead, he inquired with genuine concern, "What prompts you, dear maiden, to seek ordination?" The maiden's countenance revealed profound despair. Her once beautiful eyes now lacked luster, as if she had relinquished all hope for her life. "I am called Song Rower, and my life has been fraught with suffering that in my youth I inadvertently caused the deaths of my parents. At the age of 7, I was taken in by an adoptive mother, only for her to meet a similar fate less than 2 years later. When I turned 10, I was finally accepted as a disciple of the Languishes sect. But internal strife soon shattered the sect. The leader was murdered, and the elders scattered, leading to its demise. At 14, I became a disciple of a master, but on the very next day, he succumbed to a fatal misstep in his cultivation." Upon hearing this, Huikong's expression shifted dramatically. "Good heavens, this is truly a series of unfortunate events. Seeking to spare others from my ill fortune, I retreated to the mountains, only to be met with a wildfire that claimed the lives of countless creatures and devastated several nearby farms. I have wandered aimlessly for years, leaving a trail of innocent lives extinguished in my wake. I can endure it no longer." Song Rower stated, bowing deeply before Huikong. "I merely wish to shave my head and renounce the world." to forever remain close to the Buddha. Huikong's brow furrowed in concern, while Shuhai and Shuzhu exchanged troubled glances. The tragic tale of Song Rower was indeed heart-wrenching. Nearly all associated with her had perished. It was no wonder that such a young woman would contemplate a life of seclusion. Master, perhaps we should accept this unfortunate girl, Shuzhu suggested with sympathy. Huikong sighed, but we have no females among our ranks at Shaolin. Shuzhu pointed towards Song Rower. If she joins us, she will be our first female disciple. Song Rower quickly implored. I seek nothing more. I simply wish to spend my remaining days within the temple. After much deliberation, Huikong ultimately acquiesced. Very well, but for now, you need not shave your head. Allow me to compose a letter requesting the presence of nuns from the western region. Upon their arrival, you may then formally join their order. That will be most appropriate. Song Rower rejoiced. Thank you. Master, rise. Huikong instructed that as she stood, he introduced her. These are my disciples, Shuhai and Shuzhu. Amitba. Shuhai and Shuzhu bowed in unison to Song Rower, who returned the gesture with folded hands. Suddenly, a tile from the roof fell, landing squarely on Shuhai's head with a resounding crack, leaving the group momentarily dazed. Shuhai rubbed his head, slightly dazed but unharmed. Are you all right, Shuhai? Huikong inquired, astonished. Master, I am fine. Shuhai replied, confusion etched on his face. Though I cannot fathom why I failed to react when that tile fell. It was not just him. Huikong and Shuzhu had also been caught off guard. Given their cultivation levels, avoiding a mere tile should have been effortless. This was indeed peculiar. Song Rower appeared hesitant, her expression tinged with concern. This minor incident did not draw significant attention from Huikong and the others. Song Rower remained at Shaolin Temple, partaking in daily meals and chanting with Shuhai and Shuzhu, leading a relatively tranquil existence. Yet after a few days, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One day, while Shuzhu was sweeping outside, he inexplicably fainted at the temple entrance. Had it not been for the timely intervention of others from the temple who alerted Huikong, Shuzhu might have remained unconscious for an extended period. Upon examining Shuzhu, Huikong discovered that the young man's condition had deteriorated significantly. His vital organs were failing. This revelation alarmed both Huikong and Shuhai. Despite their efforts to ascertain the cause of Shuzhu's ailment, they could not identify any clear reason. Nevertheless, they dedicated themselves to ensuring his recovery. Then on the third day of Shuzhu's illness, a sudden fire erupted in the back hall of the temple. Fortunately, Shuhai spotted the flames in time and extinguished them. Otherwise, the entire hall could have been consumed. Days passed, and Shuzhu's condition showed no signs of improvement, yet unusual occurrences continued to plague Shaolin Temple. First, the statue of the Buddha in the main hall inexplicably toppled during the night, prompting Huikong to investigate. Furthermore, several birds inexplicably fell dead before the temple, filling the air with a foul stench. In the backyard, a multitude of snakes, insects, and rodents emerged, only to perish moments later. These ominous signs clearly indicated that something dire was unfolding at Shaolin Temple. And Huikong could no longer remain composed as he witnessed Shuzhu's gradual decline. The tension within the temple escalated. He promptly sought out Song Rower. Song Rower appeared unaffected by these occurrences, but it was evident that she had begun to perceive something amiss. Do you harbor some secret from this humble monk? Huikong asked with utmost seriousness. And no, Song Rower stammered, her demeanor betraying her unease. Dear maiden, you have witnessed the recent state of Shaolin Temple, that if you do not reveal the truth, I fear my temple may suffer the consequences of your concealment. Huikong's tone was stern. Tears welled in Song Rower's eyes. I am a natural calamity. Upon hearing her words, Huikong froze momentarily, then his face drained of color. He jumped up, nearly leaping to the roof. Flee! Depart from Shaolin Temple at once. The usually composed Huikong was now akin to a mouse faced with a cat, hastily urging Song Rower to leave. She knelt, tears streaming down her face. Master, I have nowhere else to go. Huikong felt compelled to kneel as well. My dear lady, your calamity is a matter of life and death. Even with the Buddha's protection, we cannot withstand the disasters you bring. The natural calamity was a rare and ominous phenomenon described in ancient legends, associated with immense misfortune. Those afflicted with this condition brought calamity wherever they went, and those close to them met untimely fates. In essence, they were harbingers of disaster, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Chapter 72. Your cultivation is still insufficient. The natural calamity was exceedingly rare, having only manifested twice in ancient times. Once, a cataclysm of immense proportions was unleashed, resulting in the annihilation of numerous sects and the inexplicable demise of over 100 formidable warriors. Ultimately, it was through the concerted efforts of the heroes from across the realm that this harbinger of misfortune was vanquished. On another occasion, a gruesome tempest of bloodshed erupted in the northern territories, nearly leading to the obliteration of countless families. Now, after the passage of a millennium, this dread entity, which has instilled terror in the hearts of many, has re-emerged, and shockingly, it has manifested within the very sanctum of his temple. How could this not instill fear in Huikong? He has now entirely concluded that both the sudden illness afflicting Shuzhou and the series of bizarre occurrences plaguing the Shaolin Temple are the consequences of Song Rower. This embodiment of calamity, that a true harbinger of disaster. Master Song, it is not that this humble monk possesses a heart of stone, but do you comprehend the implications of the harbinger of calamity? Huikong lamented with a bitter expression. Song Rower, equally despondent, replied, I understand, yet I truly have nowhere else to turn. Perhaps only the Buddhist sanctuary can alleviate the effects of this calamity. Can Buddhism truly offer solace? Huikong was uncertain. However, he was acutely aware that he could not withstand this burden for long. It was likely that he too would soon fall under the influence of this calamity. He feared his days were numbered. No, she absolutely cannot remain here, Huikong resolved, his mind heavy with determination to escort Song Rower away. He pondered for a moment. In this world, the only person who might possess the ability to resolve this calamity was Qingyun. Aside from him, Huikong could not conceive of another capable individual. As for the present course of action, there is but one person who can assist you. Huikong spoke solemnly. Song Rower, taken aback, inquired, Who does the master refer to? Qingyun. Naturally. Song Rower had heard of Qingyun, for his name resonated throughout the southern wilderness. But I have heard that this esteemed figure has secluded himself in the mountains and is nowhere to be found. She voiced her confusion. Huikong smiled gently. Qingyun is the holy son of our Buddhist order. He currently resides atop Mount Floating Cloud. Joy surged within Song Rower. Am I truly able to meet this esteemed figure? Huikong nodded affirmatively. I am acquainted with the Holy Son. It is only through my introduction and explanation of your situation that he will likely consent to lend his aid. Song Rower promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much, Master. No need for thanks. I merely hope that you may swiftly resolve this calamity. Consequently, Huikong led Song Rower towards Mount Floating Cloud. As they reached the mid-slope, Huikong, while walking, suddenly misstepped and fell to the ground. Master, Song Rower exclaimed in alarm. Rushing to assist him, Huikong, dusting himself off, looked at the ground in bewilderment. How could such a seemingly ordinary patch of earth cause him to stumble? He pondered, fearing that Song Rower's calamity had begun to affect him. With urgency, Huikong quickened his pace, leading Song Rower to the summit. That moment, Qingyun was practicing Tai Chi with his disciple, Guoshaoyan. Disciple, pay close attention. This is my unique technique, passed down to males only, Qingyun stated leisurely. Demonstrating the movements, Guoshaoyan appeared perplexed. How could such slow movements be considered martial arts? Surely, he thought, even an old man could not be bested by this. Nevertheless, as it was taught by Qingyun, Guoshaoyan diligently committed the technique to memory, despite his doubts. Observing from a distance, Huikong was utterly astonished. He perceived a profound truth within Qingyun's every movement, something he had never encountered before. The motions, though seemingly slow, flowed with perfect grace, each gesture executed with impeccable precision. At first glance, they appeared rife with openings, yet upon closer inspection, they revealed none, compared to the rigid martial techniques of his Buddhist order. It seemed to represent an entirely new realm of understanding. Of course, Huikong was unaware of what Tai Chi was or the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity. Yet he could discern that Yi Qingyun's martial art was extraordinary. For a moment, he hesitated to approach, fearing he might disrupt the atmosphere. However, it was Yi Qingyun who noticed the two standing nearby. Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow and walked over. "I pay my respects to the Holy Sun." Huikong quickly bowed. Yi Qingyun, accustomed to such greetings, paid them little heed. "Do you seek something from me?" he inquired, glancing at Song Rower standing behind Huikong. Huikong hastily explained, "Holy Sun, this young lady, Song Rower, has encountered some troubles. She wishes to enter our Buddhist order." But what?" Yi Qingyun asked, intrigued. While it was uncommon for women to join the Buddhist order, the existence of nuns was not entirely unheard of, so he found nothing particularly strange about it. "It is merely that this young lady is a rare harbinger of calamity," Huikong declared gravely. He expected Yi Qingyun to exhibit a serious demeanor, but instead, Yi Qingyun remained unfazed, as if he had not heard. "What kind of body?" "A harbinger of calamity." "A harbinger of hunger?" Yi Qingyun regarded Song Rower with a bemused expression. How could such a fine young woman be reduced to a mere embodiment of hunger? Though she appeared listless, she certainly resembled someone who had gone several meals without sustenance. "I beseech the Holy Sun to intervene and help this young lady dispel her calamity." Huikong clasped his hands together in supplication. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. "Isn't she just hungry? Has her Shaolin temple fallen to the point of being unable to provide a single meal?" Both Huikong and Song Rower stood stunned, exchanging peculiar glances. "Holy Sun, the harbinger of calamity is—" Huikong then proceeded to recount the origins of this calamity to Yi Qingyun. Xiaoyun, listening nearby, could hardly believe his ears. Such an extraordinary affliction existed. Wherever she went, calamity would follow. He felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, that Yi Qingyun, too, was left speechless. What in the world? He nearly kicked Huikong in frustration. This audacious monk had brought such a terrifying individual here. Was he trying to ensure his own misfortune? It was utterly outrageous. Yi Qingyun glared at Huikong, who looked utterly bewildered. "Huikong, we must have a serious discussion." Huikong quickly lowered his head. "I am eager to hear the Holy Sun's teachings. When I previously discussed Buddhist principles with your master uncle, I mentioned that as a member of the Buddhist order, one should embody the resolve of if I do not enter hell, who will?" Yi Qingyun expressed his disappointment. "Look at you. Do you possess that resolve?" Huikong's face flushed with shame. "If I were in your position, I would never have brought this young lady here. Rather, I would rely on my Buddhist teachings to gradually help her dispel the calamity. Even if she brings misfortune, what of it? Should a person of the cloth fear such things?" "Huikong, your cultivation is still too shallow." After this admonition, Huikong felt utterly humiliated, as if he could vanish from existence from the sheer embarrassment. His countenance was one of profound remorse as he clasped his hands together and bowed his head deeply. "The Holy Sun's teachings are indeed profound. I, a humble monk, have truly neglected my cultivation and forgotten your prior instructions." Yi Qingyun patted Huikong on the shoulder. "Thus, you should take this young lady back with you. After all, she is your responsibility. Any issues arising should be handled by you as her mentor." Huikong nodded resolutely. "The Holy Sun is correct. This matter indeed falls upon my shoulders. As it is said, if I do not enter hell, who will?" "Young lady Song, even if it costs me my entire cultivation and life, I shall do my utmost to help you dispel this calamity." Huikong turned to face Song Roa, only to find her kneeling before Yi Qingyun. "I implore you, noble sir, save my life." Yi Qingyun felt somewhat awkward. You should really descend the mountain with Huikong." Song Rower looked up, her gaze filled with desperation. "If you do not save me, I shall remain here in prostration." Yi Qingyun was at a loss for words. She was now resorting to such tactics. "Huikong, take her down the mountain," he instructed. Just as Huikong was about to forcibly escort Song Rower away, a sudden surge of dark energy erupted from her. The black light shot skyward like a pillar, visible from all corners of the Tianwu dynasty. "What is this? That direction appears to be Mount Floating Cloud. Could it be that something has happened at Mount Floating Cloud? This black light is unsettling." The martial emperor Dongfang Su, the Qingyun sect master Su Chongfeng, the Jiuling sect master Gong Sunyu, the Taihao sect leader Qin Gongwang, and the recluse Xin Tianhua from Yutian Valley. All of these formidable figures sensed the ominous black pillar simultaneously and soared into the sky. Could this be the aura of calamity? Xin Tianhua's expression grew grave as he gazed towards the black pillar. Could it be that something has transpired with Yi Qingyun? Without hesitation, Xin Tianhua sped towards Mount Floating Cloud, and Dongfang Su, Su Chongfeng, and others, recognizing the ominous nature of the black light, followed suit. The black light radiated a sense of foreboding. Hui Kong, alarmed, hastily retreated. This is the aura of calamity. One must not come into contact with it, lest they become ensnared in its misfortune and face dire consequences. Yi Qingyun, frightened, quickly pulled Guoxiaoyun away. Song Roa, her face contorted in agony, had eyes that turned as dark as ink. The aura of calamity seeped from her body, visible to the naked eye. The grass beneath her feet withered, and even the soil began to decay. Yi Qingyun was filled with trepidation. This was terrifying beyond measure, akin to a nuclear weapon. Anyone who came into contact with it would meet their end. Hui Kong, hurry and take her away. If this explodes, Mount Floating Cloud will be doomed. Yi Qingyun hastily shouted at Hui Kong. Upon witnessing this, Hui Kong steeled his resolve. If I do not descend into hell, who will? He bellowed, bracing himself as he charged forward. In an instant, he became tainted by the malevolent aura that he froze momentarily, then began to convulse uncontrollably. His face darkened, and his eyes turned pitch black. Thud. Hui Kong collapsed to the ground. Visibly unconscious, Yi Qingyun was taken aback. Could this malevolent aura truly be so formidable? Hui Kong was no novice. How could he succumb so easily? What were they to do? As the sinister energy continued to spread, Yi Qingyun and Guoxiaoyun retreated 100 paces away. Yet if the situation persisted, the entire floating cloud mountain would be engulfed. Master, what shall we do? Guoxiaoyun exclaimed, her urgency palpable at that moment. Mao and the rabbit emerged from the courtyard. The dog and the rabbit exchanged glances, staring at the ominous black mist. The rabbit remarked, Brother Dog, I cannot handle this. Mao replied, I can manage it, but I find it troublesome. The rabbit questioned, Then what should we do? Mao retorted, Let us observe for now. If it becomes unbearable, I will intervene. The rabbit conceded, Very well. Thus, the duo stood by, watching the unfolding spectacle. In the backyard pond, a dragon's head stealthily surfaced, glanced at the commotion in the front yard, and then submerged back into the water. Yi Qingyun and Guoxiaoyun watched as the dark mist continued to encroach, now threatening to reach them. With no other option, the duo resolved to abandon the area and flee down the mountain. Brother Dog, will you not take action? The rabbit inquired anxiously. Mao remained silent, his paw poised to rise. Suddenly, a multitude of figures descended from the sky. It was Xin Tianhua, Dongfang Su, and several others. They hovered in the air, taking in the alarming scene. The malevolent aura, Xin Tianhua's expression shifted dramatically. The others, upon hearing his words, were equally horrified. What? This is indeed the malevolent aura. Senior Xin, could there be a mistake? If it truly is the malevolent aura, then this woman, could she be the fabled embodiment of calamity? Dongfang Su and the others were profoundly astonished, even struggling to believe it. The embodiment of calamity was a rare phenomenon that had only appeared in ancient times. With thousands of years having passed since then, how could such an entity arise again? Xin Tianhua shook his head repeatedly. There can be no mistake. This is the malevolent aura that we must not allow ourselves to be contaminated. For even with our considerable cultivation, we would find it exceedingly difficult to resist its encroachment. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su and the others felt an even greater chill in their hearts. Glancing downward, they realized Yi Qingyun had already vanished. Could it be that the esteemed Yi has also fled due to this malevolent aura? The group pondered. However, this was not surprising. The malevolent aura was a force that the heavens could not tolerate. Unless one reached a level capable of wielding the power of the cosmos, it was virtually impossible to withstand its influence. At that moment, the dark mist drew perilously close to Yi Qingyun's residence. Just then, An object suddenly flew out from within the house. The onlookers in the sky turned their attention, and to their astonishment, it was a broom, the very one Qingyun frequently used for sweeping. At that moment, the broom soared forth, radiating a mysterious and profound light. It darted straight into the heart of the malevolent aura. Despite the ferocity of the dark energy, the light emanating from the broom remained unwavering, unaffected in the slightest. What kind of treasure is this? Shen Tianhua and the others were utterly astonished. The broom was able to withstand the malevolent aura unscathed. It was simply beyond belief that the next moment. An even more astonishing event occurred. The broom swept vigorously, boom! The heavens and earth trembled. In an instant, the black mist receded, retreating back into Song Roer's body. The malevolent aura, which had threatened to engulf the entire mountain, was entirely dissipated in the blink of an eye. Shen Tianhua and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the malevolent aura had been eradicated so effortlessly. Chapter 74. The humble Qingyun the broom, having dispelled the malevolent aura, promptly landed atop the unconscious Huikong. It swept across Huikong's face, causing the dark energy to dissipate instantly. Huikong blinked in bewilderment as he beheld the broom hovering before him. Why do I see a flying broom? He wondered. After cleansing Huikong of the malevolent aura, the broom swiftly returned to the house, resuming its place in the corner, silent and still, as if it had never moved. The onlookers were profoundly shaken by this spectacle. Even Mao and the rabbit had not anticipated such an event. I almost forgot. The master's home is filled with treasures, and there was no need for me to intervene against the malevolent aura, Mao casually remarked. Stretching with indifference, the rabbit glanced back at the house, a look of trepidation crossing its features that it recalled vividly how, upon its arrival, it had been thoroughly bested by these treasures, even losing its fur in the process. Now, witnessing the effortless eradication of the malevolent aura, it realized how fortunate it had been. Those treasures had evidently refrained from engaging with it seriously that moment. Shen Tianhua and the others descended to the ground and approached Song Roer and Huikong. Did you save me, noble benefactors? Huikong inquired, still disoriented. Shen Tianhua and the others shook their heads. They had no means to dispel the malevolent aura. Had it not vanished, they would not have dared to land. Who then saved me? The malevolent aura seems to have dissipated entirely? Huikong questioned, perplexed. It was the treasure of Qingyun that dispelled the malevolent aura and saved your life, Dongfang Su explained. Qingyun's treasure? Huikong was taken aback. Indeed. The broom that flew out of Qingyun's house just moments ago is what you witnessed. That very broom eradicated the malevolent aura and saved your life. Huikong recalled the broom that had hovered before him, his face a mask of astonishment. Where is the saint's son? He scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of Qingyun. Shen Tianhua sighed. It seems the esteemed one has been disturbed repeatedly of late and is weary of our presence, preferring to remain hidden from us. Su Changfeng chuckled bitterly. Indeed, though the esteemed one may not wish to meet us, he still possesses compassion, using his treasure to eradicate the malevolent aura and thwart a potential catastrophe at its inception. The esteemed one is so humble, yet harbors such benevolence. He truly serves as a paragon for us all. Indeed. Indeed, Qingyun's image in our hearts has only grown more majestic. The group continued to extol the virtues of Qingyun, attributing the eradication of the malevolent aura solely to him. This was not unexpected, as the broom was indeed a possession of Qingyun. Had he not discreetly employed his powers, the treasure would not have activated. Thus, the credit belonged to Qingyun. Amitabha, the saint's son's virtue is vast. I fear that even if I were to cultivate for 1,000 or 10,000 years, I could not hope to reach a fraction of the saint's son's greatness. Huikong mused, recalling Song Roer and promptly checking on her condition. That moment, Song Roer lay in a state of unconsciousness. Yet her breathing remained steady, and her complexion was normal, indicating no grave danger. Huikong exhaled in relief. Fortunately, all is well. Nearby, Gongsun Yu teased. What is the matter, monk? Is this woman your beloved? Huikong's expression stiffened, irritation flashing in his eyes. I ask that you speak with caution. Gongsun Yu sheepishly scratched his head. Shen Tianhua scrutinized Song Roer. Monk, Is this girl truly the embodiment of calamity? Huikong nodded gravely. She is indeed the embodiment of calamity. Hiss. A collective intake of breath resonated among the group, their faces reflecting shock as they instinctively recoiled a few steps, fearing the resurgence of the terrifying malevolent aura. Never would I have imagined that in my lifetime I would witness the legendary embodiment of calamity, Shin Tianhua remarked with a sense of wonder. Dongfang Su's expression grew even graver, not only astonished by the appearance of the embodiment of calamity, but also concerned about its presence within his own nation. Should it spiral out of control, it could spell disaster. This cannot continue. I must devise a means to remove this girl. Dongfang Su thought to himself. Su Changfeng suddenly interjected. While the embodiment of calamity is indeed fearsome, since Yi Qingyun possesses a treasure to counter the malevolent aura, it stands to reason that he also has a method to address the embodiment of calamity. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They believed that what others found insurmountable would be manageable in Yi Qingyun's capable hands. Let us wait here for Yi Qingyun's return. Agreed. At this moment, Yi Qingyun and Guoxiaoyan had reached the halfway point up the mountain. That why Yi Qingyun intended to continue downwards when Guoxiaoyan suddenly pulled him back. What is wrong? Yi Qingyun asked, puzzled. Master, it seems to be all right now. Guoxiaoyan pointed towards the mountain. Yi Qingyun paused, glancing up. Indeed, the ominous black pillar that had previously been visible had vanished without a trace. Could it be that Huikong resolved the malevolent aura? Yi Qingyun pondered, though he hesitated to approach. If the dark energy had not dissipated, he would surely be in grave danger. Master, let me go check. Guoxiaoyan volunteered. Yi Qingyun shook his head repeatedly. Stay here. I will investigate. Just as he was about to step forward, he turned back to Guoxiaoyan and cautioned. If anything goes awry, make sure to flee immediately. Guoxiaoyan nodded earnestly, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at Yi Qingyun. Master, please do not meet with misfortune. Yi Qingyun nearly stumbled at her words. The more you say that, the closer I am to death. Am I not? Ye Qingyun inhalit deeply. Never mind, I'll go take a look. With that, Yi Qingyun dashed towards the mountain. As he neared the summit, he cautiously peeked out. The ominous black mist had vanished, and a few individuals stood in front of his courtyard. What is going on? Is that Yi the esteemed one? At this moment, Dongfang Su also spotted Yi Qingyun's head emerging from a distance, and everyone turned their gazes toward him. Only then did Yi Qingyun approach. It's you all. Yi Qingyun exhaled in relief, while the others regarded him with admiration. Why are you all looking at me? I should be thanking you instead, Yi Qingyun expressed with a puzzled look. The group was momentarily taken aback. Thank us for what? If you hadn't arrived in time to dispel this calamity, I would have found myself in a desolate state. Yi Qingyun recounted, a tremor of anxiety in his voice. The others exchanged glances, both bemused and exasperated, yet they understood that Yi Qingyun was reluctant to acknowledge that it was his own efforts that had alleviated the calamity. Since Yi the esteemed one has requested our cooperation, we shall comply. They silently agreed, avoiding any direct confrontation. It is our duty. Indeed, young Master Yi, as you have said, helping others brings joy. It's merely a trivial matter. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with it, they replied with awkward smiles. Suddenly, a soft murmur escaped Song Roar's lips, startling everyone as they turned to her. To their astonishment, dark mist began to emanate from her once again. What the hell? Not again. Yi Qingyun was nearly ready to flee. Fortunately, at that moment, Song Roar awakened, and the darkness receded immediately. Am I descending to the Yellow Springs? Song Roar appeared bewildered. Chapter 75. Suppressing the calamity of the Huaxianot soon, Song Roar regained her senses, realizing she was not dead and was still very much alive. Instantly, she was engulfed by immense despair. Why am I still alive? I should have perished. If I die, no one will have to suffer because of me. Let me die. Let me die. Observing Song Roar's desperate yearning for death, the others were rendered speechless, especially Yi Qingyun, who found it utterly incomprehensible. What is appealing about death? Once dead, everything ceases to exist. There is no awareness, no presence, only an eternal void, never to awaken again. The mere thought of it suffocated Yi Qingyun. Thus, he harbored a profound fear of death, preferring even the slightest extension of life. My dear lady, the world is a marvelous place. You have yet to experience the wonders of life. Please, do not be so hasty in seeking death, Yi Qingyun urged gently. Song Rower shook her head vehemently. If I do not die, more people will suffer because of me, that I do not wish to harm others any longer. Yi Qingyun's expression turned peculiar. Then you could have long since ended your own life. Song Rower's face twisted with bitterness. I have tried, but every time I attempt to take my own life, unforeseen events occur. What? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Song Rower continued. The first time I saw death, I intended to leap from a cliff, but somehow the wind blew me back. Even when I tried again, I was still blown back. The others exchanged incredulous looks. Once, I attempted to cut my throat with a sword, yet the blade broke. More bewilderment ensued. Most recently, I managed to procure an extremely poisonous pill, said to cause instant death, but after consuming it, I merely experienced a stomachache for a while, then nothing else happened. The group was at a loss for words. For so many years, I have yearned for death, yet could not attain it. And living on only brings harm to others that I truly do not know what to do, she lamented. The others shared her silence. Shintianhua observed Song Rower gravely. I once read in ancient texts that those born with a calamity body are destined for misfortune. Yet there exists a principle of reversal. Such individuals, when faced with hardship, will turn calamity into fortune, thus averting disaster. Upon hearing this, the crowd was astounded. Is it truly so? No wonder Song Rower has been unable to die. It appeared that her calamity body, while detrimental to others, bestowed upon her extraordinary fortune, that Yi Qingyun found this revelation quite fascinating. It was a classic case of self-benefit at the expense of others. Others would suffer because of her. Yet she herself consistently encountered good fortune due to her calamity constitution. Saint, we beseech you to assist her in dispelling the calamity body. Hui Kong implored that Yi Qingyun, displaying a sense of helplessness, replied, What can I do? Hui Kong smiled. The saint need only perform one simple task to alleviate her calamity body. What task? Gift her a protective talisman. Yi Qingyun looked puzzled. Is it truly that simple? Hui Kong nodded. The saint possesses immense virtue and must have the blessings of the Buddha. If the saint personally presents the protective talisman, it is likely that the Buddha's power will also descend upon Song's benefactor, helping her avert disasters. I see. Yi Qingyun acknowledged, aware of the significance that the Buddhist community attributed to such matters. In essence, it was merely about consecration. Items within a temple, once deemed consecrated, could command a considerable value. However, their actual efficacy remained a matter of personal belief that in Yi Qingyun's eyes, such consecrated items were merely psychological comfort. Very well. After some contemplation, he returned indoors and soon emerged with a red object, seemingly woven from some sort of silk thread. The others had never encountered such an item and were filled with curiosity. Young Master Yi, what is this? Su Chanfen in Gui? This is a huaxiaonat, Yi Qingyun replied with a faint smile. Huaxiaonat. They exchanged glances, having never heard of such a thing. It appears quite festive, Shintianhua remarked. Indeed, Yi Qingyun confirmed, handing the huaxia not to Song Rower. Though I cannot ascertain its effectiveness, it symbolizes peace. Please wear it on your person. Thank you, young Master Yi. Song Rower grasped it with both hands as soon as she held the huaxiaonat. A warm sensation coursed through her body. She was taken aback, gazing at the huaxiaonat with disbelief. For some reason, she felt as though her body had undergone a transformation, though she could not articulate precisely what it was. The others looked on enviously at Song Rower, who had received Yi Qingyun's gift. After all, it had come from his hands, undoubtedly a treasure of extraordinary significance. Alas, they could only admire it from afar, daring not to entertain any covetous thoughts, as seizing something tied to a calamity body would be an ill-advised endeavor. Benefactor Song, let us descend the mountain and return to Shaolin Temple, Hui Kong suggested. Very well. With that, Hui Kong guided Song Rower down the mountain, while Shintianhua and the others did not linger long. bidding farewell to Yi Qingyun before departing on their journey back to Shaolin Temple. Hui Kong and Song Rower encountered Guoxiaoyan, who accompanied them back to Yi Qingyun. The turmoil caused by the calamity body had temporarily subsided. Upon her return to Shaolin Temple, Song Rower remained anxious, constantly fearing that her calamity body would bring further disaster upon the temple. For several consecutive days, Shaolin Temple remained peaceful, with no incidents occurring. Even Su Zhu, who had previously been bedridden, began to show signs of recovery. Hui Kong was overjoyed, attributing this positive change to the profound influence of the huaxia not gifted to Song Rower by Yi Qingyun. Meanwhile, Song Rower found the experience quite extraordinary. Wearing the huaxia not each day brought her a sense of tranquility and lifted her spirits, and witnessing those around her no longer affected by her misfortunes filled her with joy. Young Master Yi is truly remarkable, Song Rower mused. Seated in the Buddha hall, holding the huaxia knot, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Yi Qingyun, she could finally find peace of mind. Unbeknownst to her, as Yi Qingyun gazed at the scorched earth before him, he felt a sense of dismay. "This looks dreadful," he remarked with a click of his tongue. "Master, let us descend the mountain, purchase some seeds, and tend to this place." Expanding the courtyard, Guoxiaoyan suggested to why Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up. "What a splendid idea!" Thus, the master and disciple descended the mountain together, making their way to the marketplace. After purchasing seeds, they prepared to return to the mountain. Fortune-telling and divination. Interpret your fate. An old blind man in a blue robe, thin and dark, sat by the roadside calling out repeatedly. Initially, Yi Qingyun and Guoxiaoyan paid him no mind, but as they passed by, the old blind man suddenly reached out and grasped Guoxiaoyan's arm. "Young man, allow me to read your fortune." Chapter 76. The Fortune-Telling Blind Man. Fortune-telling? Guoxiaoyan was taken aback and glanced at Yi Qingyun. Why? Yi Qingyun shot a sidelong glance at the old blind man. "We do not believe in such things." With that, he attempted to pull Guoxiaoyan away. "Don't go. No fee if it doesn't work," the old blind man shouted after them. That why Yi Qingyun ignored him, that he had no faith in fortune-telling. In his eyes, such individuals were merely con artists, uttering vague statements and interpreting responses based on reactions. Entirely untrustworthy. "What a pity, such a fine youth, yet his fate is nearing its end," the old blind man lamented. Releasing his grip and shaking his head, that why Yi Qingyun paused, casting a glance downward at Guoxiaoyan. Upon a cursory glance, Yi Qingyun's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Guoxiaoyan's brow appeared slightly darkened, the darkening of the space between the eyebrows. This portends ill fortune. Although Yi Qingyun was skeptical of fortune-telling, the peculiar countenance of Guoxiaoyan was evident to anyone. "Master, what is the matter?" Guoxiaoyan inquired, gazing at Yi Qingyun with confusion. The why Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow. "It is nothing. Let us consult that old blind man for a reading." Guoxiaoyan was taken aback. "Why?" "No questions. Let us hear what he has to say." Yi Qingyun led Guoxiaoyan back to the old blind man's stall. The old blind man seemed to have anticipated their return, offering a slight smile. "Gentlemen, would you like to have your fortunes told?" Yi Qingyun replied. "You mentioned earlier that my disciple has a short fate. What exactly do you mean?" The old blind man appeared surprised. "He is your disciple?" "Indeed." "Ah, that explains it. That I thought you were too youthful and did not resemble him. You are neither father nor son, nor brothers, but master and disciple." The old blind man chuckled. At why Yi Qingyun, growing impatient, pressed, "Speak quickly. Why does my disciple face an untimely fate?" The old blind man responded, "I would require this young man's right hand." Guoxiaoyan glanced at Yi Qingyun, who nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Guoxiaoyan extended his right hand. The old blind man grasped Guoxiaoyan's arm, feeling it up and down. After a thorough examination, the old blind man's expression suddenly shifted, revealing a look of gravity. "What an excellent bone structure! A true dragon among men. Remarkable talent!" the old blind man exclaimed repeatedly. "This is the bone structure of a born ruler, rare to encounter in a millennium." Both Yi Qingyun and Guoxiaoyan bore peculiar expressions. The old blind man's exaggerations were rather absurd. What born ruler? What rarity? Surely, He was merely spinning tales that Yi Qingyun felt disappointed, concluding that the old blind man was merely a charlatan spouting sensational nonsense. "Old man, you might as well spare us your theatrics," Yi Qingyun scoffed. However, the old blind man shook his head with a serious demeanor. "I speak no falsehood. Your esteemed disciple indeed possesses the bone structure of an emperor, and not just any emperor. Alas, at this juncture, the old blind man hesitated, leaving his thought unfinished. Alas, what? Ye Qingyun piresit. Alas, there are 3 marks upon his bones. The old blind man stroked his goat beard. These 3 marks signify that before he can achieve greatness, he will encounter 3 life and death tribulations. Should he fail to overcome them, the star of his destiny will fall, and great accomplishments will remain elusive. The first mark has gradually dissipated, indicating he has survived the first tribulation. However, the second tribulation is tenfold more ferocious. At this point, the old blind man inquired, "Has this young man previously faced any danger?" Both Yi Qingyun and Guo were taken aback, exchanging glances as they recalled their encounter with the evil sky old monster. At that time, the minions of the evil sky old monster had captured Guo, intending to drain his essence to restore their master's vitality. Had it not been for Yi Qingyun risking his life to slay the evil sky old monster, Guo would have perished long ago. "Indeed, we did face a perilous encounter," Yi Qingyun remarked, frowning. The old blind man nodded. "Then it is settled. He has survived the first tribulation, but the second is imminent. If precautions are not taken soon, his life may be in jeopardy." Guo felt a twinge of fear. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old child. Hearing such words naturally instilled trepidation within him. Yi Qingyun remained silent, that he did not believe in fate. Yet in this world, certain matters compelled belief. After all, if one could soar through the skies, it was not so strange for someone to read fortunes. "Old sir, I apologize for any previous offense. Please do not take it to heart." Yi Qingyun straightened himself and bowed deeply to the old blind man. "No harm done," the old blind man waved dismissively. "But may I inquire if you possess any means of salvation?" Yi Qingyun continued to ask. The old blind man tapped his fingers on the table. There are indeed methods of salvation, but he lightly rubbed his fingers together. The implication cleared. Yi Qingyun promptly understood and hastily produced a gold ingot. "Please accept this." "Old sir." The gold ingot was pressed into the old blind man's hand, and a look of sheer ecstasy washed over his face. That a gold ingot. This was indeed a windfall after 3 years of stagnation. He quickly tucked the ingot into his sleeve. "Young man, draw a stick from the bamboo tube, and let me assist you in determining how to avert this calamity." "Oh!" Guo accepted the bamboo tube. Filled with sticks, yet none appeared distinct. He randomly selected one and handed it to the old blind man. The old blind man examined the lower end of the stick. "The calamity of elemental fire. Its origin lies to the north," the old blind man concluded, preparing to return the stick to the bamboo tube. However, Yi Qingyun preemptively snatched the stick for a glance, that he noticed unfamiliar symbols etched on the lower end. With a sense of resignation, Yi Qingyun returned the stick to the tube. "Your disciple's calamity is fire-related, with a bleak chance of survival. If he wishes to preserve his life, he must journey northward, where a glimmer of hope may be found," the old blind man articulated. "North?" Yi Qingyun pondered that if the Tianwu dynasty were to head northward, would they not arrive at a place known as Beichuan? He recalled that Shen Tianhua's disciple, Xiao Shi, hailed from a family called Xiao in Beichuan. "Old sir, could you elaborate further?" The old blind man shook his head. "The secrets of heaven are inscrutable." Yi Qingyun was left speechless. "Very well then." Yi Qingyun prepared to depart with Guo. But just then, the old blind man suddenly interjected. "Young sir, allow me to read your fortune as well." Yi Qingyun's interest piqued. "Very well, do read my fortune." With that, he extended his arm. However, the old blind man did not examine Yi Qingyun's bones. Instead, he retrieved paper and brush. "I shall decipher a character for you." "Very well." Yi Qingyun picked up the brush. Contemplating briefly, before inscribing a character on the paper. Saying, "A grand character, bold and vigorous." The brush danced across the paper, exhibiting a vigorous and soaring style, as Qingyun wrote in cursive script. Just as he completed the character, he lifted his gaze, only to find the old blind man frozen in place. Then, blood began to flow from the old blind man's nose, streaming down from his sunken eye sockets in a most horrifying manner. Chapter 77. The fortune-telling duo, both Qingyun and Guxiaoyan, were taken aback. The old blind man clutched his mouth and nose. Yet blood continued to flow, pain etched upon his face. This character, the old blind man emitted a low growl, as if he wished to convey something. Unfortunately, both Qingyun and Guxiaoyan were frozen in shock, entirely oblivious to the old blind man's intent. That it was only when the old blind man abruptly seized the paper and tore it to shreds that he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, in that moment, the expression of agony on his face vanished in an instant. Both master and disciple were left dumbfounded, and the commotion attracted the attention of onlookers in the marketplace. What has transpired? Why is blood flowing from the fortune-telling? Perhaps the reading was inaccurate, and he was struck? It is indeed possible. I have never encountered this old blind man before. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Why Qingyun and Guxiaoyan exchanged worried glances, fearful that they had unwittingly stirred up trouble. At that instant, the old blind man suddenly stood up, but he wiped the blood from his face, appearing none the worse for wear. "Old sir, are you all right?" "Ye vingyun inhuiret cautiously." Cough, cough. I am fine, the old blind man hastily reassured them. Yet for reasons unknown, his voice trembled, as if he harbored some fear. The old blind man hastily gathered his belongings and fled without a backward glance. Why Qingyun and Guxiaoyan were left bewildered. What was happening? Why had the fortune-teller suddenly run off? "Master, what is wrong with him? Perhaps an old ailment has flared up, and he is in a hurry to take his medicine." "Oh, it does seem like that. Let us go. It is time to return." With a crash, a rickety courtyard door was slammed shut. The old blind man, who had hurried back from the marketplace, leaned against the door, breathing heavily, his face ashen. "Senior brother, why have you returned so early today?" A middle-aged man clad in coarse linen emerged from within. This man was unremarkable in appearance, perhaps in his 40s, with a sallow complexion, resembling a peasant. The only notable feature was that his left arm was amputated at the shoulder, leaving an empty sleeve. "Junior brother, quickly gather your belongings and leave," the old blind man urged in a panic. The middle-aged man's expression changed upon hearing this. "What is the matter, senior brother?" the old blind man lamented. "I have become entangled in a most formidable karmic retribution." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. "Senior brother, with your cultivation, even the karmic retribution of a nation's rise and fall could be resolved. What could possibly cause you such distress?" The old blind man waved his hands repeatedly. "The karmic retribution of a nation's rise and fall. Compared to the great karmic retribution I just encountered, it is utterly trivial." The middle-aged man grew anxious. "Senior brother, please tell me." The old blind man spoke gravely. "Do you remember the divination our master performed before he passed, regarding the southern wilderness?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Of course I remember. Our master glimpsed a sliver of heavenly secrets, foreseeing that the southern wilderness would face a tremendous calamity to save the lives of the people there. He forced a divination for survival. However, due to the overwhelming influence of the causality associated with this hexagram, the master suffered a backlash from the forces of karma and soon passed away." A hint of nostalgia flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged man. "I recall the master mentioning that this hexagram had already identified the savior for the southern wasteland, who would also become the sovereign of the human race in that land. The emperor of the southern wasteland." The old blind man's expression was complex. "Indeed, the emperor of the southern wasteland will be the key figure in rescuing that land. Just a moment ago, I encountered an individual in a marketplace, and he possesses the very bones of the emperor." "What? The emperor?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. They had been searching for the emperor of the southern wasteland for over 30 years. After numerous divinations and the application of secret techniques, they finally found a glimmer of hope. The Qingyun dynasty, the one destined to save the southern wasteland in the future, was likely to be born within the Qingyun dynasty. Thus, they traveled great distances to reach the Qingyun dynasty, only to lose their way upon arrival, to in the vast sea of humanity, who among them could be the future emperor. Consequently, the brothers mingled among the common folk, quietly searching for the emperor. Initially, they thought that the current emperor of the Qingyun dynasty, Dongfang Su, seemed to have the aura of an emperor, yet they could never get close to him. "Brother, are you certain you did not make a mistake?" After his shock, the middle-aged man asked with suspicion. The old blind man thumped his thigh. "Though I am blind, you are well aware of my expertise in bone reading. The bone structure of an emperor is so distinctive. Could I possibly be mistaken?" This was indeed the case. The middle-aged man was well aware of his brother's capabilities. Without a doubt, the art of bone reading was the pinnacle of their sect. Regardless of the bone structure, once it passed through the old blind man's hands, he could immediately ascertain its nature. "Brother, finding the emperor is a fortuitous matter. Why are you in such a hurry?" the middle-aged man queried, perplexed. "If it were merely about locating the future emperor, I would naturally not be so anxious. But, at this point, the old blind man found himself at a loss for words. What on earth is going on?" The middle-aged man pressed. "Alas!" The old blind man stamped his foot. "The future emperor is currently under someone else's tutelage, and his master bears the weight of saintly causality. I intended to discern the true nature of this person, but I was met with a violent clash of saintly karma. Had I not severed my connection with him in time, I fear my life would have been forfeit." As he spoke, the old blind man felt a surge in his throat, and blood spewed forth once more. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, was greatly alarmed and hurried to support him. "Brother, is it truly the causality of a saint?" "No doubt about it. We must leave at once." "Very well." The brothers wasted no time, hastily gathering their belongings and departing without delay. Under the cover of night, they journeyed westward, fortuitously passing by the foot of floating Cloud Mountain. Why are there so many temples here?" the middle-aged man remarked, somewhat astonished. "It is said that a holy child of the Buddhist sect resides atop floating Cloud Mountain. So the presence of these temples is not surprising," the old blind man replied. Suddenly, the middle-aged man halted. "Brother, do you recall when I first entered the sect, the master divined my fate?" The old blind man nodded. "Of course. I remember. The master indicated that, aside from the inevitable trials of 5 deficiencies and 3 losses, you would encounter a great calamity, and only beneath the Buddhist light of Cloud Mountain could you safely navigate through." At this, the old blind man paused, contemplating the significance of the Buddhist light of Cloud Mountain. Could it be? The middle-aged man's expression brightened with excitement. "Brother, I have searched for over 10 mountains named Cloud Mountain, yet have found no trace of the Buddhist light. Now, beneath floating Cloud Mountain, there are so many temples. Could this not be the will of heaven?" Chapter 78. What a coincidence! The old blind man fell into contemplation. He had intended to leave the Qingyun dynasty entirely to escape the terrifying saintly causality. However, he could not ignore the implications of his brother's previous divination. Their sect was already sparse in numbers, with at most 3 disciples per generation in their generation. Only the 2 of them remained. Having frequently peered into the heavenly secrets, both brothers had already suffered the backlash of fate, enduring the trials of 5 deficiencies and 3 losses. The 5 deficiencies included widowhood, loneliness, solitude, and disability, while the 3 losses pertained to wealth, life, and power. Both the old blind man and the middle-aged man had borne the brunt of these tribulations, and in addition to these trials, the middle-aged man faced an additional calamity, making matters even more dire. "Alas, my brother's life takes precedence." Ultimately, the old blind man relinquished his plan to flee the Qingyun dynasty. "Let us investigate the temples here." "Thank you, brother." The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, the brothers proceeded directly to the entrance of Shaolin Temple. That moment, the temple doors stood wide open, with an incense burner placed behind the entrance. emitting wisps of fragrant smoke. A graceful young woman clad in white, wielding a broom, was sweeping the courtyard. Upon noticing their arrival, she immediately smiled. "Are you two here to pay your respects?" The old blind man remained silent, while the middle-aged man nodded with a smile. "This way, please." The young woman gestured for them to follow. The brothers proceeded towards the Buddha hall under her guidance. Just then, both the middle-aged man and the old blind man changed color simultaneously, particularly the old blind man, whose face reflected shock that he quickly transmitted his thoughts through spiritual energy. "Brother, this woman," the middle-aged man replied gravely. "You have guessed correctly. This woman is most likely the calamity body recorded in ancient texts." Hiss! The old blind man could not help but suck in a breath. A calamity body. To encounter such a being within this temple was utterly unexpected. For a moment, both brothers hesitated to approach that a calamity body. Whoever came into contact with it would face misfortune, especially for those like them, who could glimpse the heavenly secrets. They understood all too well the perilous nature of a calamity body. "Oh, why are you two not coming in?" Song Ro turned her head, noticing the two standing outside, murmuring to each other, and inquired with curiosity. We suddenly have urgent matters and shall not intrude." The middle-aged man awkwardly smiled, eager to leave with the old blind man. However, just as they took a few steps and had not yet exited the temple doors, suddenly, the incense burner behind them toppled over unexpectedly. They had not anticipated such an occurrence, and in a moment of panic, they hurriedly dodged. Crash! The incense burner fell heavily to the ground, scattering ash everywhere and stirring up a cloud of dust. "Oh dear! How did the incense burner fall?" Song Ro exclaimed, rushing over. The commotion naturally alerted the other monks within the temple that Su Hai and Su Zhu rushed out. Seeing the situation outside, they immediately assumed that the old blind man and the middle-aged man were the culprits who had knocked over the incense burner. "Hey!" Su Hai shouted, his eyes wide with anger. "Who dares to cause trouble in my Shaolin temple?" Both father and son regarded the old blind man and the middle-aged man as instigators. The brothers felt utterly helpless. What was this? They had no intention of causing trouble, yet they were mistaken for troublemakers by the monks. "Masters, we are not here to cause trouble. Indeed, the incense burner fell of its own accord. It has nothing to do with us," the old blind man and the middle-aged man hurriedly explained. "Nonsense! The incense burner was perfectly placed. How could it have fallen for no reason?" Clearly, this explanation did not convince Su Hai and Su Zhu. "Sister Song, do you think these two are troublemakers?" Su Zhu asked Song Ro, looking at her for clarification. They claim to be here for worship," Song Ro replied, feeling somewhat conflicted. She was uncertain whether these two were indeed causing trouble, but their peculiar demeanor certainly raised suspicions. The old blind man and the middle-aged man were at a loss for words. It seemed impossible to clarify the situation now. However, the timing of the incense burner's fall was indeed too coincidental, occurring precisely when they passed by, and no matter how one looked at it, it appeared as though they had intentionally knocked it over. "We truly did not knock it over," the old blind man insisted. "Su Hai Fao In, are you two practitioners as well?" The old blind man and the middle-aged man could only nod. "What is your origin?" How could they answer that? Their background was not something to be disclosed lightly, for revealing it could lead to significant trouble. The old blind man was about to fabricate an excuse when suddenly his storage bag fell to the ground. Clatter! Numerous items spilled out, while most were inconsequential. One item caused Su Hai, Su Zhu, and Song Ro to change their expressions that it was a skull, stark white and ghastly. Who would carry such an object? Instantly, Su Zhu and Su Hai narrowed their eyes, regarding the old blind man and the middle-aged man with deep apprehension. These two must be evil cultivators, they concluded. The old blind man hurried to collect the items, wishing to explain, but Su Hai and Su Zhu had already taken action. The father and son had significantly improved in strength during this time and were no longer the same as before they attacked. Their formidable presence was unmistakable, charging towards the old blind man and the middle-aged man. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man was infuriated. Monks should discern right from wrong. With a powerful swing of his single arm, a beam of white light emerged, enveloping Su Zhu and Su Hai, rendering them momentarily immobile. The Buddha's light shines bright. With a mighty roar, Su Hai manifested a golden Buddha behind him, and the visage of the Buddha was none other than Qingyun Boom. Under the resplendent golden light of the Buddha, the white aura surrounding the middle-aged man instantly dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zhu executed the Buddha's diamond palm, launching a direct assault on the middle-aged man. In this critical moment, the old blind man fished out a compass from his possession. Set, with a flick of the compass, it seemed as if everyone was standing amidst the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. In an instant, both Su Zhu and Su Hai found themselves ensnared within the formation, and what lay before them was no longer the confines of Shaolin Temple. Now's the time. We must hurry. The old blind man coughed incessantly, pulling the middle-aged man to retreat. Just as they exited the temple doors, they were confronted by another bald monk blocking their path. Why the haste, esteemed benefactors? The newcomer, Huikong, wore a gentle expression, exuding an air of approachability. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Senior brother, a formidable monk has arrived. The old blind man also sensed Huikong's cultivation level, his demeanor becoming grave. Thunderous rumblings filled the air. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above, and a bolt of lightning struck without warning, precisely targeting the location of Huikong and his companions. What is happening? At that moment, both Huikong and the old blind man were rendered speechless. The heavenly thunder struck with alarming swiftness, leaving neither Huikong nor the old blind man any time to react. Boom! The 3 were struck directly by the lightning, and the ground beneath them turned to charred blackness. Alongside the scorched earth were Huikong and his companions, their bodies trembling, their garments tattered, emanating black smoke, their hair and beards singed. Beside them, Song Rower stood pale with fright, having been mere inches away when the lightning inexplicably chose to strike Huikong and his companions instead. Master, are you all right? Su Hai and Su Zhu exclaimed in shock, eager to check on him, yet fearful of further lightning strikes. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 of them collapsed to the ground, limbs still twitching. However, judging by their appearance, it seemed they were not in mortal peril, albeit looking utterly disheveled, akin to roast suckling pigs. Ba, Huikong managed to utter a Buddhist chant, then laboriously raised his head. Song benefactor, do you still have the Huashanat on you? Huashanat. Of course. Wait, where's my Huashanat? Song Rower felt her waist, her expression shifting dramatically. The Huashanat, given to her by Qingyun to suppress her calamity-ridden body, had mysteriously vanished. What? Both Su Hai and Su Zhu were left dumbfounded. Upon surveying the situation, they quickly realized that the old blind man and his companion were not the source of trouble. The true cause lay with Song Roa. With the Huaxiao not lost, her calamity-ridden body began wreaking havoc within the temple once more, resulting in the fallen incense burner, the ensuing conflict, and that inexplicable bolt of lightning. All were consequences of her calamity-ridden nature. Quick, we must find the Huaxiao not. Otherwise, we shall once again suffer your misfortunes. Huikong spoke with a tone of resignation. All right, I will search for it at once. Song Roa, in a flurry, rushed to her quarters in search of the Huaxiao not. Not long after, she reappeared, brimming with joy. I found it! I found it! As she ran towards them, she waved an object in her hand. It was indeed the Huaxiao not. Upon seeing that the Huaxiao not remained intact, Huikong, Su Zhu, and Su Hai all sighed in relief. Thank goodness, a major disaster had been averted. Had the Huaxiao not been lost, Song Roer's calamity-ridden body would have been uncontrollable, and no one could predict the ensuing chaos. Thankfully, the Huaxiao not was still there. Otherwise, not only would they face calamities, they would also lose face in seeking Qingyun's assistance. Song Roer quickly reattached the Huaxiao not to her waist. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I took it off to change my clothes yesterday, and forgot to put it back on. Huikong felt tears welling up. You forgot to wear the Huaxiao not after changing clothes, causing me to be struck by lightning for no reason. What kind of predicament is this? Fortunately, the lightning strike was not overly powerful, so both he and the old blind man were unharmed. Although putting on the huaxiao not appeared to have no visible effect, it seemed that something intangible had shifted within the Shaolin temple. Only then did Su Hai and Su Zhu dare to assist Hui Kong to his feet. "Master, you smell delightful," Su Zhu remarked, somewhat dazed, swallowing hard. Hui Kong shot him a glare. "Monastics must abstain from all flesh." Su Zhu protested, "But I have not consumed any meat. Is it forbidden even to inhale the aroma?" The old blind man and the middle-aged man slowly rose to their feet, both brothers sighing deeply. Had they known they would unwittingly find themselves embroiled in such a situation, they would never have come. "Senior brother, let us depart." "Very well." Just as the brothers were about to leave, Hui Kong quickly stopped them. "What? Does the master still wish to trouble us?" the middle-aged man said coldly. Hui Kong shook his hands repeatedly. "Esteemed benefactors, you have misunderstood. The previous misunderstanding has caused you distress, and I feel deeply remorseful. I implore you to rest within the temple, allowing me to make amends properly." After speaking, Hui Kong bowed respectfully to the two. That the old blind man patted the middle-aged man's hand. "Since we have come, we might as well acquiesce to his wishes." "Very well." Su Zhu quickly served the tea. Su Hai, prepare the vegetarian meal at once. "Understood." The father and son immediately busied themselves. Hui Kong welcomed the old blind man and his companion into the temple. However, the three appeared rather disheveled, so they each took turns to wash up before donning fresh garments. Upon entering the back hall, the vegetarian meal and tea had been prepared. The old blind man and the middle-aged man sat together, while Hui Kong took a seat opposite them. "What are your esteemed names?" Hui Kong inquired amicably. "I am but an old man by the surname Yin, with the single name Zhao." Indeed, Yin Zhao was the old blind man's true name. "I am surnamed Chu, with the name Hanyang." The middle-aged man revealed his real name without hesitation. Hui Kong nodded in acknowledgement. "You both possess remarkable cultivation. However, I am curious about your origins." The old blind man shook his head. "Master, please forgive us, that am my brother, and I cannot disclose our origins." Hui Kong smiled gently. "I can understand. Please partake in the vegetarian meal." "Very well." During the meal, conversation ceased. After dining, the old blind man could no longer contain his curiosity. "Why does your esteemed temple harbor a calamity-ridden body?" This was a matter he was eager to uncover. The calamity-ridden body was a legendary constitution that had not been seen for many years. Yet now, encountering it within this temple was indeed perplexing. To speak honestly, this is a long tale. Hui Kong began to recount the story of Song Ro, revealing everything without concealment, even disclosing that Yi Qingyun had gifted her the huaxiao knot. After all, a monk doesn't speak falsehoods. Hui Kong was accustomed to speaking the truth and preferred not to lie. The two were astonished upon hearing it. Could someone truly suppress a calamity-ridden body? That individual must be extraordinarily powerful. "Master, is the saint you mentioned residing upon Mount Floating Cloud?" "Zhuhaniang in Gui." "Indeed, the saint dwells in seclusion atop Floating Cloud Mountain," Hui Kong replied with a smile. "He has always cherished tranquility and often assumes the guise of an ordinary person." "Oh, why is that?" Both the old blind man and Chu Hanyang were puzzled. "The saint seeks to comprehend the mundane world and delve into the more profound paths of existence, a pursuit beyond our grasp," Hui Kong said, hands clasped in reverence. Chu Hanyang felt a stirring within him, eager to meet this saint. Perhaps he could find a way to overcome the calamities destined for him. "Senior brother, let us visit him," Chu Hanyang suggested. The old blind man nodded. "Very well. I too wish to pay my respects to this saint." Hui Kong's eyes brightened. "Then tomorrow, I shall escort both of you up the mountain to meet the saint. In that case, I thank you, master." On the following day, the old blind man and Chu Hanyang followed Hui Kong up the mountain. Upon reaching the mid-slope, they encountered a golden-haired dog approaching them. Chu Hanyang's expression sharpened, and he couldn't help but glance at the golden-haired dog multiple times. "Junior brother, what troubles you?" the old blind man inquired, puzzled. Nothing at all," Chu Hanyang replied, shaking his head. For some reason, upon first seeing the golden-haired dog, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread, as if confronted by something profoundly terrifying. Yet upon closer inspection, it was merely an ordinary dog. It appears I am truly too sensitive. Even a dog can unnerve me so, Chu Hanyang thought to himself, smiling wryly as they continued onward. Suddenly, the old blind man halted again. "Senior brother, what is it?" The old blind man's face grew serious, as though he were calculating something, and he reached out to grasp the air before him. "The aura of the true dragon. This place has witnessed the presence of a true dragon," the old blind man exclaimed, astonished. "What?" Chu Hanyang was equally taken aback. That a true dragon. Such a being was the stuff of legends. Even in ancient times, true dragons existed solely within the realm of myth. While ancient texts may have recorded them, the accounts were vague and ambiguous, leaving no one to ascertain the truth. Now, his elder brother claimed to sense genuine dragon energy in this location, an unfathomable notion. "Senior brother, could there be a possibility, perhaps a flood dragon passed through here?" he speculated. Chu Hanyang remarked. The old blind man snorted. "Have you forgotten that I once possessed an ancient dragon scale? How could I possibly misinterpret the aura of a true dragon?" Upon hearing this, Chu Hanyang's expression shifted. His elder brother's profound cultivation, particularly in the art of divination, far surpassed his own. That if his brother asserted such a thing, then there must indeed be the presence of dragon energy here. "Indeed, there is a dragon in this vicinity," Hui Kong stated nonchalantly. "What?" Both the old blind man and Chu Hanyang exclaimed in unison. Hui Kong smiled slightly. "I, along with my fellow practitioners from the mountain below, have witnessed it with our own eyes. When the true dragon emerged, a single breath of dragon fire annihilated countless troops in an instant. And that true dragon is, naturally, nurtured by the holy sun. Hiss!" Upon learning that the dragon was nurtured by that particular holy sun, both brothers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How terrifying! How fearsome! How frightening! The notion that someone could nurture a true dragon seemed to be a feat only achievable by celestial beings, in an instant. Their curiosity about the holy sun mentioned by Hui Kong intensified. Who could this extraordinary individual be? After walking for a while, the two brothers began to feel a sense of anxiety. "Junior brother, when we meet that holy sun, we must not exhibit any signs of fear." "I understand, elder brother. Furthermore, we absolutely must not allow the holy sun to discern our origins." "MMHM, junior brother, do you think my appearance might disturb the holy sun?" "It should be fine, junior brother. Perhaps we should reconsider going up there." Chu Hanyang sighed. "Elder brother, you are too anxious." The old blind man forced a smile, since their encounter with that peculiar master-student pair on the street yesterday. He had been quite shaken and had yet to regain his composure. "We have arrived. The holy sun's residence lies just ahead." At that moment, Hui Kong's voice echoed. The old blind man trembled all over. Though he was blind and could see nothing, he could sense the profound tranquility of this place, an aura of peace and serenity that enveloped him, providing a remarkable sense of comfort. That it had been many years since he had felt such ease. He couldn't help but stretch his back. Meanwhile, Chu Hanyang witnessed a rather peculiar scene that a young man and a child who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old stood in the sunlight, performing a rather strange motion. The young man raised one of his feet high behind him, grasping it with one hand while extending the other hand forward. The child mirrored his actions, albeit a bit wobbly due to his smaller stature. "Master, will this really prolong my life?" "Trust your master. It is indeed so. But this motion looks quite odd and difficult." "It has nothing to worry about. It feels challenging at first, but you will master it with practice." "Master, my leg feels like it's cramping." "Then let it cramp if it must." Ouch! The child sat on the ground, clutching his leg, a look of agony on his face. That it was evident that he was indeed cramping. The young man glanced at him, but paid him no mind, continuing his peculiar motions. "Master, what is this called?" the child suddenly asked, looking up. "Yoga." "Oh." The child got back up and resumed trying to twist his leg behind him. Meanwhile, the three individuals at a distance, aside from the old blind man who could not see, were all taken aback, especially Hui Kong, whose eyes reflected a sense of shock. Could it be? Is this a technique from the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra that has been lost for millennia? The Western Buddhist sect had historically possessed a highly mysterious scripture known as the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. This scripture had deep roots and was said to trace back to the origins of Buddhism. Within the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra, there existed a practice called yoga technique, which could continuously enhance the practitioner's talent and also had life-prolonging effects. However, the scripture had been lost since ancient times. Today, the Western Buddhist sect had only a few of the oldest temples, rumored to preserve one or two tattered pages of the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Many practitioners of Buddhism had been searching for the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Even finding a few imprints would be considered a tremendous stroke of luck. Unfortunately, progress had always been elusive. Yet now, Huikong witnessed this scene before him. Yoga. Especially upon hearing the term yoga uttered by Yi Qingyun, Huikong's spirit was greatly stirred. Although Qingyun did not understand the significance of the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra, he sensed an indescribable charm within Yi Qingyun's movements. The peculiar yet simple gesture seemed to embody the essence of life's path, containing boundless transformations. This esteemed individual is truly unfathomable. Qingyun couldn't help but express his admiration. Just at first glance, he was convinced that this was undoubtedly an extraordinary person that moment. Yi Qingyun also noticed the three figures standing at a distance that he was initially taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Isn't that the fortune-telling blind man from the street? What is he doing here? Guo glanced over as well. It really is that old gentleman. Just then, Huikong approached the two individuals. Holy Son, this humble monk has come to impose once more. Huikong spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Yi Qingyun was left speechless. Huikong, why do I feel like you're akin to a pimp, always bringing people to me? Huikong wore a blank expression. A pimp. What does that mean? What sort of profound Buddhist idiom is this? In a moment of hesitation, Huikong found himself in a quandary. Yi Qingyun chose to ignore Huikong and turned his gaze toward the old blind man and Qingyun. Naturally, he recognized the old blind man. However, the man with the severed arm was a complete stranger to him, someone he had never encountered before. Qingyun regarded Yi Qingyun with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. This person seems a bit peculiar, devoid of any aura fluctuations. Could he truly be the holy son of the Buddhist sect that Huikong spoke of, an otherworldly master? It was no wonder he harbored such doubts. Yi Qingyun appeared utterly ordinary from head to toe, unremarkable. To say the least, one might even describe him as utterly mundane, with no signs of any extraordinary prowess. Yet Qingyun dared not underestimate Yi Qingyun, for he understood that many otherworldly masters often appeared inconspicuous. Perhaps their cultivation had reached an incomprehensible level, returning to a state of simplicity that rendered them undetectable to others. Blind man, we meet again. Yi Qingyun addressed the old blind man. The old blind man was taken aback. Then his face turned pale with shock. That voice. Yi Qingyun chuckled. Old blind man, did we not just meet yesterday on the street? You even read our fortunes. The old blind man finally recalled. This voice belonged to the very individual he encountered yesterday at the market, the one who had inadvertently entangled him in the fate of a sage. How could he have met this person here? The old blind man was struck with terror and turned to flee. Just the thought of yesterday's encounter filled him with a sense of impending doom, as if lingering near Yi Qingyun would cost him his life. Seeing the old blind man attempt to leave, Yi Qingyun grabbed him firmly. Why do you come only to depart? The old blind man trembled uncontrollably. Please, esteemed master, spare me, he pleaded, hoping that Yi Qingyun would let him go. Yi Qingyun was somewhat baffled. What are you talking about? I have done nothing to you. Why would I need to spare you? What are you saying? I did not mistreat you yesterday. It was you who suddenly bled during your fortune-telling and hurriedly left. I was worried about you for a while. Yi Qingyun replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. That moment. Qingyun also reacted. He stared at Yi Qingyun in astonishment. Could this person be the one who entangled my elder brother in the fate of a sage? The fate of a sage is not to be probed. Once entangled, it can lead to self-harm, or worse, death. Qingyun vividly recalled his elder brother's panicked and fearful demeanor yesterday, all due to this very young man before him. What is the matter with you two? Benefactors? Huikong inquired, bewildered by the sudden odd behavior of the two men. How could they seem so frightened, as if they had encountered something terrifying? Although the Holy Sun was indeed an unfathomable figure, he was also remarkably approachable and amiable. Why then were they so fearful? In nothing. Chu Hanyang shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to speak the truth. Yi Qingyun, however, grew increasingly intrigued. Something was definitely amiss with these two. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. I understand. Yi Qingyun narrowed his eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze on the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. Under Yi Qingyun's scrutiny, the two felt as if their very souls were being laid bare. An uncomfortable sensation creeping over them. Old blind man, did I not give you a gold ingot yesterday, which incited you to harbor ill intentions and bring a companion here to rob me? Ye Qingyun interrogated. At this declaration, Huikong was taken aback. What? You two have already met the Holy Sun, and the Holy Sun even gave you a gold ingot. Guoshaoyan added, yesterday my master and I descended the mountain to buy some items and encountered this old blind man, who read our fortunes, that my master gave him a gold ingot. Upon hearing Guoshaoyan's words, Huikong regarded the old blind man and his companion with a gaze laced with skepticism. Could it be that they truly intend to harm the Holy Sun? A hint of sharpness and hostility had crept into his tone. For Huikong, the person he revered most was Yi Qingyun. One could even say that Yi Qingyun represented the very essence of his existence. Should anyone dare to act against Yi Qingyun, they would become Huikong's adversary. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on the Holy Sun, Huikong declared emphatically. The two old blind men felt utterly wronged. They harbored no ill intentions towards Yi Qingyun. Their reaction stemmed from sheer fear, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. Disciple, hasten to secure our funds. Understood. Guoshaoyan darted into the room, promptly shutting the door behind him. My good fellow, you have misunderstood. Chu Hanyang quickly interjected. Then what brings you here? Yi Qingyun inquired, his wariness palpable. Chu Hanyang found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, the old blind man knelt before Yi Qingyun. Oh, esteemed one, I meant no offense. I beseech your forgiveness. As he spoke, the old blind man bowed thrice in rapid succession. Observing this, Chu Hanyang mirrored his senior's actions. Esteemed one, forgive us. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their bows echoed incessantly, leaving Yi Qingyun utterly bewildered, at a loss for how to respond. The two old blind men, perceiving Yi Qingyun's silence as a test of their sincerity, continued to bow fervently. Their heads bobbed up and down, the rhythmic thuds resounding throughout the space. Before long, their foreheads were bruised and bloodied, staining the ground crimson. Yet they appeared blissfully unaware, persisting in their fervent gestures of respect. Enough, enough, please rise, Yi Qingyun urged, genuinely fearful that they might injure themselves further. Thank you, esteemed one. The two brothers sighed in relief. Now, you ought to explain to me the purpose of your visit. Yi Qingyun prompted once more. The old blind man sighed heavily. To speak frankly, I was unaware that you resided here. Had I known, I would have never dared to approach, even at the cost of my life. He had not anticipated that the Holy Sun spoken of by Huikong, the one capable of easily suppressing the calamity, was the very person he had encountered the previous day. It seemed too coincidental. However, upon reflection, only such an esteemed individual could possess such remarkable deeds, and thus it did not seem contradictory. I dare not conceal the truth from you, esteemed one. My disciple and I are both disciples of the Tianzi sect. The old blind man finally revealed their origins. Chapter 82, The Legend of the Tianzi Sect. The Tianzi Sect? Huikong furrowed his brow, as if the name rang a bell, though he could not recall it at that moment. Naturally, Yi Qingyun had never heard of it. We, the disciples of the Tianzi Sect, possess the ability to glimpse the secrets of heaven and discern fortunes, the old blind man explained, recounting the intricacies of the sect. Due to excessive revelations of heavenly secrets, every generation of disciples from the Tianzi sect inevitably suffers from the 5 failures and 3 deficiencies, facing inevitable tribulations in life. As for me, my blindness is a consequence of practicing the art of celestial observation. My disciple lost his right arm for the same reason. Upon hearing this, Huikong suddenly recalled. The Tianzi sect? I remember now. Yi Qingyun was startled by Huikong's exclamation. Why are you shouting so loudly? He retorted. Irritation evident in his tone. Huikong felt quite embarrassed. It is a grave sin to disturb the Holy Sun. You seem to have some knowledge of the Tianzi sect. Yi Qingyun inquired with a raised eyebrow. Huikong nodded. Indeed, I have heard of the Tianzi sect. 500 years ago, a mysterious youth claiming to be a disciple of the Tianzi sect was summoned by the sovereign of the Tang Empire. This enigmatic youth prophesied that the Tang Empire could endure for 999 years. But if it wished to become a millennial empire, it must first overcome a great calamity. Should it fail to do so, the Tang Empire would be reduced to ashes in an instant. If it succeeded, the empire's fortunes would flourish beyond measure, remaining prosperous for millennia. At that time, the Tang Empire had already established itself for 900 years, with only 99 years remaining until the millennial mark. Everyone at that time dismissed the youth's words, casting him out of the Tang Empire. And what happened next? Yi Qingyun pressed for more information. Huikong glanced at the old blind man and Chu Hanyang, both of whom remained silent. Thus, Huikong continued, 99 years later. The Tang Empire indeed faced a calamity that nearly led to its downfall. What kind of calamity was it? This calamity, in truth, has ties to our Buddhist order. Huikong's expression grew complex. The emperor of that era was a man of extraordinary prowess, leading the Tang forces in their campaigns, expanding their territory. Yet, as a result, he accumulated a heavy burden of sins, ultimately succumbing to madness in his later years, resulting in a catastrophic eruption of his transgressions. Coinciding with the machinations of malevolent individuals within the palace who employed dark sorcery to transform his sins into a monstrous force, wreaking havoc upon the imperial court. With chaos reigning in the Tang court, the small nations that had been subjugated by the Tang simultaneously rose in rebellion, counterattacking the empire. With internal strife and external threats, the Tang Empire stood on the brink of collapse. At that critical juncture, a revered monk from our Buddhist order happened to be in the Tang Empire. It was this monk who employed profound Buddhist teachings to suppress the evil spirit, thus saving the emperor's life. With the emperor safe, the rebels were swiftly quelled, and the Tang Empire successfully weathered the millennial tribulation, emerging as a millennial dynasty. As he recounted this tale, Huikong clasped his hands together, his face alight with reverence. That esteemed monk is a paragon among us Buddhists, celebrated far and wide. Yi Qingyun felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It seemed that the Buddhist order indeed harbored many extraordinary individuals that he resolved to pay a visit when the opportunity arose. Perhaps learning a thing or two to display before Huikong and his fellow monks, enhancing his own stature in their eyes. Since you are both disciples of the Tianzi sect, you must be familiar with the story I just shared, Huikong inquired. The old blind man sighed heavily. The mysterious youth from your tale is, in fact, our revered master. At this revelation, Huikong was taken aback. That mysterious youth was your master. Chu Hanyang and the old blind man nodded in unison. Huikong's astonishment was palpable. I never imagined that you two were disciples of such an individual. It seems you are indeed destined to be connected to our Buddhist order. Yi Qingyun blinked in surprise. Your master must be around 500 to 600 years old now. Correct? Our master has been deceased for nearly a century. Chu Hanyang replied, his tone somber. Huikong expressed his regret. It is truly a tremendous loss that such a figure cannot be encountered. The old blind man offered a bitter smile. Our master, having probed the secrets of heaven countless times, suffered the backlash of shortened lifespan. He was meant to live for a millennium, but only survived for 600 years. Is the Tianzi sect left with only the two of you disciples? Yi Qingyun asked. Indeed. Yi Qingyun regarded the two men, one blind and the other maimed, a truly pitiful sight. Should anything happen to them, the Tianzi sect would face utter extinction. We have come here because before our master passed, he cast a fortune for my disciple. The old blind man began to explain their purpose for visiting. After hearing this, Yi Qingyun and Huikong finally understood why the two had ascended the mountain. They sought to assist Chu Hanyang in overcoming an impending calamity. Yunshan Buddha Light, That sounds as if it might be located here, Huikong mused thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun fixated intently on the old blind man's eyes. During their time in the marketplace, he had not paid close attention, but now he noticed that the old blind man's eyes did not appear to be injured. "Old blind man, can you open your eyes?" Yi Qingyun inquired. The old blind man was taken aback, unsure of why Yi Qingyun was asking such a question. Nevertheless, he opened his eyelids, revealing a pair of milky white orbs. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingyun's expression shifted to one of understanding. "I have been blind for nearly 30 years. I have long since grown accustomed to it," the old blind man remarked with self-deprecating humor. "Is that so? Since you are accustomed to it, I shall refrain from treating you," Yi Qingyun replied nonchalantly. The old blind man froze in place. Chu Hanyang and Huikong exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at Yi Qingyun's declaration. "Holy Son, do you possess the means to restore his sight?" Huikong asked, astonishment evident in his voice, to why Yi Qingyun nodded. "I have a method, though I cannot guarantee success. It is worth a try." The old blind man was instantly filled with excitement. "I implore you, Holy Son, grant me the gift of sight. If you can restore my vision, I shall serve you loyally, without complaint." Chu Hanyang quickly added, "I beseech you to aid my master, even if the treatment fails. We will remain eternally grateful." Ye Vingyun hesitated. But he himself has stated that he has grown accustomed to it. What if he cannot readjust if I restore his sight? The old blind man remained silent. Chu Hanyang was equally speechless. Huikong too fell into contemplation. "This reasoning does seem valid. Master, please do not jest with this elder," Guoxiaoyan interjected, unable to bear the unfolding scene. The old blind man was overwhelmed with emotion at Guoxiaoyan's words. Truly, he was worthy of being the future emperor of the southern wilderness, possessing such a compassionate heart from a young age. Chapter 83. A New Dawn. "Very well, for the sake of my disciple, I shall attend to your ailment," Yi Qingyun declared. "Thank you, Holy Son. Thank you," the old blind man exclaimed joyfully, and Chu Hanyang also wore a face of delight, although his severed arm could not be restored. The prospect of his senior brother regaining his sight was indeed a momentous occasion. Ba, to receive treatment personally from the Holy Son is an immense blessing for you," Huikong sincerely remarked that Yi Qingyun felt a shiver run down his spine and waved his hands dismissively. "All right, enough with the flattery." Huikong chuckled awkwardly to Yi Qingyun turned to the old blind man and said, "Come with me inside. I need to examine you thoroughly." "Certainly." The old blind man immediately followed Yi Qingyun into the room. Yi Qingyun discreetly observed him and noted that although the old man was blind, he was able to follow closely behind without misstepping. Despite his blindness, it seemed not to impede his daily life significantly. Naturally, the blind longed to see the light again. Who would willingly choose to live in darkness if they could see? Once inside, the old blind man, despite his inability to see, could sense the waves of treasures emanating from all directions. In that moment, he was taken aback, his legs weakening beneath him. The aura of these treasures was suffocatingly potent, overwhelming him like a tempestuous tide. Yi Qingyun turned around to find the old blind man trembling in place, and he was momentarily stunned. Could this old fellow be having a seizure? Noticing the old man's increasing agitation, he felt a surge of urgency that he rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and shoved them into the old man's mouth. The old blind man was bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Are these chopsticks somehow related to the treatment of my eyes? Perhaps this is the mysterious method of a skilled healer. Yi Qingyun scrutinized him closely. "Old man, are you all right?" "I'm fine," the old blind man replied, a mix of disbelief and amusement in his voice. Yi Qingyun was at a loss for words, that he had thought the old man might be having a seizure and had feared he might bite his own tongue. "Please, have a seat." "Yes," the old blind man replied, sitting cautiously on a chair while Yi Qingyun examined his eyes. "Indeed, it is cataracts," Yi Qingyun confirmed after his inspection. The old man was suffering from severe cataracts. "Bear with me. It may hurt a bit. No worries. As long as I can regain my sight, I can endure any pain," the old blind man reassured him. Yi Qingyun held a finely crafted, sharp knife in his hand. Then I shall proceed. Do not move a muscle. Old man, if you do, the treatment will fail, he cautioned. With that, Qingyun brought the knife down. Instantly, the old blind man felt excruciating pain in his left eye. Goodness, he nearly sprang up from his seat. Thankfully, he remembered Qingyun's previous words and grit his teeth to hold still, not moving an inch. Moments later, one eye is healed. Just as the old blind man exhaled in relief, feeling as if the agony had been unbearable, Qingyun announced, "Now for the right eye." Before the old man could catch his breath, Qingyun swiftly brought the knife down again. Heavens, the old blind man inwardly lamented, questioning whether he might indeed perish from the pain. Fortunately, being a cultivator who had weathered numerous storms, he bore the intense agony without flinching. Had he been an ordinary person, he likely would have fainted from the torment. Another long quarter of an hour passed, stretching on for what felt like decades. Just as he felt his consciousness beginning to wane, Qingyun's voice rang out. All done. At last, the old blind man could truly breathe a sigh of relief, regardless of whether it worked or not. "I'm never coming back," he thought despairingly. "Wait an hour before you attempt to open your eyes," Qingyun instructed. Understood. As Qingyun and the old blind man stepped outside, Chu Hanyang and Huikong approached them eagerly. "Senior brother, how do you feel?" Chu Hanyang inquired with concern. The old blind man forced a smile. "The Holy Sun instructed me to wait an hour before opening my eyes, so I cannot say yet." Chu Hanyang nodded and then turned to Qingyun, bowing gratefully. "Thank you, Holy Sun, for treating my senior brother." Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. "It was but a trivial matter. Disciple, pour tea for our guests." "Certainly." Guoxiaoyan went to prepare the tea. However, Huikong stepped forward, hesitating to speak. "What troubles you?" Qingyun asked proactively. Huikong could no longer contain his curiosity. "Holy Sun, were you practicing yoga just now?" Qingyun paused. "Practicing? I suppose you could say that." Huikong became instantly animated. "So you are knowledgeable in the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras?" "What on earth are the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras?" Qingyun asked, looking perplexed. "Indeed, Holy Sun, your movements just now were reminiscent of the unique techniques found within the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras," Huikong explained. "And these sutras are among the highest secrets of our Buddhist teachings, having been lost to time for countless ages." The more Huikong spoke, the more excited he became, eager to learn the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras from Qingyun. Why? Qingyun scratched his head. He had merely been practicing yoga. How did it become entangled with those ancient texts? "Holy Sun, may I accompany you in your practice of the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras?" Huikong asked nervously, fearing that Qingyun might refuse to share the knowledge with him. "Of course. Splendid. Thank you, Holy Sun." Huikong rejoiced immensely. To practice the legendary supreme Buddhist texts, Huikong felt he would willingly sacrifice a decade of his life. An hour later, the old blind man gradually opened his eyes. His formerly murky, pale eyeballs now appeared almost indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. He blinked, looking left and right, his expression increasingly filled with excitement. "Senior brother, can you see?" Chu Hanyang asked anxiously, fearing the treatment had not succeeded. "I can see. I can see." The old blind man trembled with exhilaration, his voice hoarse with emotion. Chu Hanyang was overjoyed. "Senior brother, you truly can see?" "Yes, indeed. Everything is clear as day. Haha, I have finally seen the light again." The old blind man laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face. For over 30 years, he had thought he would remain blind until death, never daring to dream he would see clearly again. Now, this once unattainable fantasy had become a reality. How could he not be overwhelmed with emotion? "Thank you, Holy Sun." From this moment forth, should the Holy Sun require anything of me, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water. The old blind man immediately knelt before Qingyun. Qingyun smiled gently. "There is a matter I wish for you to clarify." The old blind man paused, looking up in surprise. "You mentioned in the marketplace that my disciple would face a great calamity and must travel north to find a path to survival. What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 84. an invitation to dinner. Upon hearing this, the old blind man felt somewhat awkward that why Qingyun had initially questioned him due to skepticism. But after learning of the man's ties to the heavenly strategy sect, he began to worry for his disciple. If there truly was a calamity involving the primordial fire, it warranted caution. The Holy Sun's esteemed disciple does indeed face a calamity, the old blind man replied. The divination has revealed signs of the primordial fire calamity. Yet I cannot discern the specifics that as for traveling north. It remains the only path to survival for the Holy Sun's disciple. Upon hearing this, Qingyun furrowed his brow. It seems I must indeed make a journey north. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang expressed their gratitude to Qingyun once more before returning to Shaolin Temple. They intended to stay for a while to see if Chu Hanyang's calamity might be resolved there. Meanwhile, Huikong remained excitedly on the mountain, eagerly awaiting Qingyun to impart the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras. Qingyun, however, felt little inclination for such matters that he turned to Huikong. I need you to run an errand for me. Huikong was momentarily taken aback before becoming excited. This was a splendid opportunity to assist Qingyun. If he succeeded, he would surely earn Qingyun's praise, an opportunity that others could only dream of. What is your command, Holy Sun? I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Qingyun scratched his head. It's not a grand task. Just go to Yutian Valley and invite the elder Shin Tianhua and his disciple, Xiao Shi, to come over for a meal. Invite them for a meal? Huikong was taken aback that he had expected a challenging endeavor and was prepared to rally a dozen fellow disciples to assist him. Yet, it turned out to be such a simple request. However, upon reflection, he realized the significance of Qingyun's status. Every word and decision held profound meaning that if he underestimated the task, it would be a grave error. I will go at once, Huikong declared. Not daring to linger, that he hurriedly left without even returning to Shaolin Temple, sprinting towards Yutian Valley. After Huikong and the others departed, Qingyun turned to Guoshaoyan. I intend to send you to Beichuan. Guoshaoyan was taken aback, and then lowered her head, appearing somewhat despondent. Master, I do not wish to go. He was unwilling to part from Qingyun, and even less inclined to venture to the distant land of Beichuan. After all, Beichuan was so far away, separating him from the Tianwu dynasty and the southern wilderness. Once he departed, he could not fathom when he might return to Qingyun's side, Qingyun's side, and gently caress Guoshaoyan's head. You have heard, too, that old blind man mentioned you would face a calamity, that if you do not head north, I fear you may not survive it. Guoshaoyan pouted. That blind man must be deceiving us. Ye Vingyun. However, hoped the old blind man was indeed a charlatan. Yet, being a disciple of the Tian sect, any prediction made by him could not be dismissed lightly, that why Qingyun dared not gamble with Guoshaoyan's life. The most prudent course of action was to heed the old man's advice and escort Guoshaoyan to Beichuan. Be obedient, master will arrange everything. Once you arrive in Beichuan, you shall find it quite agreeable, Qingyun reassured him. Guoshaoyan ceased his objections that he had always obeyed Qingyun's commands, and though he was reluctant about going to Beichuan, he would not defy Qingyun. Master, what will you do once I have gone to Beichuan? Guoshaoyan inquired. Lifting his gaze, that why Qingyun felt a warmth in his heart. Before I took you as my disciple, did I not live alone? Guoshaoyan frowned. But master, you have a habit of rising at midnight to relieve yourself in the courtyard. Were it not for my daily cleaning, the courtyard would have reeked long ago. If I leave, master, please refrain from urinating in the courtyard at night. Otherwise, over time, it will become unbearable. Qingyun, he was nearly exasperated to laughter. This unfortunate child was fixated on the most trivial matters. Huikong sprinted without pause, racing all the way to Yutian Valley. Upon arrival, he spotted Xiao Shi meditating in the valley. Xiao Shizhu, Huikong called out. Xiao Shi furrowed her brows, halting her practice, and upon seeing Huikong, she appeared somewhat puzzled. Huikong, why have you come here? Huikong was breathless, nearly devoid of spiritual energy, that he gasped for breath, struggling to articulate his words. Speak quickly, Xiao Shi urged, growing anxious. Wait a moment. Huikong took a moment to catch his breath before finally calming down. It is the Holy Sun. He requests that you and your master join him for a meal at Qingyun Mountain. What? Did Master Yi send you to summon us? Xiao Shi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the Holy Sun specifically instructed me. Please hurry. Do not keep him waiting. Hui Kong replied. I shall find my master. Xiao Shi immediately set off to locate Shun Tianhua. Shortly thereafter, Shun Tianhua arrived alongside Xiao Shi. Master Yi requests your presence? Shun Tianhua asked incredulously. Indeed, the Holy Sun has sent me to invite you both to dine in the mountains, Hui Kong stated. Very well. Let us hurry. We must not keep Master Yi waiting. Shun Tianhua wasted no time, taking Xiao Shi into the air and soaring toward Qingyun Mountain. What about me? Take me along. Hui Kong jumped anxiously from below. Unfortunately, Shun Tianhua had already taken off with Xiao Shi, leaving Hui Kong's pleas unheard. Frustration washed over him. Having exhausted himself to arrive here, he now had to run back. What sort of predicament was this? At that moment, Hui Kong lamented his low cultivation, wishing he could soar through the skies like them instead of relying on his own two legs. Shun Tianhua and Xiao Shi flew toward Qingyun Mountain. Along the way, they passed through a range of hills, where they noticed a throng of beasts and several powerful demonic auras surging toward the sky. It seems there are quite a number of demonic beasts gathering in the hills below, Shun Tianhua remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. Master, should we deal with these demonic beasts? Xiao Shi inquired. Shun Tianhua hesitated before shaking his head. Let us not meddle in trivial matters. Moreover, since young Master Yi has invited us. Should we delay, it may displease him. Very well. The master and disciple continued their journey over the hills. Meanwhile, within the hills, 3 enigmatic figures appeared. 2 men and a woman, all seemingly youthful, yet cloaked in a heavy aura of demonic energy. The one we just saw has already flown far away. It appears he has no intention of confronting us. That individual possesses formidable cultivation, but the 3 of us, as kings, would not necessarily be at a disadvantage in combat. Our objective is to eliminate the martial Emperor Dongfang Su and rescue the Dragon Lord trapped within the palace. Chapter 85. Dining on steak and drinking red wine, surrounding the 3 figures were numerous demonic beasts, who erupted into a fervor upon hearing their words. Islay Dongfang Su. Rescue the Dragon Lord. To restore the glory of the demon race. It is our duty. Over 100 demonic beasts shouted in unison, creating a fervent atmosphere. The 3 transformed demon kings exchanged glances, their expressions filled with excitement. This mission to the palace may cost us dearly, yet to rescue the Dragon Lord, any sacrifice is worthwhile, the woman proclaimed. Indeed, we are willing to sacrifice. As long as we can save the Dragon Lord, we would gladly lay down our lives. To sacrifice for the demon race, to sacrifice for the Dragon Lord, is our honor. The throng of demons voiced their resolve and determination. Excellent, the woman declared with conviction. Let us set forth immediately and march upon the palace. Eliminate Dongfang Su, rescue the Dragon Lord, kill. Under the leadership of the 3 demon kings, over 1,000 demonic beasts surged toward the palace, all unbeknownst to the Tianwu dynasty, which remained utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Shun Tianhua and his disciple Xiao Shi had arrived at Qingyun Mountain. They descended from the sky, where Yi Qingyun had been waiting with a feast already prepared. I pay my respects to young Master Yi, Shun Tianhua said, bowing deeply. Greetings, young Master Yi. Xiao Shi followed suit, her face filled with reverence. There is no need for such formality. We are old friends. Please take a seat, Yi Qingyun warmly invited. The master and disciple settled down, their curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar dishes laid before them. Got a tall, transparent glass filled with a crimson liquid, and a plate bearing an entire piece of meat, which appeared somewhat undercooked, accompanied by a knife and fork. Even Shun Tianhua, having lived for centuries, had never encountered such fare, let alone Xiao Shi. Both were struck by a profound sense of intrigue, that why Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. This is a delicacy from my homeland, known as Western cuisine. Western cuisine? The master and disciple exchanged glances, clearly intrigued by something they had never heard of before. Xiao Shi clumsily picked up the knife and fork, her expression one of utter bewilderment. How does one use this? Qingyun demonstrated, like this. Use the knife to cut, then use the fork to bring it to your mouth. The master and disciple nodded eagerly, attempting to mimic his actions. However, as it was their first experience with a knife and fork, they found it quite awkward, especially when they cut a piece of meat and placed it in their mouths. Their expressions changed dramatically. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating through their eyes. Master, this meat seems to be undercooked. It doesn't seem to be. It is undercooked. What do? We cannot spit it out. This is a dish prepared by a master, and there must be a purpose behind it. Then I will swallow it. Good. After a silent exchange, both disciples swallowed the meat. Delicious. So good, they exclaimed in unison, although their expressions betrayed the effort it took to feign enjoyment. Qingyun savored his meal, relishing the tender texture of the steak. Guo, seated nearby, devoured his food with abandon, crudely skewering an entire piece of steak with his fork and gnawing at it. Tianhua and Xiao Shi could see the blood oozing from the steak as Guo bit into it, prompting Xiao Shi to feel a wave of nausea. Tianhua grimaced, feeling a bit queasy as well. Qingyun glanced at the two disciples across from him and noticed they had ceased using their utensils, realizing they were struggling to adapt to the steak. Actually, this steak is quite delectable, Qingyun remarked. Do not be misled by its undercooked appearance. If it were fully cooked, it would lose its flavor. This medium-rare preparation is the most delicious. Do not swallow it whole. Chew slowly, and you will discover the true delight of this steak. Guo nodded vigorously. Master is right. This steak is genuinely delicious. He had already stuffed the entire piece into his mouth. Is it truly delectable? Tianhua and Xiao Shi felt uncertain. Yet, since Qingyun had endorsed it, they felt compelled to muster their courage and give it a try. Thus, the master and disciple awkwardly attempted to eat another bite with their knife and fork. After a few chews, they were taken aback. Goodness, this is incredibly delicious. Xiao Shi marveled. Tianhua nodded repeatedly, his admiration for Qingyun deepening. This esteemed Yi truly is unfathomable. He consistently conjures new delights in the realm of cuisine. The master and disciple thus opened a new door. The two steaks were swiftly consumed, leaving them with a lingering sense of satisfaction. For a single steak each was hardly sufficient, but as they savored the flavors, an inexplicable aura suddenly surged from within them. The two exchanged glances, clearly experiencing the same phenomenon. This aura was gentle and imbued with threads of vitality, invigorating their blood and energy. Especially for Tianhua, though advanced in years and possessing profound cultivation, he could not escape the toll of age. Yet now, after consuming a steak, he felt a remarkable surge of vitality, as if he had regained 20 years of youth. As for Xiao Shi, there was no need to elaborate, being young to begin with. She glowed with vitality after the steak, her complexion radiant and warm. Before long, the rosy hue on Xiao Shi's face faded, replaced by a delicate flush of rosy white, quite enchanting. The two glanced at each other, both filled with excitement and joy. I knew coming to the esteemed you would yield good fortune. Tianhua quietly rejoiced. Come, don't just indulge in meat. Have some red wine as well. Qingyun lifted a wine glass and swirled it lightly. Red wine? What a curious concoction. Both Tianhua and Xiao Shi picked up their glasses, mimicking Qingyun's motions before taking a sip. Upon tasting, their expressions turned somewhat complex. The flavor of the wine was indescribably peculiar. Yet upon further reflection, it revealed a delightful richness. May I inquire, young Master Yi, what exactly is this red wine? Tianhua asked curiously. How shall I put it? Qingyun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Red wine is a type of beverage from my homeland. Its flavor should be quite unique to you. I wonder if you are accustomed to it. Accustomed, very accustomed, Tianhua hastily replied. Even if he were not, he would claim he was. Moreover, this red wine indeed had a delightful taste. After sipping, Xiao Shi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, resembling someone on the brink of inebriation. Guo poured more red wine for the two, and after another taste, both felt a hint of intoxication. Not only that, but they also felt remarkably at ease. as if countless gentle hands were massaging them with a perfect touch. Shen Tianhua sighed deeply. The taste of this wine truly leaves one wanting more. Absolutely delightful. Xiao Shi exclaimed, her eyes glazed over, sitting there with an incessant silly smile. Guo Xiaoyan looked at the two in confusion that he had already tasted red wine before, yet never had he experienced drunkenness to to him. Red wine was akin to fruit juice. One could drink it without any sensation. As the atmosphere grew lighter, Yi Qingyun set down his glass. In truth, I invited you both here not solely for the meal, but also to discuss a matter. Oh, does young Master Yi have a request? Shen Tianhua asked earnestly. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. It's not a significant matter. Recently, I had someone read my disciple's fortune, and it was foretold that he would face a calamity, which he must traverse in the north. However, I am unfamiliar with the north, which reminded me of your disciple, Miss Xiao, who hails from the north. I thought to have Miss Xiao accompany my disciple to the north for a time. Yi Qingyun felt somewhat awkward, as he was asking a favor of others. A calamity foretold. Shen Tianhua was taken aback, glancing at Guo Xiaoyan. Indeed, were it not for this, I would not wish to send him to Beichuan, Yi Qingyun said with a hint of resignation. Shen Tianhua furrowed his brow. Young Master Yi, forgive my candor, but one should not lightly trust in fortune-telling. Yi Qingyun shook his head. This is the word of a disciple of the Celestial Strategy sect. What? The Celestial Strategy sect? Shen Tianhua was astonished. The Celestial Strategy sect was a legendary existence, shrouded in mystery. With only 2 or 3 members across generations, that it was also the only sect capable of glimpsing heavenly secrets. Even an elder like Shen Tianhua had only heard tales of the Celestial Strategy sect and had never encountered one of its true members. To think that Yi Qingyun had connections with them was indeed impressive. If it is indeed the word of a Celestial Strategy sect member, it must be taken seriously. Shen Tianhua nodded in agreement. Without a doubt, it is indeed from a Celestial Strategy sect member, Yi Qingyun affirmed. Seeing Yi Qingyun's unwavering confidence, Shen Tianhua felt both astonished and curious. If there is an opportunity, I must utilize my connection with this esteemed Yi to meet a descendant of the Celestial Strategy sect. Of course, now is not the time for such discussions. Shen Tianhua turned to Xiao Shi. Disciple, you shall accompany young Master Yi's disciple to Beichuan. Xiao Shi, being a native of Beichuan, came from a prominent family, the Xiao family, which had deep roots in the region, where Xiaoyan would face no issues with the Xiao family's care. Rest assured, with the Xiao family here, where Xiaoyan will encounter no troubles in Beichuan. We will take good care of him, Xiao Shi declared, patting her not-so-prominent chest, that Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. With Xiao Shi's assurance, he felt secure in entrusting Guo Xiaoyan to her care. Time is of the essence. We shall depart tomorrow, Yi Qingyun proposed. Naturally, Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi had no objections. Whenever Yi Qingyun wished to set off, they would comply. Even at that moment, should Yi Qingyun command it, Xiao Shi would undoubtedly lead Guo Xiaoyan directly to Beichuan. Guo Xiaoyan appeared somewhat forlorn. Master, Yi Qingyun ruffled his hair. Be cautious on your journey to Beichuan. And remember not to forget the lessons I have imparted. Guo Xiaoyan shook his head vigorously. I will not forget. I will surely remember everything Master has taught me. That is good. Yi Qingyun smiled. The next day, Guo Xiaoyan left with Xiao Shi, descending from floating Cloud Mountain. Before their descent, Guo Xiaoyan's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over, Yi Qingyun felt a pang of reluctance, having spent considerable time with Guo Xiaoyan and genuinely liking the boy. Yet there was no alternative. To keep Guo Xiaoyan safe, he must journey to Beichuan. Shen Tianhua volunteered to personally escort the two to Beichuan. With such a formidable expert accompanying them, Yi Qingyun felt more at ease. At the foot of floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun watched as Guo Xiaoyan and the others disappeared into the distance. Just as he turned to return, a monk came rushing from afar, panting heavily. Upon closer inspection, it was Huikong. Yi Qingyun chuckled. Huikong, why have you returned only now? Huikong had indeed run as if his life depended on it. Seeing Yi Qingyun ahead, he assumed he had been awaited. In that moment, Huikong felt immensely touched. The Holy Sun is indeed concerned for this humble monk. He hurried to Yi Qingyun's side. Holy Sun, Yi Qingyun noticed his labored breathing and pale lips, realizing that Hui Kong had been running for quite some time and was nearing exhaustion. Hold your tongue for now. Catch your breath. After a while, Hui Kong finally managed to calm his breath. Holy Sun, this humble monk went all the way to the Imperial Sky Valley to invite Elder Shun and his disciple. Hui Kong wore a look of grievance. But they flew too swiftly and left me behind. I had to run all the way back from the Imperial Sky Valley. Yi Qingyun looked at Hui Kong with sympathy. You have truly worked hard, though merely a common expression of comfort. It filled Hui Kong with warmth, as if receiving a word of solace from Yi Qingyun was an unparalleled honor. Holy Sun, have Elder Shin and the others arrived? Hui Kong inquired. They arrived yesterday. I have already entrusted them with escorting my disciple to Beichuan. Yi Qingyun replied. That is good. Hui Kong nodded, then appeared a bit shy. Holy Sun, about the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Yi Qingyun was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You wish to learn yoga? Yes, yes. Yi Qingyun pondered for a moment. Then here's the deal. Come to the mountain tomorrow morning, and I will teach you the essentials of yoga. Is the Holy Sun truly willing to impart this to this humble monk? Hui Kong's heart raced, his voice filled with excitement. Did I not promise you before? Yi Qingyun looked at Hui Kong in bewilderment. It's merely teaching you yoga. It's not a big deal at all. What a trivial matter. Hui Kong couldn't help but smile wryly that if others in the Buddhist community heard this, they would surely be incensed. The ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra, sought after by countless Buddhist practitioners, haunted their thoughts even as they approached death. How could such a treasure be spoken of so casually? Yet, it was understandable. After all, Yi Qingyun was an extraordinary figure, a prodigy beyond compare, and perhaps to him, the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra truly held little weight. However, for Hui Kong, the opportunity to practice the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra was the greatest chance of his life. He would gladly sacrifice years from his lifespan for it. After parting ways with Hui Kong, Yi Qingyun returned to the mountain. Gazing at the empty courtyard, he fell into a moment of deep contemplation. At this hour each day, a child would busily toil in the courtyard, either watering and fertilizing the plants or loosening the soil and sowing seeds. Yet, now there is an absence, leaving Yi Qingyun with an undeniable sense of solitude. Alas, it seems that humans are indeed social creatures. Living alone can be rather tedious. Yi Qingyun mused, somewhat melancholic. Regaining his composure, he grasped a hoe and commenced his work in the courtyard. For lunch, he casually consumed some noodles before retreating indoors for a lengthy nap. However, as Yi Qingyun drifted into slumber, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. A tempest of dark clouds surged forth, laden with a sinister aura. The oppressive atmosphere shattered the tranquility of floating cloud mountain Mao. Dozing in the courtyard, lifted his head to glance at the ominous clouds before promptly closing his eyes once more, continuing his nap. Meanwhile, a rabbit lounging beneath a tree opened its eyes to observe the scene, amusement flickering across its face. Another group of fools come to meet their demise, it chuckled, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Within the dark clouds, three figures materialized, the very same shape-shifting beasts that had previously congregated in the mountains. Accompanying them was a horde of over 1,000 monstrous creatures, a force so terrifying it could plunge any of the 7 kingdoms of the southern wilderness into calamity. Shape-shifting beasts rival the martial prowess of humans at the celestial ascendant level, and their strength generally surpasses that of human warriors. One such beast possesses combat capabilities that could match 2 celestial ascendant fighters. Collectively, these 3 shape-shifting beasts could contend with 5 or 6 of their kind. The entire Tianwu dynasty boasts but a scant few celestial ascendant masters, let alone the additional 1,000 beasts. Even the royal palace of the Tianwu capital would find itself at their mercy. What's this? As the monstrous army prepared to soar over floating Cloud Mountain, the 3 shape-shifting beasts were suddenly taken aback, a wave of unease washing over them as they hovered above the mountain. It felt as though a terrifying presence lurked below, sending chills down their spines. If only one of them experienced such a sensation, it could be dismissed as mere illusion. Yet, it was evident that all 3 shared this unsettling feeling. "Why do I feel so anxious?" questioned the largest among them, his muscular frame brimming with confusion. I too feel my heart racing, as if something is about to transpire, remarked a slender, sharp-featured man, his brow furrowed in concern. The sole woman among them remained silent, her gaze fixated on the peculiar courtyard below. This courtyard is quite strange, she finally spoke. Indeed, it is rather peculiar, the muscular man concurred, casting a glance. Not only peculiar, but also somewhat mysterious, the sharp-featured man nodded in agreement. The trio exchanged glances, resolved to investigate the secrets of this courtyard. You two, go investigate this courtyard, commanded the muscular beast. Understood. The two winged beasts promptly descended. Just as they were about to land, two beams of light suddenly emerged, one black, one golden. Pow, pow. The two beams obliterated the two beasts, reducing them to mere pulp before they could even let out a cry. The multitude of monsters above gasped in shock, particularly the three shape-shifting beasts, whose expressions shifted dramatically. Those beams seemed to have originated from the door of that house. The woman spoke solemnly. Indeed, the muscular man replied, his brow furrowed as he contemplated action. Wait, let us investigate further. The woman interjected, waving her hand. This time, for more avian beasts considerably stronger than the previous two were dispatched. The throng of monsters watched intently. Sure enough, the two beams of light appeared once again. The four avian beasts, having anticipated this, swiftly dodged. However, the beams followed them relentlessly, their speed unmatched. The beasts were caught off guard and unable to evade. Pow, 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 pow. The four avian beasts met the same fate as the first two, disintegrated into bits. A rain of blood began to fall from the sky, sending a shiver of fear through the gathered monsters. Even the three shape-shifting beasts trembled in terror. How could four beasts of the essence condensation realm be so easily vanquished? What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qingyun's abode, two guardian deities shimmered with a faint glow, one yellow, one black. These guardians, painted by Qingyun himself, were a whimsical addition to the door, courtesy of Guo Xiaoyun's suggestion. Yet, at this moment, these two illustrations instilled a palpable dread in the hearts of the 1,000 monsters above. Dog brother, what is going on? Even the rabbit was taken aback by the strange power of the paintings on the door. De Mao yawned, his demeanor utterly unperturbed. The master's abilities are beyond our comprehension, the rabbit nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. The master has transcended the ordinary, and even a simple drawing possesses unimaginable power. At this juncture, Qingyun remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding outside, still lost in a deep slumber. The three shape-shifting beasts resolved to take matters into their own hands, determined to uncover the mystery of this courtyard. They descended simultaneously, each unleashing their formidable powers. Boom, boom, boom. The three shape-shifting beasts radiated immense energy, akin to three pillars of light reaching for the heavens. Upon standing before the door, they beheld the glowing images of the guardian deities. To the left stood a formidable guardian, clad in dark armor with a stern countenance, wielding a black whip and glaring fiercely. To the right stood another, resplendent in golden armor, holding a golden mace. Exuding an air of authority, that I end this world, aside from Qingyun, no one else could recognize these two guardians. The black-faced deity, Wei Qigong, and the golden mace deity, Qin Shubao. Chapter 88. The Lord of Monsters. These guardian deities were meticulously rendered by Qingyun from memory. Having endured the tribulations of the system, Qingyun's artistic prowess had reached remarkable heights, even earning him the title of a master painter. Although Qingyun himself was unaware of the significance of this title, it was evident that his artistic skill was truly formidable. Did I end this realm? He believed it unlikely that anyone could rival his talent. The three shape-shifting beasts stood transfixed before the images of the guardian deities. They were unfamiliar with the concept of guardian deities, yet the mere sight of the paintings filled them with trepidation, as though the deities themselves, resembling battle-hardened warriors, stood before them, glaring fiercely. To think that mere paintings could possess such formidable power. It is terrifying. I cannot even bear to meet their gaze. The one who painted these images must be an unfathomable master. The three shape-shifting beasts quaked in fear, finding the situation almost comical. They were, after all, formidable beings among the monster race. Yet before these paintings, They felt utterly cowed, lacking even the courage to meet their eyes. Who could possibly reside within this house? They exchanged curious glances, their intrigue piqued by the occupant within. Yet the imposing guardian deities at the door deterred them from entering. Perhaps the esteemed individual within harbors no ill intentions. We should take our leave, suggested the sharp-featured man. The others nodded in agreement, preparing to depart as if nothing had transpired. Just as they contemplated their escape, the door creaked open. Their movements froze, each one poised to take flight. Qingyun emerged, still bleary-eyed, scratching his backside as he wandered out. Seemingly oblivious to the three figures outside, he ambled toward the edge of the courtyard and, without hesitation, unfastened his trousers to relieve himself. The sound of flowing water echoed, and a look of sheer bliss graced Qingyun's face. The three onlookers were dumbfounded, particularly the woman, whose face turned crimson as she quickly covered her eyes, yet could not resist stealing furtive glances. After finishing, Qingyun pulled up his trousers and turned to head back inside when, all of a sudden, he noticed the three figures nearby. Holy moly! Qingyun nearly lost his composure, letting out a startled exclamation that equally shocked the trio. Who are you? Why are you standing here watching me pee? Qingyun inhuited, irritation tinging his voice. The mortification of his earlier actions flooded back to him, and he wished he could vanish into the ground. How embarrassing. They must have seen everything. How cunning of them to take advantage of his slumber to spy on him. Infuriated and ashamed, Qingyun's gaze shifted to the three figures, and he sensed they were not ordinary beings, prompting a flicker of fear within him. What do you want? Qingyun demanded. We? The three were momentarily at a loss for words. Qingyun's expression turned skeptical. The muscular man stepped forward. We are the monster race. Qingyun paused, his pupils narrowing in surprise. The monster race. He had certainly heard of them before. He had even encountered true monsters on his previous journey, during which he was forcibly taken by Shaoshi to Yutian Valley and crossed paths with two beasts. Yet these three before him bore a distinctly human appearance. Kid, do you live here all by yourself? The muscular man continued. Yes, Qingyun nodded. Impossible. You are merely immortal, he replied, slightly exasperated. Why should being immortal preclude him from residing here? Did this place somehow belong to them? How utterly unreasonable, Qingyun coldly inquired. The burly man had intended to retort that as a mere mortal, he could never produce such exquisite art. Yet the words faltered on his lips. This individual is rather peculiar. I shall test him, the burly man mused, preparing to confront Qingyun. That moment, Demao, who had been dozing not far away, ambled over. Woof! Demao barked. The three were taken aback, their bodies stiffening as they turned to behold the yawning Demao. Their pupils dilated in shock as they recognized the formidable presence before them. The Demon King. They gasped in horror. This dog was undoubtedly a Demon King. There could be no mistake. The three, being adept members of the demon race, could not misinterpret the aura emanating from him. The golden retriever exuded an overwhelming power, describable only as that of a demon king, the sovereign of demons, one whose strength could command legions of lesser demons to bow in submission. All three had reached the celestial realm, capable of transforming. Yet in the entirety of the demon race, none possessed the strength to claim kingship. Yet, this golden retriever surpassed them by far. They could scarcely fathom the vast chasm separating them from this creature. Trembling in fear, they felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Demao. He merely cast a casual glance in their direction, that in an instant, the three comprehended Demao's unspoken message, a wave of indescribable terror washing over them. This seemingly mortal young man was the master of the Demon King. What kind of power must he possess? The thought was utterly terrifying, and no wonder the portrait on the door was so fearsome. A being capable of commanding a Demon King must undoubtedly create artwork of unparalleled rarity. That it was laughable that they had even considered testing this formidable individual. They had truly invited their own demise. Fortunately, the Demon King had intervened in time to save their lives. Otherwise, they would surely have met their end. Gratitude flooded their hearts as they exclaimed, Esteemed sir, we sincerely apologize for our offense. Please forgive us. We shall take our leave immediately and will not disturb you again. The three dared not linger. Hastily departing, Qingyun was left speechless. Who were these three interlopers, sneaking a glance while he urinated, only to scamper off in such haste? What was going on? He pondered how he frequently encountered bizarre individuals and wondered if he should consider relocating. Meanwhile, the three had slipped halfway up the mountain when, moments later, Demao sauntered out leisurely. "Demon King," they exclaimed, immediately kneeling before him, their faces etched with reverence. "You three truly possess remarkable audacity," Demao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at them. "Demon King, we genuinely were unaware," the female demon said with a bitter expression. Chapter 89. The Rescue of the Dragon. Demao regarded them with disdain. "A monkey demon, a bull demon, and a fox demon. How dare you three scoundrels offend my master?" Under Demao's unrelenting gaze, the true forms of the three transformed demons were laid bare, leaving them astounded and filled with dread. Their curiosity about the identity of this young man grew even stronger. What kind of figure could command the respect of a demon king? "How do you wish to meet your end?" Demao asked nonchalantly. The words struck terror into their hearts. "Demon King, spare us. We shall never dare again. We beseech you, gracious Lord, to forgive us." The three quickly prostrated themselves, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. This scene, if witnessed by others, would surely astonish them. Three beings bowing before a dog. A remarkable spectacle indeed. To offend my master is a capital offense. Demao's tone turned suddenly severe, a palpable pressure radiating from him. At once, the three felt an immense weight upon them, compelled to the ground, nearly immobile. Fear gripped their hearts. The power of this demon king was utterly terrifying. Merely his aura rendered them as helpless as ants. They had no doubt that if Demao truly wished to slay them, it would require little effort to obliterate them. My master has taken refuge here, relinquishing his exalted identity to experience the mortal realm in peace, wishing to remain undisturbed. Yet you dared to provoke this misfortune. That my master is magnanimous and will not hold you accountable. But I cannot forgive your insolence. With that, Demao raised a paw. The three were gripped by sheer panic, filled with regret. Had they known they would encounter such a situation, they would not have indulged their curiosity. Now, they faced potential death. What kind of predicament was this? Despair washed over them. However, after what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. Cautiously, they raised their heads to find Demao had not struck, but was merely scratching his belly. Demao yawned. "What do you three intend to do with all those demon beasts?" "We plan to go to the palace, slay the martial emperor Dongfang Su, and rescue the imprisoned dragon lord," blurted the monkey demon. The robust man was the bull demon, while the woman was, of course, the fox demon. That Demao merely responded with an indifferent "oh," his expression revealing no surprise, as if nothing could perturb him. "Why do you wish to rescue that dragon?" Demao inquired again. The fox demon explained. "The dragon lord was once our leader. After he was suppressed by the human race, we have long sought to rescue him, hoping he would lead us in a counterattack against the southern wilderness." Good heavens! They aimed to counterattack the southern wilderness. That Demao looked at the three before him, shaking his head helplessly. "Have you been hiding in the mountains for many years without venturing out?" The three nodded dumbly. They had indeed been cultivating in the mountains for years, finally gaining the confidence to emerge after achieving transformation. "Let me tell you, even if you rescue that dragon, it will be impossible for you to launch a counteroffensive against the southern wilderness," Demao stated. The three felt a wave of despondency wash over them. At that moment, the oppressive force weighing down on them vanished, and they could move freely once more. "Today I shall let you go this once. I will not interfere with your intentions. However, should you ever dare to trespass upon my master's domain again, I will exterminate every demon in the southern wilderness. Do you comprehend?" The three felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. "Thank you, Demon King. We will never return," they exclaimed, hastily fleeing. Demao watched the trio retreat before slowly making his way back up the mountain. Meanwhile, the three returned to the sky, rejoining the assembly of demons, who were still unaware of the events that had transpired below. "Why have you three taken so long?" a demon inquired curiously. Do not ask unnecessary questions. Just follow us and hurry, the fox demon snapped. The other demons were bewildered. The trio appeared shaken. Yet they dared not inquire further, fearing to provoke their ire. Let us proceed directly to the palace. Indeed, we must rescue the Dragon Lord. As long as we do not disturb this place, we will be safe. The three resolved not to abandon their mission to rescue the dragon, undeterred by their earlier encounter. The assembly of demons continued onward toward the palace. Soon, they beheld the capital city. Dongfang Su, today marks your demise. The eyes of the three transformed demons gleamed with fierce determination. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, Dongfang Su, engaged in meditation, sensed a strong demonic presence. Dongfang Su suddenly opened his eyes, a grave expression crossing his face. Your Majesty, we are in peril. Gloomy Moon immediately appeared to report. I am already aware, Dongfang Su replied, rising to ascend to the palace's heights. Above the palace, dark clouds loomed ominously as a horde of demons roared ferociously within. The three transformed demons stood proudly atop the clouds, surveying the palace below with disdain. The palace's experts emerged, their gazes filled with trepidation as they regarded the three transformed demons. Three celestial realm demon beasts. From whence do these three demons originate? Such a powerful aura. It seems we are on the brink of a bloody battle. The crowd felt a chill of foreboding. Celestial realm demon beasts were formidable by nature, and the presence of three of them could plunge the entire Qingyun dynasty into chaos. Furthermore, with such a multitude of demons accompanying them, they had evidently come with a clear intention. Who dares to act recklessly before me? A booming voice thundered. Accompanied by a blinding golden light, Dongfang Su soared forward, confronting the horde of demons from a distance. The three transformed demons exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Dongfang Su's aura is unexpectedly powerful, they noted. They had assumed that despite being a celestial realm warrior, he would be no match for them. After all, it was common knowledge that among beings of the same realm, demon beasts typically surpassed human warriors in strength. Yet now, they sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from Dongfang Su. Inciting their caution, Dongfang Su, release the Dragon Lord, and we shall depart at once. Otherwise, today, we shall turn this palace into a sea of blood. The ox demon, a robust figure, let out a thunderous roar, while Dongfang Su chuckled softly. It is unfortunate, he mused, that you sought to rescue the Jiaolong, only to find yourselves trapped. The ox demon furrowed his brow. What do you mean by unfortunate? It is unfortunate that you have arrived, yet find it impossible to depart. Chapter 90. The sudden bark of a dog. No sooner had Dongfang Su's words left his lips than his hands shot open with tremendous force. Boom! A terrifying aura instantaneously enveloped the entire imperial palace, resembling a vast net that ensnared the very heavens within Dongfang Su's dominion, controlling the heavens and the earth. The three demons were taken aback. Such mastery could only be achieved by those who have comprehended certain cosmic truths at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Typically, martial artists of this level can merely harness a fraction of the power of the cosmos. Yet to claim dominion over it remains far beyond their reach. Yet with a mere gesture, Dongfang Su had seized control over this realm of the palace, manifesting the unmistakable power of celestial dominion. Under such might, any demon beast or martial artist of equal standing would stand no chance against Dongfang Su unless they too could master the cosmos. With this power at his disposal, Dongfang Su was, in essence, invincible. The expressions of the three shape-shifting demons grew gravely serious. They had initially believed that their combined strength would suffice to vanquish Dongfang Su, but it was now evident that his prowess far exceeded their expectations. Even united, they might not be able to defeat him. However, retreat was no longer an option. They had no choice but to fight. Kill! The three demons launched their assault on Dongfang Su simultaneously, while the other demon beasts surged into the palace. Defend the palace. The elite guards of the palace, such as Qingyun and others, sprang into action, engaging in fierce combat with the horde of demons. Instantly, chaos erupted within the palace as a tumultuous battle ensued. Above, the three shape-shifting demons clashed with Dongfang Su, who stood firm like a mountain, wielding the essence of dragon might, as if he were the reincarnation of a dragon emperor, exuding overwhelming dragon power with every movement. The three demons felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing the dragon aura emanating from Dongfang Su, undeniably a result of his refining of dragon blood bestowed upon him by the great Jiaolong. Each of them unleashed their abilities, attacking with all their might. Suppress! Dongfang Su raised his hand suddenly, channeling the power of the universe. Boom! The three demon beasts found their movements momentarily halted, seizing the opportunity. Dongfang Su unleashed a flurry of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The three demon beasts were sent flying, their faces etched with horror. In that fleeting moment, Dongfang Su had directly summoned the power of the cosmos to suppress them. A feat of unimaginable strength. Unless they too achieved mastery over the heavens, they stood no chance against him. Moreover, Dongfang Su had attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm, on the cusp of entering the divine refinement stage. He was likely the first in the entire Qingyun dynasty to reach such heights, save for the ancient being, Shin Tianhua. Once Dongfang Su stepped into the divine refinement realm, the Qingyun dynasty would ascend to new heights, potentially unifying the southern wilderness against other nations. All of this was made possible thanks to Qingyun. As Dongfang Su effortlessly dealt with the three demon beasts, his gratitude towards Qingyun deepened. His formidable cultivation and strength were owed to the benefits he had received from Qingyun, particularly the enlightening experience he had during that hot pot meal, which had allowed him a glimpse into the great Tao. Since returning, he had been diligently contemplating, ultimately achieving mastery over the cosmos. Without the fortuitous encounter granted by Qingyun, it would have been impossible for Dongfang Su to confront the three demons single-handedly. As the three demons struggled against the prolonged battle, they began to feel increasingly overwhelmed that a sense of foreboding settled in their hearts. Are we destined to fail today? The three demons were consumed by sorrow and indignation. Yet, Dongfang Su showed no mercy. Having brought the fight to the palace, how could he allow these demon beasts to escape unscathed without tarnishing his reputation as emperor? Sword comp. With a thunderous command, Dongfang Su summoned a long sword from the depths of the palace, which landed firmly in his grasp. With the sword in hand, his aura intensified that a single swing unleashed a torrent of sword energy that surged like a rainbow piercing the sun, aimed directly at the three demons. Startled, the demons combined their strength to counter. Boom! Even so, they suffered grievous injuries, each spitting blood and on the verge of plummeting from the sky. Meanwhile, the multitude of demon beasts on the ground managed to suppress the palace's elite warriors. Yet, the true turning point lay in the skies above. Witnessing the three demons falter, the morale of the surrounding demon horde began to wane, some of them losing the will to fight, seizing the moment. The palace's warriors pursued the beleaguered demons relentlessly. The demon horde found themselves in dire straits. Dongfang Su regarded the three demons coldly. Do you have any final words? The three demons, filled with fury, remained silent and resolutely continued their battle. Overestimating yourselves, Dongfang Su remarked, akin to a deity, once more summoning the power of the cosmos. Boom! The three demons found themselves suppressed, unable to move. As Dongfang Su's longsword came crashing down upon them. The fox demoness was struck by terror, believing she was about to meet her demise. In that critical moment, Dongfang Su's gaze sharpened as he noticed what appeared to be a few strands of dog hair on the fox demoness. This hair seemed strikingly familiar. Woof! Another inexplicable bark echoed in Dongfang Su's ears, causing him to freeze in place, unable to move. Moreover, the cosmic power he wielded shattered into fragments. What? Dongfang Su was filled with horror. A mere illusory bark had disintegrated his mastery over the cosmos. It was utterly inconceivable. No, that bark. Dongfang Su's pupils constricted as he recalled the source of the sound. It was the golden retriever raised by Qingyun on floating Cloud Mountain. His expression transformed entirely. Could it be that these three demon beasts were somehow linked to that golden retriever? Could it be that these three demons have also received favors from Master Yi? The thought sent a chill down Dongfang Su's spine, compelling him to reconsider his actions. If that were indeed the case, then slaying these three demons would undoubtedly provoke Yi Qingyun's wrath. Killing the demons was trivial, but incurring Yi Qingyun's displeasure was a consequence too grave to contemplate. Have you three been to Floating Cloud Mountain? Dongfang Su sheathed his long sword and demanded sternly. The three demons exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed as to why he had suddenly ceased his assault. Upon hearing his question, they were momentarily taken aback. How does he know we have been to Floating Cloud Mountain? Doubts began to swirl in their minds. Dongfang Su, sensing their silence, had already pieced together some clues. Indeed, we have been to Floating Cloud Mountain, the monkey demon male admitted. Just as he suspected, Dongfang Su's heart tightened. The three demons had indeed been to Floating Cloud Mountain, which could only mean they were connected to Yi Qingyun, that a sense of helplessness washed over him. Knowing that these three demons were tied to Yi Qingyun, he could not bring himself to slay them under any circumstances. You may leave, Dongfang Su said coolly. The three demons were taken aback. Dongfang Su had the upper hand, and, had he pressed on, it was likely they would all perish here. Yet now, he was allowing them to escape. What was happening? At that moment, a roar resonated from deep within the palace, followed by the emergence of a violet Jiaolong soaring into the sky. It is the great Jiaolong. The three demons rejoiced, while Dongfang Su furrowed his brow. What does this creature intend to do? Chapter 91. A single sneeze. It was common knowledge that the Qingyun dynasty was home to a Jiaolong. Yet only a few had ever laid eyes upon it. The appearance of the violet Jiaolong sent shivers down the spines of all present, human and demon alike. The three demons were elated. They had finally beheld the Jiaolong. The beleaguered demon horde below seemed to catch a glimpse of hope, their faces lighting up with fervor. Great Jiaolong! The great Jiaolong has broken free. With the great Jiaolong here, we shall surely break free. Kill! The morale of the demon horde surged, as if a clarion call for a counterattack had sounded. Dongfang Su glared at the Jiaolong. What brings you out? The Jiaolong cast a sidelong glance at Dongfang Su. Am I not permitted to emerge? Dongfang Su found himself at a loss for words. The Jiaolong radiated an air of arrogance, seemingly indifferent to Dongfang Su's status as emperor. Great Jiaolong, we are here to rescue you. The three demons stepped forward eagerly. The Jiaolong chuckled. If I wish to leave, no one in this palace could possibly detain me. His words exuded a sense of dominance and confidence, further igniting the excitement of the three demons. The great Jiaolong remained as formidable as ever. Jiaolong, you promised the Dongfang clan that you would guard the palace. Do you intend to break your word today? Dongfang Su charinya de Xiaolongskov. I would never go back on my word, but I never claimed I couldn't leave. Did I? Dongfang Su was left speechless once more. Meanwhile, the three demons exchanged astonished glances. Great Jiaolong, were you not confined within the palace? The fox demoness inquired. The Qingyun dynasty wishes to suppress me. How laughable! The Jiaolong mocked. Long ago, I forged a bond with the ancestors of the Dongfang clan, who saved my life at the cost of their OW, and in gratitude for their kindness, I agreed to remain within this palace, to stand sentinel against any formidable foes that might arise. It has been nearly 9 centuries since then, the Jiaolong concluded. The three demons were taken aback. This was knowledge they had not possessed. Dongfang Su, however, offered no rebuttal, clearly acknowledging that the Jiaolong's words were indeed true. Oriental Su, after all these years, I have shown considerable loyalty to your Eastern family. Now I merely wish to take a stroll. It is not as if I am leaving for good. Are you truly intent on obstructing me? Jiao Long inquired with a lack of courtesy. Oriental Su furrowed his brows. How can I be certain that you will return? Jiao Long glared. Zian Jiao, have never gone back on my word. Whether you believe me or not is entirely up to you. With that, Jiao Long disregarded Oriental Su entirely. Come, lead me to observe the current state of the demon clan. Yes, the three demons exclaimed with delight, although the situation was not quite as they had imagined. At least they had encountered Ziyun Jiao, making their journey worthwhile. Moreover, Ziyun Jiao's willingness to return to the demon clan was undoubtedly a momentous event, one that could rekindle hope for a clan that had languished for millennia. Onward, Ziyun Jiao commanded. And a tempest erupted. The The demon beasts on the ground were swept away by the gale, soaring into the sky. The three demons joined the throng of demons, with Ziyun Jiao soaring at the forefront, leading the assembly away with a howl. Oriental Su merely watched silently, making no attempt to intervene. "Your Majesty," Guyu and the others approached Oriental Su's side. "Assess the casualties and restore tranquility to the palace as swiftly as possible," Oriental Su instructed. "Yes, but Jiao Long is left with those demon beasts. What if?" Guyu expressed his concern. Oriental Su shook his head. "Ziyun Jiao has always honored his promises. If he said he would return, he will certainly do so." Guyu pressed. "Your Majesty, but what if Ziyun Jiao does not return for several hundred years?" Oriental Su was momentarily taken aback before realization struck. Indeed, although Ziyun Jiao had claimed he would return, he had not specified when. What if he truly took several centuries to come back? Oriental Su felt a desire to pursue, but hesitated, ultimately dismissing the thought. Even if he caught up to Ziyun Jiao, persuading him to return would be impossible. Even in a confrontation, Oriental Su understood he was no match for Ziyun Jiao, in the entire palace. Ziyun Jiao was truly the strongest entity. Once, a transcendent being had invaded. And at that critical moment, Oriental Su was in seclusion and unable to act. Ziyun Jiao, however, had effortlessly vanquished that transcendent being with mere swipes of his claws, despite Oriental Su's current surge in strength. He was acutely aware of the gap that still existed between himself and Ziyun Jiao. Should Ziyun Jiao tarry in his return, I shall have no choice but to visit Qingyun Mountain and request assistance from Master Yi, Oriental Su concluded. Ziyun Jiao departed with the assembly of demons. Along the way, the three demons recounted their experiences at Qingyun Mountain. "What? There is a demon king at Qingyun Mountain? And a mysterious master who can acknowledge a demon king?" Ziyun Jiao responded with disbelief. "Lord Jiao Long, this is indeed true. We nearly lost our lives there," the Fox Clan maiden said, still shaken. Ziyun Jiao snorted. "Then I must see for myself what kind of divine being resides atop Qingyun Mountain." The three demons were taken aback, not anticipating that their words would pique Ziyun Jiao's interest. Had they known, they would have refrained from mentioning Qingyun Mountain. Now, Ziyun Jiao was insistent on venturing there, and their attempts to dissuade him proved futile. Reluctantly, the three demons decided to let the other demons depart while they followed Ziyun Jiao to Qingyun Mountain. Upon reaching the summit, the three demons exhibited signs of trepidation. This place left an indelible shadow on their hearts. Returning now, they could not help but feel a sense of dread. In contrast, Ziyun Jiao displayed an air of arrogance. Justified by his capabilities, he transformed into a purple-haired young man, exuding an aura of wicked charm, his eyes shimmering violet. Ziyun Jiao landed directly in Yi Qingyun's courtyard, with the three demons following suit. "My lord, the mysterious master is within that dwelling. Perhaps we should leave," the Fox Clan maiden urged once more. Yet Ziyun Jiao paid her no heed, seemingly resolute on uncovering the true identity of the master of Qingyun Mountain. Just as Ziyun Jiao was about to push the door open, a sudden sneeze echoed from within. "Achoo!" It was Yi Qingyun sneezing, the sound reaching Ziyun Jiao and the three demons outside. In an instant, their faces drained of color, as if a cataclysmic thunderbolt had struck them. Suddenly, white smoke enveloped Ziyun Jiao and the three demons, causing them to collapse to the ground. In mere moments, Ziyun Jiao reverted to his original form, appearing no larger than a loach. The three demons fared even worse, their true forms exposed: a calf, a tiny monkey, and a trembling little fox. All this transpired merely due to the sneeze of the occupant within. Chapter 92. Jiao Long's Quest for Survival. "I feel a bit under the weather," Yi Qingyun mumbled as he approached the door. Pushing it open, upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of three animals standing outside, alongside a loach lying on the ground. Yi Qingyun was taken aback that he glanced at the loach and then at the three animals staring blankly at him. "Did I perhaps open the door incorrectly?" Yi Qingyun shut the door again and tried once more. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Three animals still squatted outside, along with a barely alive loach. Yi Qingyun was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Fortunately, the creatures appeared rather dazed. allowing Yi Qingyun to muster the courage to step outside. The three animals stood frozen, shivering that Yi Qingyun exhaled in relief, reaching out to pat the calf's head, which bore a naive expression that he then lifted the little monkey. This monkey is quite thin. After setting the monkey down, he grabbed the little fox by the tail. This fox has splendid fur. If I were to skin it, it would make a lovely scarf. This remark nearly caused the little fox to faint from fear. When Yi Qingyun picked up the loach, he laughed. I've been eating rather bland meals lately. A loach soup sounds perfect. With that, he carried the loach back into the house. The three demons were left in shock. What? Lord Jiaolong is about to be cooked as a loach. This is utterly insane. What do we do? What do we do? The little fox was nearly in tears. The calf gritted his teeth. Let us charge in and rescue Lord Jiaolong. The little monkey scoffed. Rescue? Look at us now. Our powers are completely depleted, and we've been reverted to our original forms. What can we possibly do? The calf was rendered speechless at that moment. All three of them found their powers temporarily sealed, and they had reverted to forms indistinguishable from ordinary beasts, save for their retained intelligence. But we can't just watch Lord Jiaolong being eaten, the little fox exclaimed anxiously. We must seek out that demon king. Only he can save Lord Jiaolong, the little monkey suggested. Agreed. The three demons promptly set off in search of Demao. Unfortunately, Demao was currently feasting at the temple at the foot of the mountain, completely unaware of the events unfolding above. While Yi Qingyun entered the kitchen with the loach in hand, he retrieved a block of tofu, pristine and freshly cut. This loach is remarkably plump. I've never seen one this fat before. Yi Qingyun observed the loach, beaming with delight that he planned to prepare a delightful dish of loach and tofu stew. A culinary masterpiece that promised to be delectable. Just the thought of it made Yi Qingyun's mouth water. Meanwhile, Jiaolong, trapped in Yi Qingyun's grasp, was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What does this person intend to do with me? Three questions loomed over Jiaolong's mind that he looked up at Yi Qingyun, who wore a foolish grin, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed, causing Jiaolong to tremble uncontrollably. Oh, this loach still wishes to struggle, Yi Qingyun chuckled, noticing the wriggling loach in his hand. Once in my grasp, how could you escape? Yi Qingyun promptly tossed the loach into the water, scrubbing it thoroughly, leaving Jiaolong questioning his very existence. Is this human really intending to eat me? Jiaolong finally grasped the gravity of his situation. This noble Jiaolong, who had lived a life of pride, was now on the verge of being consumed by this lowly human. This was intolerable. Panic surged within Jiaolong as he desperately attempted to summon his powers, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he possessed not a shred of magic left. What on earth is happening? Jiaolong could hardly believe it. Seeing the loach thrashing about, Yi Qingyun grew irritated. Behave yourself. He lifted a kitchen knife and struck the loach on the head. Jiaolong was instantly dazed, unable to move. Tears streamed down his face. To think that I, a proud Jiaolong, would meet such a fate today, Jiaolong lamented. Had he known such an event would occur, he would have preferred to remain within the palace. Although the palace was dull and stifling, at least his life would be secure. Now, it seemed certain that he was about to be devoured. Yi Qingyun cleaned the loach and placed it on the cutting board, preparing to chop it into pieces. Just then, a sudden thunderstorm erupted outside, as if a deluge was imminent. Yi Qingyun paused, quickly setting down the knife and rushing outside. I just washed my pants. I cannot let them get soaked again. Yi Qingyun dashed off to gather his clothes. What an opportunity, Jiaolong thought, seizing the moment to flee as the human departed, that if not now, when, with all his might, Jiaolong twisted on the cutting board, finally reaching the edge. Then, with a leap, he sprang off. Splash! Jiaolong landed on the ground. The impact rendered it utterly disoriented. Yet in a desperate bid for survival, the dragon, akin to a slippery loach, writhed and crawled along the ground. As it twisted, it wept. Oh, when has my esteemed self ever been reduced to such a pitiful state? Once I regain my strength, I shall flatten this hill, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. However, for the moment, the priority was to escape. The dragon discerned a potential exit and fervently pressed onward. Just as it was about to emerge from the kitchen, an unsettling sensation gripped it. Raising its gaze, it beheld a bell hanging upon the door. Merely a glance sent shockwaves through its heart. Could this be the bell of earth-shaking? The dragon quickly averted its eyes, trembling in sheer terror. There can be no doubt. This is indeed the bell of earth-shaking. Why does this ancient treasure appear here? The sound of the bell can annihilate souls. Even a formidable being at the refining spirit stage would perish in an instant beneath its toll. At this moment, the dragon's greatest fear was the bell ringing, for should it sound, certain death awaited. It took several deep breaths, silently bolstering its resolve. You can do this, dragon. Push forward. Escape the kitchen and traverse the hall beyond. Salvation lies ahead. The dragon surged forward, nearing the threshold of the hall, but then, in an instant, it froze. With a creak, Qingyun entered, glancing down in surprise. What is this loach doing here? Qingyun mused, yet thought little of it, scooping up the loach and carrying it back into the kitchen. Heaven is conspiring against me, the dragon lamented internally. Once back in the kitchen, Qingyun washed the loach before placing it upon the cutting board. That moment, despair enveloped the dragon completely. Very well, I am weary. Let it all come to an end. The dragon closed its eyes, resigning itself to fate. Chapter 93. Dragon Soup. By the time the three demons finally located Demao in the courtyard of Shaolin Temple, twilight had descended. Anxiously, they implored Demao to hasten to rescue the dragon. However, Demao, unfazed, ambled leisurely up the mountain. The three demons wished fervently to carry him off, but such audacity eluded them. Upon reaching the summit, their anxiety escalated. They feared that the dragon may have already been devoured by that formidable being. Coincidentally, at that moment, Qingyun was enjoying his dinner in the courtyard. 2 dishes and a bowl of soup comprised his meal. Spotting Demao returning, accompanied by 3 small creatures, Qingyun couldn't help but smile. Demao, have you taken on some little disciples? Woof woof. Demao barked twice, seemingly indicating that these 3 were hardly worthy of being his followers. The 3 demons trembled with fear that Demao approached the table, eyeing the bowl of soup before turning to the 3 demons. Your esteemed dragon has been thoroughly stewed. What? The demons gasped in disbelief, as though struck by lightning. The dragon truly had been cooked. They yearned to investigate, yet were deterred by Qingyun's presence. That moment, Qingyun spat out a bone. This loach tofu soup is remarkably fresh. As he spoke, he lifted the bowl and took a hearty sip. The demons, upon hearing this, were plunged into despair. Their revered dragon was indeed dead, and worse still, reduced to mere soup. How tragic! They wept bitterly, filled with regret. Had they known it would come to this, they would never have attempted to rescue the dragon. And now, their beloved dragon, having accompanied them, met such a grim fate in less than a day. Woof woof! Demao barked at Qingyun again. Why? Qingyun chuckled lightly. Fear not, there will be enough for you as well. He returned to the kitchen, emerging with another bowl of soup, placing it before Demao. Yet, Demao did not drink, instead glancing at the 3 demons. Will you partake of this bowl of soup? The demons stared in disbelief. Demao, witnessing their stunned expressions, pressed on. This soup contains the essence of the dragon. Do you wish to drink it? The demons exchanged glances, fury igniting within them. They had once been loyal subordinates of the dragon, unwavering in their allegiance. Now, with the dragon deceased, how could they be asked to consume soup made from its body? This was an affront to their honor. They were demons with pride and dignity. They would rather leap from this mountain than drink the dragon's broth. Absolutely not. Yet, the aroma was undeniably enticing. Moreover, this soup was rich in the dragon's essence, a veritable boon for creatures like them. Still, they held their ground. In no way would they drink it. Woof! Demao bared his teeth at them. Faced with such intimidation, the 3 demons panicked. We shall drink. They hastily gulped down the soup. Initially, they imbibed it with indignation, but upon tasting it, they were taken aback. Not only was it delicious, but the essence of the dragon surged within them, invigorating their very beings. The 3 demons were astonished and elated. This single bowl of soup equated to a century of cultivation. In an instant, they forgot all else, focusing solely on the soup that Qingyun observed with amusement. Dumao, you are quite generous today, allowing your own soup to be shared with your little disciples. Dumao wagged his tail dismissively. It was merely a bowl of dragon soup, hardly worth his notice. It was simply a treat for the three demons. Soon, the bowl was emptied, the demons thoroughly satisfied. Even feeling a lingering desire for more, that moment, they completely cast aside the tragic demise of their beloved dragon, lost in the rapture brought forth by the dragon soup. How delightful! How splendid! I feel as though a surge of power is steadily strengthening within me. Is this the essence of the dragon? Though the three demons possessed the ability to transform, their inherent bloodlines were rather mediocre. In contrast, the Azure dragon was a true dragon, not on par with the exalted true dragons, yet still beyond their reach. It was no exaggeration to say that after drinking this bowl of dragon soup, the three demons felt a hint of dragon power coursing through them. For beings with lesser bloodlines, this was an extraordinary opportunity. They had never dared to hope for ascension to the refining spirit stage in their lifetimes. But now, with this chance, a century of diligent cultivation might allow them to brush against that realm. All of this was made possible by this bowl of dragon soup. After finishing, the three demons exchanged glances. Are we perhaps being a tad ungrateful? Well, the dragon is already gone. We shall honor its legacy by striving to strengthen our kind. Indeed, the dragon lives on in our hearts. Unbeknownst to them, Qingyun was oblivious to the murmurs of the demons. He bore no aversion to these three small creatures. After Guxiaoyun's departure, the place felt rather desolate, that a few more animals would be a welcome addition. After finishing his dinner, Qingyun noticed the three demons had yet to leave. Not for want of departing, but rather because Dumao had not permitted them to do so. Dumao, do you wish for your three little disciples to stay? Qingyun inquired curiously. Dumao nodded. Tongue lolling, Qingyun chuckled. Very well. He went inside to fetch two ropes, tying one around the neck of the bull demon and the other around the monkey demon. As for the fox demon, Qingyun deemed it futile to bind. Once this little calf grows, it can assist with plowing the fields, he said, patting the bull demon's head, chuckling. The bull demon felt utterly humiliated. Was he not a creature of the celestial realm? How could he be reduced to plowing fields? This monkey, however, I could train. If times grow tough, I could take it to the streets to perform tricks for sustenance. Qingyun mused, causing the monkey demon to nearly faint. Qingyun then turned to the fox demon, capturing it with a firm grip. The fox demon trembled. A female fox! Qingyun exclaimed with delight. Once I catch a male fox, I can breed some kids, and then catch more foxes for breeding. Perhaps I could establish a fox breeding farm. At this, the fox demon nearly fainted from fright. Was it to be treated like a breeding sow? I am a fox demon. How can I endure such treatment? Chapter 94. Inheriting the family business at the break of dawn. Huikong eagerly ascended the mountain, intent on seeking Qingyun's guidance on the ancient Buddhist yoga scripture. Upon arrival, he was met with a lively scene in Qingyun's courtyard. A calf, a small monkey, and a little fox, along with Dumao and the rabbit already present, created a veritable menagerie. Huikong was taken aback. While the three demons, appearing listless, recognized Huikong as a member of the Buddhist sect, they immediately displayed signs of trepidation. Traditionally, the Buddhist order and the demon clan had been at odds, with the former seen as the latter's sworn enemy. However, at that moment, the demons' powers were sealed, rendering them undetectable to Huikong. Qingyun had yet to rise, and Huikong dared not disturb him. Opting instead to patiently wait outside to his surprise, he found himself waiting for over an hour before Qingyun finally emerged, leisurely carrying a cup of water and a toothbrush. Upon noticing Huikong outside, he greeted, "Huikong, you have come quite early." Huikong hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "I pay my respects to the Holy Sun." Qingyun had long ceased to care about the title Holy Sun, with a nonchalant hum. He began to brush his teeth. It was Huikong's first encounter with such a practice, and his curiosity was piqued. "What is the Holy Sun doing?" "Brushing my teeth." "Brushing your teeth?" "Yes, using this toothbrush to clean my teeth." Huikong wore a puzzled expression. Did teeth really require cleaning? Fortunately, Having witnessed many of Yi Qingyun's peculiarities, he did not dwell on it too much. Once Yi Qingyun completed his morning routine, he began to impart yoga techniques to Huikong. Huikong, follow my lead. Yes, holy son. Yi Qingyun assumed a yoga posture, and Huikong promptly mimicked him. Breathe with me, breathe in, breathe out. Good, your rhythm is commendable. Keep it up. Stretch your arms as far as possible, then slowly open them. Correct. Very correct. You have a good grasp of this. Continue. Exhale, then gradually bend your legs. Whatever movement Yi Qingyun executed, Huikong followed suit with remarkable precision. It must be said, Huikong was indeed a prodigy, flawlessly replicating every action. Moreover, he absorbed every nuance of Yi Qingyun's instructions, mastering the rhythm of each breath and the amplitude of each movement. Soon, Huikong felt a peculiar energy flowing within him. This energy, unlike his own cultivation, seemed to embody boundless vitality and an extraordinary capacity for adaptation. The Huikong's inherent strength harmonized perfectly with this energy, devoid of any resistance. That as Huikong gradually grasped the essence of yoga, this energy surged even more vigorously. He sensed a breakthrough in his cultivation was imminent, poised to transition from the late stage of the condensed Dan realm into the great perfection of the condensed Dan realm. This revelation filled Huikong with uncontainable joy. After practicing for a while, Yi Qingyun decided it was sufficient. Did you remember everything I just taught you? Huikong nodded vigorously, his face brimming with delight. I have memorized it all. Poor monk. Yi Qingyun chuckled. Well then, practice diligently. Although this yoga may not have many other uses, it can indeed strengthen your body. Huikong smiled wryly, realizing that what was once revered in the Buddhist realm as the ancient Buddha's yoga scripture now seemed so trivial coming from Yi Qingyun's lips. If others in the Buddhist community were to hear this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Thank you, holy son, for your guidance. I am immensely grateful, Huikong said sincerely. All right, no need for such formality. Just refrain from bringing any peculiar individuals up here in the future, Yi Qingyun replied with a smirk. Huikong felt a bit embarrassed, recalling how he had previously brought up the calamity-ridden Song Roa, along with the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. Indeed, all rare oddities that had caused some trouble for Yi Qingyun. Thankfully, all matters had been resolved without consequence. After Huikong departed, Yi Qingyun made his way down the mountain to the market. With the addition of 3, the courtyard felt somewhat cramped. Furthermore, Yi Qingyun and his disciples had previously cultivated a watermelon field, necessitating an expansion of the courtyard, that he needed to acquire some tools and, ideally, see if he could procure a male fox to mate with the female fox, an endeavor he had long cherished. For Yi Qingyun, this world of cultivation was harsh, particularly as he himself could not cultivate, but he had come to realize that his advantage lay in the knowledge imparted by the system, as long as he could leverage it. Achieving prominence in this world would not be an arduous task. Farming and animal husbandry were the tasks he aimed to undertake, expanding and strengthening his endeavors to create a flourishing enterprise. Ideally, he envisioned establishing an ecological breeding base at Floating Cloud Mountain, ensuring he would have no worries about sustenance in the future. That Yi Qingyun descended the mountain with a rabbit in tow, apprehensive that if he left it behind, the female fox might devour it. After all, in his recollection, weren't foxes known to eat rabbits? The market remained lively, and it seemed that due to its proximity to Floating Cloud Mountain, more practitioners were milling about. As Yi Qingyun navigated through the market, he greeted many familiar faces with warmth. During this time, he had indeed become well acquainted with the people in the market. After purchasing some tools for the courtyard, Yi Qingyun strolled around the market but found no vendors selling foxes. Thus, he decided to take a break at a tea house. Inside, a young man, perhaps in his 20s, stood before the gathered patrons, narrating a story. To Yi Qingyun's surprise, the tale being told was none other than the legend of the Condor Heroes. He recalled that this tea house had always been the domain of the old man Huang as a storyteller. How had it come to feature a younger individual? Just as the young man passionately recounted the tale, he suddenly spotted Yi Qingyun seated in the corner. He paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure and continued. Once he concluded a segment of the story, the audience erupted in applause, and Yi Qingyun joined in, acknowledging the young man's skillful delivery. Both his emotion and tone were impeccable. Just as Yi Qingyun prepared to leave, the young man approached him directly. Are you young Master Yi? He inquired. Yi Qingyun was taken aback. You know me? The young man beamed with joy and promptly bowed to Yi Qingyun. Young Master Yi, I have finally met you. Please allow me to pay my respects. Yi Qingyun was somewhat bewildered, as he did not recognize this youth. That it was as if the young man had known him all along. Who are you? Young Master Yi, you may not know me, but you should recognize my father. His name is Huang Jiushan. Who was Huang Jiushan? Yi Qingyun remained perplexed. The young man, noticing his confusion, appeared somewhat embarrassed. My father was the storyteller here at this tea house. Everyone called him Old Man Huang. Realization dawned upon Yi Qingyun. So this was the son of Old Man Huang. No wonder he found a resemblance between the young man and the elder. How is your father? Yi Qingyun asked. The young man looked downcast. My father passed away just a month ago. He became too excited while telling a story and collapsed on stage, unable to catch his breath. Yi Qingyun was rendered speechless. Such dedication to the noble art of storytelling. My father often said that young Master Yi is knowledgeable and talented, and that I should learn from you when I had the chance to meet you. The young man gazed at Yi Qingyun with admiration. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. In truth, I am not as learned or talented as you think. Chapter 95. The Crown Prince of the Qingyun dynasty. After some conversation, Yi Qingyun learned the young man's name. Huang Fuxing, a name imbued with fortune. Unlike Old Man Huang, Huang Fuxing was a natural-born storyteller, his words flowing effortlessly. Yet, Yi Qingyun discerned from Huang Fuxing's expressions that though he had inherited his father's profession, he did not particularly relish storytelling. Young Master Yi, I have always yearned to venture out and see the world, Huang Fuxing confided, seated opposite Yi Qingyun, a teacup clutched in his hand, his face etched with bitterness. I grew up listening to my father's tales. There are so many stories. And the outside world is so vibrant, yet I have seen nothing confined to this small town. Unlike you, young Master Yi, who is well-traveled and knowledgeable about everything. At this, Huang Fuxing gazed at Yi Qingyun with envy. Yi Qingyun felt somewhat awkward, for since arriving in this world, he had hardly ventured elsewhere to speak of the outside world. He himself was not particularly well-informed. Young Master Yi, could you tell me about the outside world? Huang Fuxing asked, his face alight with anticipation. Yi Qingyun regarded him thoughtfully. You would do better to experience it for yourself than to hear me speak of it. Huang Fuxing shook his head. My father is buried here. If I leave, who will pay respects to him? He sounded like a devoted son, yet Yi Qingyun frowned at his words. Your father is passed. He is no longer here. Do you intend to be bound by your father for the rest of your life? Huang Fuxing was taken aback. Staring at Yi Qingyun in disbelief, Yi Qingyun's expression softened with empathy. Your father, in the afterlife, would not wish for you to remain here. He would want you to explore a broader world. It suffices for the living to remember the departed, but your own life still stretches ahead. Huang Fuxing's breath quickened, as Yi Qingyun's words struck him like thunder, igniting within him a fervent desire to explore the world beyond. Young Master Yi, Huang Fuxing sprang to his feet. Excitement coursing through him, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Qingyun chuckled. Calm down for a moment. Huang Fuxing sat back down. I understand your eagerness to venture out, and I can relate. In my youth. At this point, Yi Qingyun hesitated, realizing he was not exactly an old fogey. Why then did he feel no desire to embark on such adventures? Had his mindset truly aged? Young Master Yi? Seeing Yi Qingyun lost in thought, Huang Fuxing inquired, puzzled that Yi Qingyun snapped back to reality. What was I saying? You mentioned that in your youth. Oh, in my youth, I often set out to explore, traveling far and wide. Yet ultimately, I found that living a stable life in one place, surrounded by those I care for, and engaging in activities I enjoy, that is sufficient for me. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but think of Guo. I wonder if that lad has arrived in Beichuan yet. Is he adjusting well? For Yi Qingyun, this world was devoid of kinship or close ties. The only person worthy of his concern was his disciple, Guo. But, young Master Yi, do you not find such a life rather monotonous? Huang Fuxing inquired. Perplexed at why Yi Qingyun shook his head. Only after enduring numerous experiences does one truly comprehend the merits of tranquility. It is one's homeland that can offer the greatest solace to the heart. With that, Yi Qingyun rose to depart, leaving Huang Fuxing sitting there in a daze. Solace? Homeland? For a moment, Huang Fuxing's mind was in disarray, and he had hoped to find encouragement from Yi Qingyun to venture forth into the world. Yet instead, he found himself ensnared in deeper turmoil. For some reason, Huang Fuxing sensed profound wisdom in Yi Qingyun's words, as if Yi Qingyun were a sagacious elder who had traversed the vicissitudes of life and seen through all. Yet, Yi Qingyun appeared to be of similar age to himself. As Yi Qingyun exited the tea house, intending to return to the mountains, he noticed a procession on the street that a cadre of well-armed soldiers marched proudly, flanked by two magnificent steeds, upon which sat a man and a woman. Upon closer inspection, Yi Qingyun recognized the woman. She was Princess Chu Yinyu of the Pingxi Wangfu. Beside her was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of distinction. The two appeared to be engaged in lively conversation, radiating warmth and camaraderie. That moment, Chu Yinyu spotted Yi Qingyun standing at the entrance of the tea house. She paused, momentarily taken aback, before her expression shifted to one of alarm. Swiftly dismounting, the handsome youth looked on in confusion, entirely unaware of the unfolding scene. Chu Yinyu hurried to Yi Qingyun and bowed respectfully. "Young Master Yi." Yi Qingyun smiled. "What a coincidence." Chu Yinyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I hope I did not cause you any amusement." "Young Master Yi." Yi Qingyun dismissed any concern, and at that moment, the handsome youth approached. He glanced at Yi Qingyun, noting his ordinary attire and unremarkable appearance, which did not suggest any notable status. The young man could not suppress a sneer, revealing his disdain. "Young Master Yi, may I introduce my friend, Prince Yang Wunkong of the Qingyun dynasty." The Qingyun dynasty, like the Tianwu dynasty, was one of the 7 kingdoms of the southern wilderness. Following the recent assault on the Tianwu dynasty by a coalition of the 3 major dynasties, the Tianwu dynasty had begun to prioritize its relations with the other nations. Despite its strength, the Tianwu dynasty recognized that another coordinated attack by enemy states could spell disaster. Consequently, they dispatched envoys to the southern wilderness to forge alliances and solidify their position. The Qingyun dynasty was the first to be courted. Prince Yang Wunkong had come to the Tianwu dynasty to pay his respects to Dongfang Su and, after the formalities, began to explore the Tianwu territory. Coincidentally, Chu Yinyu had known Yang Wunkong since childhood, making them somewhat familiar. "Ah, it is His Highness the Prince. I am Yi Qingyun. I beg your pardon for my lack of courtesy." Upon learning of Yang Wunkong's status, Yi Qingyun hastily bowed. After all, he was addressing a prince as an ordinary citizen. He felt compelled to maintain a humble demeanor in the presence of royalty. Yang Wunkong merely grunted, seemingly uninterested in engaging with Yi Qingyun. Chu Yinyu noticed Yang Wunkong's haughty attitude, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over her. She felt anxious for Yang Wunkong. Should he offend Yi Qingyun, it would not only bring trouble upon himself, but potentially calamity upon the entire Qingyun dynasty. "Princess, allow me to offer you a word of advice," Yang Wunkong remarked. "Our statuses are not to be trifled with. Do not lower yourself by mingling with inconsequential individuals lest it tarnish your dignity." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's expression froze. How dare he look down upon others like this, even if he were a prince? Yi Qingyun, for all his humble origins, was still a person of merit and did not deserve such ridicule. Though displeased, he refrained from voicing his grievances, recognizing the prince's elevated station. After all, he was merely an unremarkable mortal. Chu Yinyu's complexion shifted dramatically. She first glanced at Yi Qingyun and, seeing no trace of anger upon his face, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, young Master Yi possesses a magnanimous spirit and does not stoop to his level. Yet unable to contain her indignation, Chu Yinyu retorted, "Prince, I urge you to choose your words carefully. Young Master Yi is my friend." Yang Wunkong's expression soured. "Princess, are you certain you are not being deceived?" Chu Yinyu's fury ignited. "Yang Wunkong?" Sensing the rising tension, Yi Qingyun interjected, "There is no need for such agitation. I shall take my leave. You may converse at your leisure." With that, he hastily exited, feeling the atmosphere grow perilous. "Stop! Did this prince grant you permission to leave?" Yang Wunkong bellowed, summoning several soldiers to block Yi Qingyun's path. That why Yi Qingyun was at a loss for words. What had he done to deserve such treatment? Merely stepping outside had led to this predicament. Yang Wenkong approached, and Chu Yinyu gasped in alarm. Yang Wenkong, what do you intend to do? Ignoring her, Yang Wenkong fixed his gaze upon Yi Qingyun. Who are you? What are your intentions in getting close to the princess? If you do not come clean, beware for your head. Yi Qingyun felt a chill run down his spine. Y truly erbo no ulterior motivas. Yang Wenkong raised a hand, and the soldiers swiftly seized Yi Qingyun, pinning him down. Seeing this, Chu Yinyu's heart sank. This was a disaster. If young Master Yi was treated in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be enraged. An angry sage could spell doom for countless souls. Everything would be lost, and she would be dragged down with him. However, to her surprise, Yi Qingyun, once restrained, exhibited only a look of grievance and helplessness, devoid of any semblance of anger. His pitiful demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a transcendent being. Chu Yinyu was momentarily taken aback, growing increasingly admiring of Yi Qingyun. Even when faced with such treatment, young Master Yi remains unperturbed, embracing his mortal guise. It seems young Master Yi has completely integrated into the mundane world, achieving a sublime state of tranquility and emotional detachment. Had Yi Qingyun been aware of Chu Yinyu's thoughts, he would have been utterly dismayed. He was neither tranquil nor detached. He was merely unable to rise due to being restrained. Meanwhile, the rabbit nestled in Yi Qingyun's arms felt conflicted. Should it intervene or remain passive? The rabbit was torn. If it acted, it might disrupt its master-esque experience of the mundane. Yet if it stood idly by, how could it tolerate witnessing such indignity? Neither course seemed right. Thus, the rabbit rolled its eyes and feigned death, reasoning that its master would be safe. Yang Wenkong, release him at once. Chu Yinyu commanded sharply. Princess, I shall take this man for questioning. Once I ascertain his background, I will return him to you. Yang Wenkong ordered, waving his hand. Take him away. Yi Qingyun was bound and unceremoniously tossed onto a horse. Chu Yinyu was alarmed. This was intolerable. Moreover, she pondered, young Master Yi had shown no sign of resistance, perhaps giving her an opportunity to act, that if not now, when she sprang into action, determined to rescue Yi Qingyun. Yet, Yang Wenkong had formidable allies that a middle-aged man clad in red, with a pale visage, effortlessly repelled Chu Yinyu with a mere gesture. She staggered back, astonished by the power of the red-clad man. A condensing pill expert. Chu Yinyu was merely at the gathering source stage and stood no chance against him. Helplessly, she could only watch as Yi Qingyun was taken away. Yi Qingyun, unceremoniously thrown onto the horse, endured a jarring ride that nearly made him vomit. Shortly thereafter, he was brought to Yang Wenkong's residence. Located 100 miles from Floating Cloud Mountain in Lintian City, the grandest estate within the city served as Yang Wenkong's temporary abode. Yi Qingyun was unceremoniously discarded in the courtyard while Yang Wenkong, seated before him, exuded an air of arrogance and coldness. Boy, do you know why this princess brought you here? Yang Wenkong sipped tea leisurely, unhurried in his speech. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Yang Wenkong snorted derisively. Let me enlighten you. Chu Yinyu is a woman of my choosing. She is not only the princess of the Tianwu dynasty, but also my future bride, the future empress of the Qianyuan dynasty. Someone as lowly as you has no right to be in her presence. Yi Qingyun felt a wave of injustice wash over him. He had no romantic inclinations towards Chu Yinyu, viewing her solely as a friend. Your Highness, in truth, I have no relationship with Chu Yinyu whatsoever. Yi Qingyun attempted to clarify. Yang Wenkong narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting you desire something more? No, that's not what I meant. Yi Qingyun hastily replied. Yang Wenkong let out a soft huff. Initially, I intended to kill you, but I have since changed my mind. I will take you back to the Qianyuan dynasty and have you serve as a eunuch. What? Yi Qingyun was utterly stunned that Tio make him a eunuch. That was preposterous. He felt a chill in his nether regions that he had yet to experience life and had not even encountered a woman since arriving in this world. How could he possibly become a eunuch? This was too much of an injustice. Is there any way I might avoid becoming a eunuch? Perhaps I could serve as the royal chef instead. I am quite skilled in cooking, Yi Qingyun tentatively suggested. To serve as a royal chef? one must first undergo purification. Yi Qingyun, it's over. I, Yi Qingyun, with a lifetime of illustrious reputation, am destined to become a eunuch. Woe is me. Yi Qingyun is on the verge of tears, as Yi Qingyun is taken away. Chu Yinyu is immensely anxious. She realizes that she cannot rescue Yi Qingyun alone and must hastily seek assistance. She first turns to Bai Suyi, who happens to be staying at the residence of the Prince of Pingxi. Upon learning of the situation, Bai Suyi is equally astonished. This is a grave matter. Her immediate reaction is one of alarm that Yi Qingyun has been captured without resistance, which signals a dire threat. Should Yang Wenkang commit any outrageous act that provokes Yi Qingyun, the consequences are unimaginable. The most likely scenario is that in a fit of rage, Yi Qingyun could annihilate the entire Qingyun dynasty, potentially dragging the Tianwu dynasty into chaos as well. You must quickly inform His Majesty the Martial Emperor that Yi Gaoren has been captured. I must also hasten to inform my master. Chapter 97. A Race Against Time to Rescue at the Jiuling Sect. Gong Sunyu is deep in meditation. Recently, he has found his cultivation increasingly arduous. Although the process remains unchanged at critical moments, the spiritual energy within him often dissipates. Consequently, his efficiency in cultivation is severely hampered. He begins to suspect that he may have reached the fabled bottleneck stage, a challenging phase all cultivators encounter at this stage. Regardless of effort, progress becomes elusive, and the harder one tries, the less effective their efforts seem, often leading to counterproductive results. Initially, Gong Sunyu did not consider the possibility of a bottleneck, but as time passes, he becomes convinced that he has indeed entered this phase, that he feels anxious and somewhat helpless. Despite his youth and remarkable talent, he finds himself ensnared in this vexing bottleneck that it is fate to remain at a standstill, forever unable to attain the realm of divine refinement. Just as Gong Sunyu is consumed by frustration, a message from Bai Suyi arrives. Upon reading the content relayed by Bai Suyi, he is taken aback. Yi Gaoren has actually been forcibly taken away. He struggles to believe it. How could such a transcendent figure as Yi Qingyun be so easily captured? And by none other than the crown prince of the Qingyun dynasty. In the eyes of ordinary folk, the crown prince may seem untouchable, but to true masters, such titles hold no weight. It is inconceivable that Yi Gaoren could be taken by a mere prince. A test. This must be a deliberate trial set by Yi Gaoren. Upon receiving Bai Suyi's message, Gong Sunyu is convinced that it is a test to gauge their reactions, that if they do not exert themselves wholeheartedly at this moment, they will surely fail Yi Gaoren's trial and miss out on the opportunities he might bestow. They must act. Gong Sunyu promptly summons numerous elders. I order all elders of the sect to accompany me. Yes. All the elders of the Jiuling sect mobilize and follow Gong Sunyu out of the sect. Similar events unfold at the Xianyuan Sword sect and the Taihao sect. When Su Changfeng and Chun Gongwang learn that Yi Qingyun has been taken by Yang Wenkang, it is already somewhat late. However, their reactions mirror Gong Sunyu's, both believing it to be a deliberate act by Yi Qingyun. After all, given Yi Qingyun's cultivation, how could he possibly be captured by someone as insignificant as Yang Wenkang? This must be an opportunity for Yi Qingyun to observe their responses to ASA result. Both Su Changfeng and Chun Gongwang immediately gather all the elders and set out to rescue Yi Qingyun. The three major sects of the Tianwu dynasty take action simultaneously, creating a grand spectacle. Many clueless onlookers are baffled, unaware of why the three major sects are making such a commotion. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Dongfang Su receives a message from the Prince of Pingxi. Dongfang Su's expression changes dramatically as he reads the message presented by Goyu. He suddenly rises. Your Majesty! Goyu is taken aback. Dongfang Su's face is grim. I never expected Yang Wenkang to be so audacious as to disrespect Yi Gaoren. This is truly unforgivable. Dongfang Su cannot fathom that Yang Wenkang would dare to commit such an act. It is utterly outrageous. Two seemingly unrelated individuals have become entwined in this manner. Now, Yi Qingyun has already been taken by Yang Wenkang, and the situation remains uncertain. However, one thing is clear to Dongfang Su. Yang Wenkang is doomed. Yet, if this incident implicates the Tianwu dynasty, it would be disastrous. After all, The Tianwu dynasty and Qingyun dynasty have only just formed an alliance. The two dynasties have yet to establish a rapport. And now this crisis has arisen. Dongfang Su quickly regains his composure. The urgent matter at hand is to clarify his stance. Though Yi Qingyun is unlikely to encounter any harm, he must take action to demonstrate his position to Yi Gaoren. Has Yang Wenkang gone to Lintian City? Dongfang Su inquires immediately. Reporting to your majesty. Yang Wenkang is indeed in Lintian City, Guoyu replies. Very well. You will immediately lead a team and accompany me to Lintian City. Guoyu is momentarily stunned. Your majesty intends to take action personally? Dongfang Su responds helplessly. At this juncture, if I do not go myself, the situation could become unmanageable. Yi Gaoren is deliberately testing us. How could we possibly lag behind? Upon hearing this, Guoyu comprehends immediately. I shall go at once. Soon, Dongfang Su departs with Guoyu and a cadre of elite palace warriors. Heading straight for Lintian City, that in addition to the three major sects and the imperial palace, another group is also on the move, the monks from beneath floating Cloud Mountain. Huang Fuxing, having witnessed Yi Qingyun's abduction from the tea house, realizes he cannot rescue him, but knows of Yi Qingyun's amicable relations with the monks. Thus, he rushes to Shaolin Temple. There, he is received by Xu Hai and Su Zhu. Huang Fuxing informs them of Yi Qingyun's forcible capture, prompting immediate alarm. They hasten to find Huikong, who is diligently practicing yoga in the back courtyard. Upon hearing the news, Huikong exclaims, "This is intolerable! Our holy son of Buddhism has been taken by a mere prince? This is an affront to our Buddhist sect." Enraged, Huikong gathers all the monks of Shaolin Temple, including his blind elder brother, along with monks from a dozen other temples. Over 30 monks unite to rush toward Lintian City. Meanwhile, in Lintian City, Yang Wenkang remains blissfully unaware of the uproar he has caused throughout the Tianwu dynasty, that he is busy preparing to return to the Qingyun dynasty, with Yi Qingyun still bound and placed upon a horse. Yang Wenkang intends to take Yi Qingyun back to the Qingyun dynasty, ensuring that Chu Yinyu will never see him again. The Yi Qingyun wears a sorrowful expression, unwilling to go to the Qingyun dynasty, let alone become a eunuch. Yet, after waiting for so long, why has no one come to rescue him? Do the prominent figures of the Tianwu dynasty intend to abandon him to his fate? Alas, bonds have truly faded. Had he known these people were so heartless, he would have refrained from accepting their hospitality. Now, not a single soul has come to his aid. It is truly callous. Your Highness, everything is prepared. A man in red informs Yang Wenkang. Yang Wenkang nods and mounts his horse. It is time to return. The man in red immediately shouts, "Set forth." However, before he can finish, a sudden gale sweeps through the sky. Whoosh, 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 shadows descend from above, moving as swiftly as the wind. Yang Wenkang is momentarily stunned, gazing up in bewilderment. That as he catches sight of the figures overhead, his expression pales in terror, causing him to tumble from his horse. Chapter 98. The magnanimous Yi Qingyun in the skies above. Several figures hover in midair. Masters. They are all formidable experts. Most startling to Yang Wenkang is the presence of martial Emperor Dongfang Su, as well as Su Changfeng, Gong Sunyu, and Chen Gongwang. These are the most elite warriors of the Tianwu dynasty, and their sudden appearance here is beyond comprehension. Yi Gaoren is indeed here. Upon spotting Yi Qingyun on the horse, Dongfang Su and the others hastily descend. Your Majesty, Yang Wenkang begins to speak, but notices that Dongfang Su has not even glanced in his direction. Neither he nor the leaders of the three major sects, nor any of the other masters, pay Yang Wenkang any heed. They all surround Yi Qingyun. Yang Wenkang is left bewildered, completely at a loss for what is transpiring. "Young Master Yi, we have arrived late and allowed you to suffer," Dongfang Su says. Assisting Yi Qingyun down from the horse, his face filled with remorse that Yi Qingyun looks at them, finally feeling a sense of relief. With their presence, he will not be taken to the Qingyun dynasty, nor will he become a eunuch. Alas, had you come any later, I would have been taken back to become a eunuch, Yi Qingyun replies with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su, Su Changfeng, and the others all change their expressions dramatically. Is Yang Wenkang truly so deranged as to attempt to take Yi Qingyun back to the Qingyun dynasty to become a eunuch? Such a thought is simply horrifying. What sort of person is Yi Qingyun? If anyone dared to treat him with such disrespect, the Qingyun dynasty would undoubtedly be plunged into a sea of blood and corpses. Meanwhile, the group ponders Yi Qingyun's words that is he implying something to them. They all turn and fix their gazes on Yang Wenkong. Under the intense scrutiny of these martial arts giants, Yang Wenkong feels an overwhelming sense of dread. Yang Wenkong, what crime do you deserve? Dongfang Su exclaimed with a voice filled with fury. Yang Wenkong was utterly bewildered, not comprehending what he had done to provoke such concern from Dongfang Su and his companions towards an ordinary individual. Your Majesty, what offense have I committed? Yang Wenkong replied. Perplexed, Dongfang Su snorted, his expression dark as thunder. Young Master Yi is a close friend of mine. How dare you show him disrespect? What? Yang Wenkong was taken aback. Could it be true that this seemingly ordinary young man was a close companion of the martial Emperor Dongfang Su? He found it hard to believe. Yang Wenkong, young Master Yi is also a dear friend of our three major sects, Su Changfeng remarked nonchalantly. Yang Wenkong gasped in shock. What on earth was happening? Even the three great sects held this person in such high regard. This was utterly absurd. Your Majesty, the three sect leaders, you must be mistaken. He is merely an ordinary person, Yang Wenkong said incredulously. Ordinary. The others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing incredulity. If Yi Qingyun were considered an ordinary person, then what were they? It was a colossal joke. Yang Wenkong, you have offended young Master Yi, and you shall not return to the Qingyun dynasty. Let your father come to bring you back, Dongfang Su said coldly. Upon hearing this, Yang Wenkong panicked. Martial Emperor, our two nations have just formed an alliance. You cannot treat me this way. Dongfang Su scoffed. What? Do you intend to use our alliance to threaten me? Yang Wenkong lowered his head slightly. I would never dare, but as the crown prince of the Qingyun dynasty, I cannot be humiliated without cause in your esteemed nation. If Martial Emperor truly intends to detain me over this matter, then our Qingyun dynasty will have to reconsider the alliance with your nation. Yang Wenkong concluded, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He believed he had spoken cleverly, neither appearing overly humble nor undermining his stature as a prince. Alas, Yang Wenkong was gravely mistaken. Slap. Without uttering a word, Dongfang Su delivered a resounding slap across Yang Wenkong's face. Yang Wenkong stumbled back, spinning twice before collapsing to the ground, one side of his face swelling dramatically. He was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that Dongfang Su would resort to physical violence against him. Ignorant fool! Dongfang Su glared at Yang Wenkong with icy eyes. The three sect leaders looked on with sympathetic expressions. Yang Wenkong had offended Yi Qingyun, yet remained blissfully unaware of the peril he faced, still prattling on with his nonsensical remarks. Had Dongfang Su not been present, the three sect leaders would have already acted against Yang Wenkong. Young Master Yi, how do you wish to handle this? Dongfang Su inquired respectfully of Yi Qingyun. After all, it was Yi Qingyun who had truly been wronged. The decision on how to deal with Yang Wenkong naturally fell to him. He hasn't truly wronged me, so let's just let it go, Yi Qingyun replied with great leniency, not wishing to hold a grudge against Yang Wenkong. Though he had narrowly avoided a grave fate, he felt it best to show mercy, as Yang Wenkong was still a prince of a nation. Should matters escalate, it could lead to significant trouble for the Qingyun dynasty. This was Yi Qingyun's genuine thought. However, to the others, it was a testament to Yi Qingyun's remarkable magnanimity. Dongfang Su and the others gazed at Yi Qingyun with surprise and admiration. This was the true mark of a great individual, willing to extend forgiveness even after enduring such humiliation. Others would hardly be capable of such generosity. Young Master Yi is truly magnanimous. The character of young Master Yi is worthy of admiration. We must learn much from young Master Yi. The group surrounded Yi Qingyun, lavishing him with praise. Yang Wenkong could only watch in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Why was this seemingly unremarkable individual being treated with such reverence by Dongfang Su and the others? Was he really not an ordinary person? Yang Wenkong, are you not going to kneel and apologize to young Master Yi? Dongfang Su barked. Yang Wenkong, in a daze, approached and knelt before Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun felt a bit awkward. There is no need for such severity. Dongfang Su shook his head. Young master, he is sincerely seeking your forgiveness. Please grant him this opportunity. Yi Qingyun was at a loss for words. Yang Wenkong bowed his head, a look of regret on his face. Although he still didn't comprehend who Yi Qingyun truly was. He recognized that someone who could command such caution from Dongfang Su and the others was not someone he could afford to offend. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your worth and disrespected you. I hope you can forgive my folly. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Rise. It was merely a misunderstanding. Yang Wenkong stood up, but just as he did, a commotion erupted in the distance as a large group rushed forward. The onlookers turned to see the arriving monks from Huayin Mountain, each carrying a staff and exuding an imposing presence. It seems Yang Wenkong still has some reckoning to face, Dongfang Su thought silently. Chapter 99. Tasting wine. The monks from Huayin had arrived, looking fierce and utterly unlike the demeanor of practitioners. They resembled a band of ruffians. They had sprinted to the city, incensed upon learning that Yi Qingyun had been captured. How dare anyone lay hands on their sacred and untouchable Buddhist disciple? Thus, they had hastily made their way to Lintian City. Although they had run on foot, the distance was not too great. And they arrived without much delay. Disciple! The monks exclaimed upon spotting Yi Qingyun surrounded by Dongfang Su and the others, their faces lighting up with joy. Oh, wide at why Yi Qingyun smiled. So you all came too. The monks hurried closer, inspecting him with relief upon confirming he was unharmed. It's a relief to see you safe, or I would have been terrified, Hui Kong exclaimed, patting his chest. Master Hui Kong, we rushed over the moment we heard young Master Yi was in trouble. Thankfully, he is unharmed, Dongfang Su responded. Hui Kong pressed his palms together in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, 3 sect leaders. No need for such formality. After exchanging pleasantries, Hui Kong turned his attention to Yang Wenkong. You scoundrel! How dare you disrespect our Buddhist disciple? What punishment do you deserve? A Buddhist disciple? Yang Wenkong was left speechless. What kind of monstrous figure had he inadvertently provoked? Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders had all come to his aid. And even the Buddhist monks had been mobilized. What kind of calamity had he summoned upon himself? Had he known the true stature of this individual, he would have never dared to cross him. Yang Wenkong felt immense regret, but it was too late for that now. Yang Wenkong hesitated, unsure how to respond, at why Yi Qingyun quickly interjected. Hui Kong, let it go. This was merely a misunderstanding. Do not press the matter further. Hui Kong looked moved. Young master, your magnanimity is a true reflection of our Buddhist values. I hold you in the highest esteem. Yi Qingyun felt quite awkward. Hui Kong's flattery had become increasingly adept, flowing effortlessly from his lips. Yet, Yi Qingyun found it quite pleasing to hear. Yang Wenkong, although young Master Yi has forgiven you, it does not mean you are entirely in the clear, Dongfang Su said coldly. Yang Wenkong froze. I shall inform your father, and he will decide how to deal with you. Yang Wenkong sighed. I understand. Return to your Qingyun dynasty. Yes. Yang Wenkong walked away, dejected. Though he had only received a slap, it felt as though he had been plunged into a dream. He had unwittingly offended a significant figure. What baffled him most was still not knowing who this person truly was. Had he heard the monks refer to him as a Buddhist disciple? Was this individual indeed a master of the Buddhist realm? The more Yang Wenkong pondered, the more perplexed he became. For now, he prioritized returning to the Qingyun dynasty. With that, Yang Wenkong departed with his entourage, while Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders were invited back to Huayin Mountain by Yi Qingyun. After all, they had come specifically to rescue him, and he wished to express his gratitude. Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders were both flattered and excited, eager to visit Huayin Mountain. They held a faint anticipation for what kind of opportunities might await them on this visit. Yi Qingyun also extended an invitation to Hui Kong and the others, but they politely declined why Yi Qingyun did not press the matter, knowing they resided at the foot of Huayin Mountain and could easily visit whenever they wished. The group returned to Huayin Mountain. Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders instructed their respective followers to depart first, leaving only the 4 of them to accompany Yi Qingyun up the mountain. Upon arrival, they noticed that Guo had not come out to greet them, which struck them as odd. Young Master Yi, Where is your esteemed disciple? Su Changfeng inquired curiously. He has gone to Beichuan. Yi Qingyun replied casually. Gone to Beichuan? The four exchanged astonished glances. Why on earth would he go to Beichuan? However, seeing that Yi Qingyun did not seem inclined to elaborate, they refrained from pressing further, wary of inciting his displeasure. Why are there more demon beasts in the courtyard? Upon reaching the courtyard, they were startled to see 3 demon beasts within, particularly Dongfang Su, whose expression changed dramatically. Were these not the same 3 shape-shifting demon beasts that had led an assault on the palace? Why were they here, and in this form? The 3 demon beasts quaked in fear upon seeing Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders, trembling uncontrollably that the Mao lounged lazily in a corner, basking in the sun. Unfazed. For him, this was merely a minor spectacle. Demon beasts? These 3 little creatures are not demonic beasts. They are merely ordinary animals, Yi Qingyun remarked with a smile. The 4 of them exchanged glances. Clearly aware that these 3 were indeed demonic beasts, albeit appearing unusually diminutive for reasons unknown. However, if Yi Qingyun asserted they were mere beasts, then they must be just that eye in the eyes of such a distinguished figure as him. There was little distinction between demonic beasts and ordinary ones. Yet Dongfang Su harbored some concerns. Since the 3 demonic creatures were present, where could the Ziyun Jiao, who had departed alongside them, be? Might it also be in this vicinity? Please, have a seat while I fetch you some delightful drinks, Yi Qingyun said with a mysterious smile. The 4 felt somewhat awkward. Although this was not their first visit, they were still uneasy about being served tea and refreshments by Yi Qingyun. In a short while, he returned with a jar of wine. The 4 were taken aback. Was he inviting them to drink? They all smiled. Being individuals of some standing, they had tasted many fine wines. They speculated that while Yi Qingyun was indeed an extraordinary figure, the wine he presented might not surpass the famous liquors they had previously enjoyed. This is my own brew, ready for tasting around this time. And fortuitously, you have come to sample it, Yi Qingyun explained as he poured each of them a cup. The liquid was not particularly clear, slightly yellowish, yet the aroma was exceptionally robust. Just the scent invigorated them, making them feel a warmth spread throughout their bodies. There was no doubt. This was certainly a strong spirit, do indulge, Yi Qingyun urged, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Then we shall not be polite. Dongfang Su replied, as the 4 each took a sip. Upon the first taste, their expressions changed dramatically, that a flush rapidly spread across their faces, and their breaths quickened, feeling a potent rush. What do you think? The flavor is quite remarkable, is it not? Yi Qingyun asked with a beaming smile. The 4 remained silent, for their throats felt as if they had swallowed fire, akin to gulping down a blade. It was a truly exhilarating sensation. This wine is quite fiery, Gong Sun Yu managed to exclaim after a moment of struggle. Not just fiery, the after effect is quite overwhelming. Chen Gongwang added, gasping for air. Having consumed only a sip, they were already feeling the effects, showcasing the fierce potency of the wine that I once tasted a spirit brought over from the Eastern Tang, equally fierce and domineering, yet this seems to surpass it. Dongfang Su remarked in admiration that Yi Qingyun was taken aback to see their faces flushed, astonished. Surely you jest. You have only taken a sip, and you are already like this. The 4 looked up in unison. Young Master Yi, this wine is indeed quite strong, they affirmed. Furrowing his brow, Yi Qingyun poured himself a cup and downed it in one go, but he smacked his lips and declared, not particularly strong, in comparison to Baijiu. It pales significantly. Yi Qingyun's brew was Huangjiu, which he believed to be slightly stronger than the average variety, but not excessively so. Yet, seeing the 4 so affected after just a sip made him question whether he had erred in the brewing process. However, after tasting, he concluded that it was not overly fiery and well within tolerable limits. Could it be that the locals drink spirits of low potency? Yi Qingyun mused. The 4 were surprised to see him finish a cup without any visible effects. They had not used their cultivation to mitigate the effects of the alcohol. If they had, it would not have been notable. Yet, Yi Qingyun clearly exhibited no signs of intoxication, which was rather astonishing. Could it be that not only is Yi a master of unfathomable depth, but also possesses an insatiable capacity for alcohol? They pondered. After Yi Qingyun downed his cup, the 4, feeling compelled, swiftly followed suit and drank their own. "Here, let me refill your cups," Qingyun said as he poured more wine for them. The four gazed at the contents, feeling a bit apprehensive. They were struggling to keep up. After one cup, they felt a fiery warmth surging through their bodies. They were indeed intoxicated. Among them, Su Changfeng had the weakest constitution for alcohol. He rarely indulged, and after just one cup, he began to sweat profusely. Feeling exuberantly lightheaded and inexplicably comfortable, almost yearning for another cup. "Merely drinking and tea enough. I'll prepare some snacks to accompany the wine," Qingyun declared as he set the wine jar down and dashed into the kitchen. The four remained seated, adhering to decorum. Meanwhile, the three demonic creatures observed the four with astonishment. "It seems this individual is truly extraordinary. Even they regard him with such reverence. These four are all top-tier experts of the Tianwu dynasty. Yet here, they appear unusually subdued. What if they drink too much and come seeking trouble?" The three whispered among themselves, occasionally pointing at Dongfang Su and the others that the Mao yawned, feeling drowsy under the scorching midday sun, while the rabbit diligently gnawed on a carrot, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around it. Before long, Qingyun returned with 4 plates of appetizers: a plate of cucumber salad, a plate of peanuts, a plate of pig's head meat, and a plate of marinated chicken feet, all prepared by him. The four had never encountered such dishes and were quite curious to try them. Qingyun urged enthusiastically. They each took a bite with their chopsticks. "Delicious," they exclaimed in unison. Whether it was the refreshing cucumber, the fragrant and crunchy peanuts, or the savory pig's head meat and chicken feet, everything was exceptionally tasty. Though simple, the flavors were immensely satisfying. With these 4 dishes, they naturally indulged further. Qingyun and the four continued to drink and chat, and before they realized it, the jar was nearly empty. Qingyun's face had also grown rosy, though he remained quite lucid. While Dongfang Su and his companions began to struggle, Su Changfeng had already slumped over the table, mumbling incoherently. Dongfang Su sat seriously, his eyes glazed as if he were still in court. Gong Sun Yu clutched an empty wine jar, grinning foolishly, while Qin Gongwang silently wept, stuffing his mouth with pig's head meat. Observing their state, Qingyun recognized they were all quite inebriated, that he too felt a slight buzz. A comfortable state of mild intoxication that he chose not to disturb them and retreated to his room for a brief nap. When he awoke, he found the four sprawled out in the courtyard, completely unconscious, some lying awkwardly. Gong Sun Yu had even cradled the rabbit in his arms, which appeared utterly resigned to its fate. But while Qingyun chuckled softly and returned to sleep as dusk approached, he awoke feeling refreshed. While Dongfang Su and the others had also regained consciousness, they exchanged glances, recalling their drunken antics, and could not help but laugh that it had been years since they had indulged to such an extent. Yet today had been a liberating experience. "Are you all feeling sober now?" Qingyun called as he stepped outside. The four felt a bit sheepish. "Apologies for providing such amusement, young Master Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to apologize for? Drinking is meant for relaxation and enjoyment. Overindulgence is no matter, as long as one does not act foolishly." They all shared a knowing smile. Just then, they suddenly froze, each vividly envisioning a figure in their minds. This figure appeared to be practicing a peculiar martial art with strange moves and intricate techniques, embodying boundless variations, making it seemingly impossible to defend against. They were all astonished, exchanging glances to confirm they had witnessed the same phenomenon. What was happening? A wave of confusion washed over them. Yet in the next moment, they simultaneously looked toward Qingyun, realization dawning upon them. This must be the gift from the esteemed master. How fortuitous that they all beheld the same martial art. It was clear that Qingyun had subtly imparted this knowledge during their drinking session. Their excitement surged, and they felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and pay their respects to Qingyun. As the demonstration in their minds concluded, a comprehensive martial arts treatise materialized in their consciousness. In that instant, they comprehended the nature of the martial art they had received, drunken fist. In their view, it is only a figure as unfathomable as Qingyun, a recluse of the world, who possesses the capability to create a martial art as astonishing as drunken fist. The four individuals rose in unison and bowed deeply to Qingyun. "Thank you, young Master Yi," they exclaimed in chorus. Yi Qingyun was somewhat taken aback. Was it merely a meal he had treated them to? Why were they all so exceedingly courteous? Your politeness makes me feel a bit embarrassed, he replied with a bashful smile. The four exchanged glances, quickly grasping Yi Qingyun's intention. He wished for them to maintain discretion. A true master always acts with such humility, they silently admired. Young Master Yi, we should take our leave now, said Dongfang Su. Yi Qingyun nodded, and suddenly recalled something. He retrieved 4 jars of wine from within the house. Take these back to enjoy, he offered. The four were astounded and repeatedly waved their hands in refusal. No, no, we cannot accept such a gift. Indeed, this wine is so precious, we truly cannot accept it. They believed this wine to be extraordinary, undoubtedly an unparalleled vintage. Such a rare delicacy was beyond their means to accept. What is so precious? I can brew dozens of jars in a year. Just take it and enjoy, Yi Qingyun said nonchalantly. The four were momentarily stunned. Such exquisite wine, he could produce dozens of jars in a year? In that case, we thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. We shall certainly visit you next time with a grand gift. The four departed, clutching the jars of wine. After watching them leave, Yi Qingyun tidied up his courtyard and then began to expand it. After a long day of labor, the courtyard was finally completed, incorporating the previous watermelon patch into his premises. I'm utterly exhausted, Yi Qingyun sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he settled into a chair to rest. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Young Master Yi. The newcomer bowed respectfully to Yi Qingyun immediately rose. Old Shun. The visitor was Shun Tianhua, who had personally escorted Xiao Shi and Guo to Beichuan, ensuring their safe arrival. Now that they were settled, Shun Tianhua naturally wished to inform Yi Qingyun. Young Master Yi, my disciple and your esteemed pupil have arrived in Beichuan and are currently residing with the Xiao family. He also asked me to convey to you that there is no need to worry. He will live well in Beichuan, Shun Tianhua added. Yi Qingyun nodded, relieved that they had arrived safely. Thank you for your efforts, old Shin, he said. Shun Tianhua smiled. It was nothing, merely a matter of escorting them along the way. Yi Qingyun felt a surge of gratitude. His disciple had finally reached Beichuan safely to for the calamity mentioned by the old blind man. He could only wonder if Guo would successfully navigate through it. He felt uncertain, especially since the old blind man's cryptic words about heading north left him pondering whether it referred to Beichuan. If not, the consequences could be dire. Young Master Yi, I must take my leave, Shun Tianhua announced. Wait a moment, old Shun. Yi Qingyun suddenly called out to him. Shun Tianhua was taken aback. Is there something else you require? Young Master Yi? Yi Qingyun hesitated slightly. Do you have any means of contact? Means of contact? Shun Tianhua was puzzled. I mean, if I wish to reach you, how might I do so? Yi Qingyun clarified, upon understanding. Shun Tianhua's mind raced. Could it be that this esteemed figure wished to employ him? What a fortunate turn of events. Being recognized and utilized by such a master was an opportunity that one could scarcely hope for, promising to foster a closer relationship in the future. Young Master Yi, this is a communication jade slip that as long as you infuse a trace of spiritual energy into it, I will be able to converse with you. Shun Tianhua presented a green jade slip. Yi Qingyun accepted it, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Old Shun, I don't possess any spiritual energy. Shun Tianhua, Yi Qingyun. Shun Tianhua was utterly flabbergasted. This esteemed figure truly regarded himself as an ordinary mortal, constantly reminding himself of his current status, devoid of spiritual energy. Shun Tianhua felt a twinge of shame that he instinctively produced the communication jade slip, as he subconsciously believed that Yi Qingyun was a transcendent being. He had never anticipated that Yi Qingyun was so deeply immersed in the identity of an ordinary person. Were it not for the knowledge of Yi Qingyun's unfathomable nature, Shun Tianhua might have doubted whether he was indeed an ordinary human. It was my oversight, Shun Tianhua acknowledged, retracting the jade slip, that he then produced a command flag from his storage bag. Young Master Yi, this flag I crafted myself that if you shake it 7 times in succession, I will be able to discern your location and communicate with you across distances. Yi Qingyun curiously took the flag. Why 7 times? Well, the flag's formation can only be activated by shaking it 7 times. What if I shake it 2 extra times? It would still activate. Is there a specific force required for the shaking? Moderate strength will suffice. Should I shake it with my left hand or right? Either is fine. Will this flag malfunction? As long as it remains undamaged, it will not. Qingyun posed a series of questions until he fully comprehended the flag's usage. Finally feeling reassured, Shen Tianhua's face had turned a shade of green from the barrage of inquiries. He constantly reminded himself that this was an esteemed elder and must not be angered. He needed to cooperate fully, answering whatever was asked. Does young Master Yi have any further questions? Shen Tianhua inquired with a forced smile. None at all. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. See you later. Shen Tianhua departed, and Qingyun tucked the command flag away. As he turned to head back inside, he spotted a figure sprinting up the mountain path, panting heavily. Young Master Yi. Qingyun focused his gaze and was astonished to see Huang Fuxing, who appeared utterly exhausted. After all, he was not a practitioner. Ascending from the foot of the mountain to its peak required considerable exertion. Brother Huang, what brings you here? Qingyun asked, surprised. I saw you being taken away earlier and was unsure if you had returned. So I came to check on you, Huang Fuxing panted. Qingyun chuckled. No worries, I returned yesterday. That's good. Suddenly, Huang Fuxing's eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 102. The Ordeal of Guishaoyan. What is happening? Qingyun was startled and rushed over. Huang Fuxing lay on the ground, his face pale, breathless, with his limbs twitching. Qingyun quickly leaned down to listen for his heartbeat. Indeed, cardiac arrest. Qingyun checked Huang Fuxing's pulse, which was already erratic. This is bad. This fellow is so weak that running up here likely left him breathless, resulting in cardiac arrest. Qingyun frowned deeply that if this were not handled properly, it could lead to a fatal outcome. The situation was urgent, and Qingyun wasted no time, commencing chest compressions on Huang Fuxing. With his hands interlocked, he positioned them over Huang Fuxing's heart. 1 push, 2 pushes, 3 pushes. The 3 onlookers were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Was this some peculiar form of punishment? Was he trying to press the life out of him? How cruel! How terrifying! Truly, a recluse possesses a ruthless and violent side as well. Just as the 3 were contemplating this, Huang Fuxing, after more than 30 compressions, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Gasping for air, he abruptly sat up. Qingyun observed that his complexion appeared somewhat improved, and he finally exhaled in relief. That was a close call. Huang Fuxing stared blankly at Qingyun. Young Master Yi. What just happened to me? Qingyun replied, somewhat exasperated. You nearly lost your life just now. Huang Fuxing looked dazed. I believe I just had an extraordinarily long dream. It wasn't that long. Merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I felt as if I had lived an entire lifetime. You were likely deprived of oxygen for too long, causing your brain to hallucinate. What does it mean to be deprived of oxygen? Being deprived of oxygen means you were out of breath, without air. Your brain turns to mush, and you can see anything. I see. Their bewildering exchange left Qingyun speechless. Huang Fuxing stood up, still feeling a bit dizzy, that he clasped his hands before Qingyun. Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving my life. I have no means to repay you. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. There was no expectation of gratitude. However, your constitution is quite fragile. You nearly lost your life climbing a mountain. You must strengthen your physique in the future. Huang Fuxing sighed. I have been weak since childhood. I apologize for the inconvenience. Young Master Yi. Qingyun chose not to comment further. That recent experience has given me profound insight, Huang Fuxing suddenly remarked. What have you come to realize? Qingyun inquired, puzzled. I understand now why my father has never left this place. A look of sentimentality crossed Huang Fuxing's face. And I also comprehend what you said to me a few days ago. Young Master Yi, though the world outside is vast, this homeland is the only place that truly brings me peace. As the leaves fall, they return to their roots. I was born here. I grew up here. I'm acquainted with everyone here. And every inch of this land is familiar to me. Should I leave this place and meet my demise elsewhere, not a single soul would come to pay their respects at my father's grave. At this point, Huang Fuxing let out a self-deprecating smile. Moreover, the people here have listened to my father impart wisdom for half a lifetime. If I were to depart, the villagers would no longer have the opportunity to hear the teachings from both father and son. In that moment, a subtle, warm radiance seemed to emanate from Huang Fuxing. The three demons were taken aback, exclaiming, "This person has attained sudden enlightenment. Goodness! How can this mere mortal possess such fortune? It is not surprising he has gained insight, having been enlightened by a master." The three demons were filled with astonishment and envy, simultaneously resolving in their hearts to follow Qingyun henceforth. Only by aligning themselves with this extraordinary individual could they hope for success. As for the grand aspirations of the demon race, they had long since been cast aside. Indeed, Huang Fuxing had achieved enlightenment. Though still a mere mortal, he had at this moment touched upon the profound truths of life, a feat that many cultivators spend their entire lives striving to attain. While he remained a man of flesh, his spirit underwent a subtle metamorphosis, leading him down a path distinct from that of traditional cultivators. "Young Master Yi, I have an ungracious request," Huang Fuxing stated. "Speak freely," Huang Fuxing continued. "My father once mentioned that young Master Yi is acquainted with an esteemed gentleman named Mr. Jin, who has penned numerous remarkable tales. Might I implore you to share some insights with me, so that I may regale the villagers below with more captivating stories?" "Ah, so that is the matter," Qingyun replied without hesitation, stepping into the house and retrieving a book. "Take this. It is as thrilling as the legend of the Condor heroes." Huang Fuxing accepted the book, its cover adorned with the powerful characters. "The Return of the Condor Heroes." He was momentarily stunned. "Young Master Yi, is this book related to the legend of the Condor heroes?" he inquired. "Indeed, you shall discover the connection upon reading it." Qingyun responded with a mysterious smile. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Huang Fuxing bowed deeply, then descended the mountain with the book in hand. In the land of Beichuan, at the Shao family residence, Guoxiaoyan observed a few boys slightly older than himself and frowned. "Young man, how dare you utilize the resources of the Shao family as an outsider?" One plump boy, wearing a menacing expression, barked at Guoxiaoyan, "Hand over the pills that belong to the Shao family, or beware of a beating." The three boys rolled up their sleeves, posturing as if ready to fight. "Very well, I shall give them to you." Guoxiaoyan remained calm, producing a jade vial. The chubby boy snatched it eagerly, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "At least you're sensible," he sneered. Guoxiaoyan turned to leave. "Wait!" The chubby boy blocked his path again. "Is there something else?" Guoxiaoyan asked. "Puzzle. I recall that Sister Shao sure gifted you a precious item. You should surrender that as well." The plump boy extended his hand, demanding the treasure. Guoxiaoyan's demeanor shifted. He felt displeased. When he returned to the Shao family with Shao Shi, she had given him a heart-nurturing jade, which nourished the spirit and enhanced one's vitality, immensely beneficial for someone yet to come of age. While he could part with the pills, as he had no interest in cultivation, the heart-nurturing jade was a personal gift from Shao Shi, and he had no intention of relinquishing it. "I cannot do that." Guoxiaoyan shook his head. The chubby boy was taken aback, not expecting such a refusal. "What did you say?" "I said I cannot." Guoxiaoyan's expression turned serious. The chubby boy's temper flared. "Aren't you afraid of a beating?" The three boys glared at Guoxiaoyan. He simply shook his head. "I am not afraid." Chapter 103. Astonishment for Father and Daughter. "I am not afraid." These simple words reflected the strength within Guoxiaoyan. Even facing three larger boys, he exhibited no hint of fear. He had initially been willing to part with the pills to avoid trouble, understanding that this was not floating Cloud Mountain. However, if they were to bully him excessively, he would not cower. After all, he had endured beatings as a beggar and had grown accustomed to it. "I see you're just asking for trouble." The chubby boy, unceremoniously, attempted to shove Guoxiaoyan down. Yet, when he pushed against Guoxiaoyan's shoulder, he found himself stumbling backward, falling flat on the ground. Guoxiaoyan looked at him, bewildered. What was this fellow doing? He exerted no effort whatsoever and ended up falling over himself. Was he attempting to feign injury to frame him in front of the Shao family? The chubby boy sat on the ground, incredulous as he gazed at Guoxiaoyan. How can you be so heavy? You are the heavy one. Just look at how plump you are, Guoxiaoyan retorted without reservation. The chubby boy fumed. You too. Get him. Right. The other two boys rushed forward, each grabbing one of Guoxiaoyan's arms, seemingly intent on pinning him down. Guoxiaoyan remained unfazed, his expression bemused. What are you doing? The two boys paused. We are going to beat you. Then why are your hands so weak? It feels like you have no strength at all. As Guoxiaoyan spoke, he lightly lifted his hands. Whoosh, the two boys, one on each side, were sent flying, landing awkwardly on the ground, groaning in pain. Guoxiaoyan was even more perplexed. He merely raised his hands, so why the exaggerated reaction? Even if they were trying to frame him, it was unnecessary to go to such lengths. Tiangu, this kid has immense strength. Indeed. We were flung away with a mere gesture. The two boys exclaimed to the chubby one. The chubby boy stood up, his expression a mixture of suspicion and disbelief as he looked at Guoxiaoyan. Are you a cultivator? Guoxiaoyan shook his head. I do not cultivate. Not cultivating? That was a relief. The chubby boy felt reassured. Perhaps this kid was just naturally strong, that he had been cultivating for 2 years, albeit only at the initial stage of the spirit-gathering realm, but handling a non-cultivator should be a piece of cake. The chubby boy summoned his energy and launched a punch at Guoxiaoyan, confident that it would leave him in a sorry state. Guoxiaoyan stood there, unflinching. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Guoxiaoyan. Yet he remained unmoved, wearing an expression of confusion. The chubby boy was dumbfounded. How could his energy-infused punch have no effect? It felt as if he had struck a stone wall. Are you not eating enough? Guoxiaoyan's small eyes were filled with genuine bewilderment, which nearly caused the chubby boy to spit blood in frustration, that he relentlessly threw punches at Guoxiaoyan, each landing harmlessly, like raindrops, light and without any force. Was this chubby boy merely toying with him? In a nearby corner, two onlookers were taking in the scene. One was Xiao Shi, and the other was her father, the current head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhenan. Although nearing 50, Xiao Zhenan possessed an extraordinary appearance, exuding a youthful elegance that suggested he must have been quite handsome in his youth, thereby producing a daughter as beautiful as Xiao Shit. This moment, both father and daughter were left speechless, incredulously observing Guoxiaoyan not far away. Daughter, is this lad truly devoid of any cultivation? Xiao Zhenan asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. It seems so, Xiao Shi replied, unsure. Xiao Zhenan furrowed his brow. I perceive his cultivation to be quite profound. He must possess at least the gathering source realm. Xiao Shi, puzzled, responded, but he has not cultivated at all during our journey, and I have sensed no trace of spiritual energy from him. Xiao Zhenan cast a glance at Xiao Shi. Perhaps your cultivation is insufficient to detect his true abilities. Xiao Shi fell silent. Though a bit embarrassed, she realized it could very well be true that if Guoxiaoyan's cultivation surpassed her own, she would be incapable of sensing his true strength unless he chose to reveal it. This lad is a disciple of Master Yi. To be chosen as a disciple of such a master, he must be exceptional. I was naive to think he was merely an ordinary person. Xiao Shi regained her composure. Father, I mentioned that his mentor is an extraordinary figure. Did I not? Xiao Zhenan nodded, having heard this before. However, Xiao Shi had not elaborated much, so he was only aware that Guoxiaoyan had an impressive mentor. Just how impressive remained a mystery. Father, his mentor is someone of great significance. Even my master, Shen Tianhua, must show utmost respect before him. Xiao Shi declared. What? Even your master, Elder Shen, must be respectful. Xiao Zhenan was taken aback. Shen Tianhua was no ordinary individual. The formidable master of the refinement realm stands as the pinnacle of the southern wilderness, with few who can rival him. The ancestors of the Xiao family once shared a bond with Shen Tianhua, and it is through this connection that they were able to place Xiao Shi under Shen Tianhua's tutelage. However, it is utterly unexpected that Guoxiaoyan's mentor possesses an even greater pedigree than Shen Tianhua. This cannot be true. Xiao Zhenan expressed his incredulity. Xiao Shi rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, father. Would I deceive you? Not only is my master esteemed, but even the martial emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, Dongfang Su, along with the heads of the 3 major sects, hold Guo Xiaoyun's master in the highest regard. Moreover, the monks of the Western Buddhist sect refer to Guo Xiaoyun's master as the holy son of the Buddhist realm. This revelation left Xiao Zhenan utterly astonished. Goodness! Is his background truly that formidable? Realizing the implications, Xiao Zhenan quickly pieced it together. Xiao Shi solemnly nodded. Hiss! Xiao Zhenan gasped in shock that Tio be chosen as a disciple by such an extraordinary figure. One must at the very least be a peerless genius. Observing Guo Xiaoyun's demeanor, it was evident he concealed his true capabilities, fitting the profile of a master-esque disciple perfectly. Meanwhile, the little chubby boy was completely exhausted, having thrown an untold number of punches, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. Yet, Guo Xiaoyun remained unfazed, standing there as if nothing had transpired. I can't go on. What kind of monster are you? He panted. Chapter 104. Guo Xiaoyun's qualities, I don't really understand either. Your punches felt so soft and lacked any force. Guo Xiaoyun scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The chubby boy sat down heavily on the ground. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat dripping down his face, in that moment, he began to question his own existence. Had his 2 years of training been in vain? Was he truly incapable of defeating an ordinary person? No, it wasn't merely a matter of defeat. It was that he simply couldn't land a blow at all. Just then, Xiao Zhenan and his daughter Xiao Shi emerged from the shadows. Head of the family. Upon seeing Xiao Zhenan, the chubby boy and his companions instantly turned pale with fright. Xiao Tian, what are you three doing? Xiao Zhenan inquired sternly. Xiao Tian, the chubby boy, scrambled to his feet. Head of the family, we were just playing around. He spoke timidly, unable to meet Xiao Zhenan's gaze. I witnessed everything. You three were bullying Guo Xiaoyun. Return the elixirs to him immediately. Xiao Zhenan commanded angrily. The trio wore expressions of despair. They had intended to bully Guo Xiaoyun, but it had ended with them in a pitiful state. Who was bullying whom? Really? Xiao Tian, fearful of further reprimand, quickly returned the elixirs to Guo Xiaoyun. If I catch you at it again, there will be consequences. Get lost. The three of them fled in disgrace. Xiao Zhenan and his daughter gazed at Guo Xiaoyun with fervent eyes, as though he were a rare treasure. Guo Xiaoyun felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, feeling quite awkward. Head of the Xiao family. Sister Xiao Shi, why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Shi grasped Guo Xiaoyun's shoulder, her lovely face inching closer to his. Guo Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed with shyness. Xiao Yun, tell me, has your master taught you any cultivation techniques? Xiao Shi asked with keen interest. Guo Xiaoyun shook his head. My master does not practice cultivation, nor has he taught me any. What on earth? Your master doesn't practice cultivation. Xiao Shi rolled her eyes in disbelief that if her master were truly incapable of cultivation, she would rather end her life on the spot. That it was simply absurd. Her master, with unparalleled skills and unfathomable depth, couldn't possibly lack the ability to cultivate. Instinctively, she felt that this boy was deceiving her. However, after a moment's thought, perhaps that esteemed Yi did indeed not teach Guo Xiaoyun in a conventional manner, but rather nurtured him subtly in the shadows. That it was likely that Guo Xiaoyun himself was unaware of just how formidable he had become. Father, why don't we take him to the inquiry hall? That will reveal his true potential, Xiao Shi suggested. Xiao Zhenan nodded in agreement. Very well. Turning to Guo Xiaoyun, Xiao Shi said, Xiao Yun, we are taking you to a special place. Oh, all right. Guo Xiaoyun responded obediently. The father-daughter duo led him to the back hall of the Xiao family, the inquiry hall. This place was designated for assessing the cultivation potential of the family's offspring. The hall was imbued with formations, and once one stepped inside, their aptitude would be revealed. What is this place? Guo Xiaoyun inquired, gazing at the entrance of the inquiry hall with curiosity. This is where we assess the potential of the Xiao family's children, Xiao Shi explained. Every practitioner possesses aptitude, which can vary in degree. Those with high aptitude cultivate with remarkable efficiency and are hailed as geniuses, while those with lower aptitude face slow progress, deemed mediocre. There are even individuals who possess no aptitude for cultivation at all, merely existing as ordinary people. Every Xiao family child undergoes aptitude testing upon reaching the age of 6, that those with promising aptitude are given priority in training. For instance, Xiao Shi was identified with exceptionally high aptitude at the age of 6, which garnered her significant attention within the Xiao family. Later on, they even leveraged the family's connection with Shun Tianhua to secure her apprenticeship under him. Xiao Yun, please stand inside for a moment, Xiao Shi instructed. Guo Xiaoyan nodded and stepped inside. The Xiao father and daughter stood outside, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Do I just stand here? Guo Xiaoyan turned to ask. Yes, just stand there for a moment, Xiao Shi affirmed eagerly. All right. Guo Xiaoyan complied and stood still. Moments later, a radiant halo appeared beneath Guo Xiaoyan's feet. Upon witnessing this, the Xiao family duo furrowed their brows. First grade aptitude? That is the lowest possible. This cannot be right. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a second halo emerged, followed by a third. 3 halos spiraled around Guo Xiaoyan's feet, shimmering brilliantly. Third grade aptitude, while not exceptional, is still passable. But as a disciple of the esteemed Yi, he shouldn't possess merely this level of aptitude, Xiao Shi thought. Still feeling that something was amiss, that it was worth noting that she herself had achieved 7th grade aptitude during her assessment, making her the highest aptitude member in the Xiao family's history. Comparatively, Guo Xiaoyan's 3rd grade aptitude fell significantly short. How could someone of Yi Qingyun's caliber accept a disciple with such mediocre qualifications? Quickly look, daughter, another halo has appeared, Xiao Zhenan suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Shi focused her gaze, and indeed, the 4th halo materialized, 4th grade aptitude. This surpassed the majority of the Xiao family offspring. Surely there must be more, Xiao Shi remarked just as a 5th halo emerged beneath Guo Xiaoyan's feet. 5th grade aptitude, excitement flickered in the eyes of Xiao Shi and Xiao Zhenan. 5th grade aptitude was certainly considered genius level. Although it still paled in comparison to Xiao Shi's prowess, it was among the elite within the young members of the Xiao family. This must be his limit, Xiao Shi mused, feeling a mix of delight and pride. It seems that while Yi possesses profound strength, his judgment in selecting disciples is not particularly discerning. This young man's aptitude is still inferior to mine. Although Xiao Shi recognized she had no chance of becoming Yi Qingyun's apprentice, as long as she outshone his disciple, it would bring her a modicum of satisfaction to at that moment, a 6th halo, a 7th halo. They appeared almost simultaneously. The expressions on the faces of Xiao Zhenan and Xiao Shi froze in disbelief. It appears this young man's qualifications are on par with yours, Xiao Zhenan remarked. Astonished, Xiao Shi fell silent, harboring a tinge of discontent. Even if their aptitudes were equal, why should this young man be chosen as Yi Qingyun's disciple? Buzz! A new halo emerged, the 8th. In an instant, the expressions of the Xiao father and daughter became rigid. 8th grade aptitude, a talent akin to 1 in a million. Currently, only 2 individuals in Beichuan possess such qualifications. These 2 were among the most distinguished of the younger generation. Compared to them, Xiao Shi felt overshadowed. And yet Guo Xiaoyan had also exhibited 8th grade aptitude. It seems this young man is indeed exceptionally gifted, Xiao Zhenan remarked with awe. Xiao Shi remained silent, her gaze fixated on the halos beneath Guo Xiaoyan. 8 halos had already manifested, and she silently told herself that it was impossible for a 9th halo to appear. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling premonition that she would soon be proven wrong. And indeed, the 9th halo suddenly manifesting. In that moment, the entire inquiry hall radiated brilliance. Chapter 105. Surpassing the 9th grade, the entire Xiao family could see the radiant light emanating from the back hall. Shooting skyward. The members of the Xiao family were taken aback, collectively turning their gazes towards the source of the light. What has happened? It seems to be coming from the direction of the inquiry hall. Such brilliance can only signify the emergence of a peerless genius with 9th grade aptitude. Could it be that our Xiao family has birthed a prodigy of 9th grade aptitude? Quick, let us go see. Hurry. A large crowd of Xiao family members rushed towards the inquiry hall, their excitement palpable. They were convinced that a 9th grade genius had emerged within their ranks. The Xiao family was already a first-rate family in Beichuan, powerful and replete with masters. Yet they had never been able to dominate the region, coexisting with several other families. However, if a 9th grade genius were to arise from the Xiao family, the situation would dramatically change. A genius of ninth-grade aptitude was destined for a bright future, and the Xiao family could very well witness the emergence of another formidable master in the refinement realm. By that time, the Xiao family would undeniably surpass all other clans, establishing themselves as the paramount power in Beichuan. Meanwhile, within the Wunshu Hall, where Xiaoyun gazed at the radiant halos beneath his feet, perplexed yet charmed by their beauty. Outside, the Xiao father and daughter were utterly astonished. This was simply too terrifying. Grade 9 aptitude. Throughout Beichuan's history, no one had ever emerged with such exceptional talent. Even over the past millennium, only one grade 9 genius had graced the land. That individual had once appeared like a comet, shaking the very foundations of Beichuan, only to vanish just as swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Although this person had disappeared, legends of their prowess lingered throughout Beichuan. Now, they were witnessing a second individual with grade 9 aptitude. Guo Xiaoyun. Xiao Zhenan was beside himself with joy. Splendid, simply splendid. This child is destined to become a formidable powerhouse, though he is not of the Xiao family. If we can cultivate a good relationship with him, our family is sure to soar to new heights. Xiao Zhenan's hands trembled with excitement. Years ago, the Xiao family's ancestor had forged a connection with Shen Tianhua, securing a friendship that allowed Xiao Shi to study under him. Now, it seemed the Xiao family had another golden opportunity to prepare for their future. Could it be that the Xiao family's fortune is boundless, destined for perpetual prosperity? Xiao Zhenan looked at Guo Xiaoyun as if he were a treasured gem, wishing to conceal him from the gaze of others. Xiao Shi's emotions, however, were far more complex. Initially, she had thought to compete with Guo Xiaoyun, but now she recognized how foolish that was. Guo Xiaoyun was a grade 9 prodigy, while she herself was merely of grade 7 aptitude. What could she possibly use to compare? No wonder Xiao Shi's face was etched with bitterness. No wonder that esteemed you would take him as a disciple. I truly am far inferior to him. Xiao Shi felt a considerable blow to her self-esteem. The memory of her earlier smugness now filled her with embarrassment. Oh, how mortifying! Just as the father and daughter were lost in their thoughts, all the halos beneath Guo Xiaoyun vanished. Suddenly, the Wunshu Hall began to tremble. What is happening? Both father and daughter exclaimed in shock. Rumble! The Wunshu Hall shook violently, even the doors collapsing under the strain. Guo Xiaoyun, startled, turned to look at the Xiao family. They, too, were in a state of panic. Fortunately, the tremor subsided after a brief moment. Xiao Zhenan rushed inside, only to be left dumbfounded. The formation within the Wunshu Hall had completely collapsed, as if it could not withstand some overwhelming force and simply disintegrated. How could this be? Xiao Zhenan could hardly believe his eyes. This formation had endured for so many years without faltering. Why, upon Guo Xiaoyun's mere presence, had it crumbled? Could it be that? With that thought, Xiao Zhenan abruptly turned to Guo Xiaoyun. It must be because of him. Perhaps his talent surpasses even grade 9, rendering the formation incapable of withstanding such power, causing it to collapse. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. His heart raced with excitement. Truly, the Xiao family had stumbled upon a treasure. Such an extraordinary genius must be seized tightly. To let him slip away would be utter folly. What just happened? Master Xiao. It's nothing at all. That it's a peculiarity of Beichuan. We often experience tremors. Tremors? It's merely the earth shaking from time to time. There is no need for concern. Very well. At that moment, the rest of the Xiao family arrived. Quick, let us see who is in the Wunshu Hall. Could it be our new genius? Which branch do they belong to? The Xiao family gathered around the Wunshu Hall, each straining to catch a glimpse of the person inside. Unfortunately, none of them saw anything. By the time the Xiao family arrived, Xiao Zhenan had already taken Guo Xiaoyun away. This was a secret that could not be disclosed to too many, if word got out. Enemies of the Xiao family might take an interest in their newfound genius. Such a rare talent must not be allowed to perish, especially with a formidable figure backing him, that if anything were to happen to Guo Xiaoyun, it would not only spell disaster for the Xiao family, but could also lead to unimaginable calamity. In the Qingyun dynasty, within the Grand Palace Hall, Yang Wenkong knelt, his head bowed in dejection. Father, this is the situation. I implore you to take action on my behalf. A middle-aged man clad in a purple dragon robe sat at the head of the hall. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Yang Wenkong, albeit more imposing, with an air of wisdom etched across his brow. This man was Yang Wenkong's father, the emperor of the Qingyun dynasty, Yang Shinting. Does the Tianwu dynasty think they can bully my Qingyun dynasty? Yang Shinting bellowed, a fierce ire igniting within him. Your Majesty, please do not be angered, some ministers cautioned. However, their attempts to pacify him only stoked his fury further. That Eastern Sioux struck my son. Is this not a slap in the face to my Qingyun dynasty? Yang Shinting's eyes widened in rage. The crown prince went to the Tianwu dynasty to forge an alliance. Not to be humiliated. This matter concerns the dignity of my Qingyun dynasty. We must seek an explanation from Eastern Sioux. In the next moment, Yang Shinting rose, exuding an overwhelming aura. I have recently acquired an ancient weapon and have been yearning for an opportunity to test its might. This is the perfect occasion to gauge its power against Eastern Sioux. Chapter 106. The martial emperor accepts the challenge the following day. A piece of news reverberated throughout the southern wasteland. Emperor Yang Shinting of the Qingyun dynasty publicly challenged Emperor Eastern Sioux of the Tianwu dynasty. Upon the announcement, the 7 kingdoms of the southern wasteland were thrown into a state of shock. It had been many years since an emperor had boldly challenged another. This was a contest between sovereigns, transcending mere victory or defeat. It was a matter of pride for both dynasties. The stakes were immense, and a loss would deal a devastating blow to their respective realms. Yet, Yang Shinting had taken this bold step, and with great fanfare. This indicated that he was well prepared and brimming with confidence. Whispers spread throughout the southern wasteland. Wasn't it said that the Qingyun dynasty was to ally with the Tianwu dynasty? How did it come to this? Who knows? We still await to see if Eastern Sioux will accept the challenge. Yang Shinting is truly decisive. If Eastern Sioux does not respond, he may be deemed cowardly. But should he accept and lose, it would be a monumental disgrace. Hee. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle. When the news reached the Tianwu dynasty, it stirred considerable turmoil. In the capital, within the Grand Palace Hall, Eastern Sioux listened to the reports from his officials, maintaining a calm demeanor, unaffected by the tumult. Your Majesty, there is no need for us to engage with the Qingyun dynasty's challenge. We could even question them about their intentions to breach the alliance. Indeed, Your Majesty, this battle serves no purpose. Should we engage, it would benefit neither dynasty. We implore Your Majesty to think wisely. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The ministers voiced their concerns, convinced that the Qingyun dynasty's challenge was an act of disrespect, and that the Tianwu dynasty ought not to respond. Eastern Sioux nodded slightly, but remained silent. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Qingyun dynasty has arrived, a guard announced from outside the hall. Let them enter. Yes. Soon, a messenger clad in fine garments stepped forward. The officials in the hall glared at him with disdain, but the messenger remained unfazed, confidently approaching the center of the hall. Envoy of the Qingyun dynasty, here to pay my respects to His Majesty the Martial Emperor. Cui Shanglin bowed respectfully to Eastern Sioux. You need not bow, esteemed envoy. Eastern Sioux replied coolly. Cui Shangyun straightened up, presenting a battle decree with both hands. Your Majesty, this is a challenge issued by our emperor. I ask you to review it. Upon hearing this, Eastern Sioux narrowed his eyes, while the ministers seethed with anger. Such audacity! How dare they issue a challenge in our Tianwu dynasty? The Qingyun dynasty has grown too arrogant. The ministers erupted in outrage, but Cui Shangyun remained composed, ignoring their ire. Eastern Sioux regarded the envoy's calm demeanor with quiet admiration. Anyone sent to deliver a challenge should be able to withstand such scrutiny. Eastern Sioux opened the decree, which contained no superfluous words, only a single, powerful character: war. The sheer intensity of the challenge emanated from the decree as if Yang Shinting himself had arrived, ready to engage in a fierce battle with Eastern Sioux. Eastern Sioux could not help but feel stirred, excitement coursing through him, that he rose abruptly, clutching the decree. Return and inform Yang Shinting that I accept this challenge. I will fight. Gasps filled the hall. No one had anticipated that Eastern Su would ultimately agree to the challenge. Your Majesty, you mustn't. If we lose this battle, where will the face of the Tianwu dynasty be? We implore your Majesty to reconsider. Unfortunately, Eastern Su had made up his mind, rendering any council futile. Cui Shangyuan smiled. Then please, your Majesty, set the date and place for the battle. Oriental Su pondered slightly. Just 7 days later. As for the battlefield, it shall be at the Rift Sky Peak, situated on the border of our two nations. Indeed, Cui Shangyuan clasped his hands respectfully and then took his leave. Oriental Su also declared the court adjourned. The ministers shook their heads and sighed, dispersing one after another. Upon returning to the rear hall, Oriental Su was approached by Guyu. Your Majesty, do you truly intend to engage in battle? Guyu asked. Looking perplexed, Oriental Su glanced at him. After following me for so many years, do you still not understand my intentions? Guyu was taken aback, then fell silent, that he knew Oriental Su all too well. Oriental Su was not merely the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. He was also a formidable martial artist that in his heart, the pursuit of martial arts surpassed even the imperial throne of the Tianwu dynasty. To put it plainly, Oriental Su remained a true warrior at heart, that if he were to shy away from the challenge, he would no longer be the martial emperor of his time. Your Majesty, you are certain to prevail, Guyu silently vowed. Once the news of Oriental Su's willingness to engage in battle spread, the southern wilderness became even more animated. Numerous martial artists flocked from various regions. Hastening towards the Tianwu dynasty, they yearned to witness firsthand the clash between two great emperors and discern who would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, on Floating Cloud Mountain, the handsome Qingyun was blissfully unaware of the happenings outside. He had been exceedingly bored these past few days, thus he decided to venture out for a stroll. Qingyun procured a map of the Tianwu dynasty and studied it for half the day. Ultimately, he resolved to visit a place known as Rift Sky Peak. The Rift Sky Peak lay at the intersection of the Tianwu dynasty and the Qingyun dynasty, straddling both realms. The landscape was characterized by towering peaks and breathtaking scenery. Truly a sight to behold, Qingyun intended to explore this place. However, he was acutely aware that as a mere mortal, venturing such a distance could prove perilous if any unforeseen circumstances arose. Therefore, he sought the company of Huikong, requesting him to accompany him to Rift Sky Peak. Huikong, upon hearing this, readily agreed and was quite delighted. It is a great honor for this humble monk to accompany the Holy Sun on this journey. Huikong immediately decided to bring along all the monks from the monastery. Qingyun hurriedly objected. He did not wish to travel with such a large entourage, especially a throng of monks, as it would be too conspicuous that he simply desired a quiet outing, without attracting too much attention. In the end, Huikong only brought the monks from Shaolin Temple to accompany Qingyun. Even with just the Shaolin monks, there were still quite a number. Aside from Huikong, there were Su Hai and Su Zhu, the father and son duo, along with the old blind man, Chu Hanyang, and a young woman named Song Roer, that a total of 6 individuals were to accompany Qingyun on his excursion. Standing before the entrance of Shaolin Temple, Qingyun gazed upon this eclectic group, feeling somewhat exasperated. What sort of combination was this? The 7 unruly heroes of Jiangnan. Holy Sun, it is time for us to set off, Huikong said, his hands together in prayer. If we depart now, we should reach Rift Sky Peak in about 6 or 7 days. Very well, let us be on our way. Chapter 107. The 18 Arhats Qingyun had intended to enjoy the beauty of nature. But unexpectedly, only 1 day into their journey, the atmosphere shifted quite oddly. Benefactor, would you like to learn about the sacred Buddhist site of Shaolin Temple? Huikong, with a serene expression, approached passers-by in this manner. Not only he, but Su Hai and Su Zhu also followed suit, seizing any opportunity to engage with people, inviting them to consider becoming monks. Even Song Roer joined their ranks. Just moments ago, she encountered a muscular man and earnestly inquired if he wished to take monastic vows. The man, eyeing her with a greedy glint, retorted, "If I become a monk, will I have the chance to be intimate with you?" Song Roer was incensed by his audacity. That Su Hai and Su Zhu promptly administered a severe beating to the man, nearly forcing him into monastic life. The trio questioned many along the way, yet none expressed a desire to join the order, and they faced scorn on numerous occasions. Eventually, the old blind man could no longer bear to watch. He too began to urge people to take vows as expected of a fortune teller. His persuasive skills were remarkable. Initially, he approached an elderly man and, with just a few words, had the man kneeling before Hui Kong, pleading to be ordained, even threatening to die if not granted the chance. This deeply moved Hui Kong, who promptly produced a razor and shaved the man's head, bestowing upon him the Dharma name Su Jing. Thus, Yi Qingyun's little expedition team unexpectedly gained a new member. With the successful recruitment of the old blind man, Hui Kong eagerly hoped to enlist more disciples through his influence. The old blind man confidently proclaimed that it would be no problem at all. On the first day of their journey, including Su Jing, they had already gathered 3 disciples. That on the second day, they added 7 more to be the third day. They arrived at a village. The old blind man wandered around, and upon his return, he was followed by over 50 villagers. These villagers eagerly approached Hui Kong, beseeching him to accept them as disciples. This delighted Hui Kong to no end, as he hurriedly pulled out his razor to shave their heads. Yi Qingyun, observing from behind, could not help but feel a sense of dread. How long would it take to shave all 50 of them? Would he have to wait idly here? Unable to contain himself any longer. Qingyun approchait Hui Kong. Ahem, Hui Kong, perhaps it would be better to recruit disciples on our way back. Hui Kong did not turn around. Fully focused on shaving the villagers' heads, that Yi Qingyun was left speechless. The monk had become obsessed, as if shaving heads was his true vocation. Hui Kong, do you not recognize your transgressions? Yi Qingyun suddenly bellowed, startling Hui Kong into almost nicking a villager's scalp. Odisson. Hui Kong looked at Yi Qingyun, puzzled at why Yi Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back, his expression stern. Hui Kong, as a disciple of Buddhism, have you forgotten the teachings of the Buddha? Hui Kong trembled and quickly set down the razor. Disciple is unaware of having committed any wrongdoing. Yi Qingyun pointed at the villagers. They were all deceived by the old blind man. Yet you wish to shave their heads? This is a mistake compounding another. It is sheer folly. The old blind man felt quite awkward standing nearby, but Yi Qingyun's words rang true. The villagers had indeed been tricked by the old blind man. With his silver tongue, he could easily turn the dead into the living. Deceiving these naive villagers was child's play. As disciples of the Buddhist order, we practice the Dharma to enlighten sentient beings, helping them escape the sea of suffering, not to deceive them into joining the fold. Monastics do not speak falsehoods. Your current actions are nothing short of a disgrace to our order. Yi Qingyun deliberately spoke harshly, aiming to completely dissuade Hui Kong from his relentless recruiting. Hui Kong stood there, frozen, his face filled with guilt. Holy Son, I have erred. Hui Kong knelt before Yi Qingyun, that Su Hai and Su Zhu hastily urged the villagers to return to their homes. The old blind man also stepped in to calm the situation, ensuring that the villagers complied. Fortunately, the 10 disciples recruited over the previous 2 days, combined with the 8 newly ordained villagers, brought the total to 18. These 18 had already been ordained, and Hui Kong had also conferred Dharma names upon them. Thus they were now considered official disciples of Buddhism, and Yi Qingyun did not compel Hui Kong to send these 18 away, allowing him some peace of mind. Shaolin Temple had always been sparsely populated. Observing the increasing number of monks from other temples, Hui Kong maintained a calm exterior, though internally he felt a sense of urgency. After all, Shaolin Temple had been named by Yi Qingyun and was supposed to be the largest and most prosperous temple at Floating Cloud Mountain. Yet its disciples were so few. Hui Kong had long desired to personally venture out to recruit disciples, but he had become too engrossed, delaying Yi Qingyun's travel plans. Holy Son, please punish your disciple. Hui Kong voluntarily sought to atone, Yi Qingyun cast him a sidelong glance. I sentence you to recite the Heart Sutra throughout this journey, without pause. Yes. Thus, the group continued on their way, albeit with an expanded entourage. Hui Kong incessantly recited the Heart Sutra. After 2 days, the incessant chanting had left everyone feeling quite numb, especially Yi Qingyun. The others were cultivators and could forego sleep. But Yi Qingyun was not so fortunate. Once he fell asleep, he could hear Huikong's chanting echoing in his dreams. That in desperation, Qingyun pleaded with Huikong to cease. However, Huikong remained obstinate. Believing that having erred, he must face the consequences and fulfill his vow to chant throughout the journey. With no other option, Qingyun allowed him to recite silently in his heart, at least sparing himself from hearing the sound. Although the 18 disciples Huikong had recruited were initially deceived by the old blind man, they were genuinely sincere in their pursuit of Buddhism, following Su Hai and Su Zhu in their cultivation. They seamlessly integrated into the Buddhist community. Why Qingyun found this amusing and gave them a title, the 18 Arhats. On the 6th day of their journey, the group gradually approached the borders of the Tianwu dynasty. Just a little further east, they would reach Rift Sky Peak. However, for some unknown reason, the closer they got to Rift Sky Peak, the more people they encountered, most of whom were evidently practitioners. Some were clearly from other nations. How strange! Could it be that Rift Sky Peak is truly this renowned? Do so many people visit for leisure? Qingyun mused, puzzled. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang sensed something was amiss. They set out to inquire further. Soon, they returned with grave expressions. Young Master Yi, a major incident is about to unfold at Rift Sky Peak. The old blind man declared upon his return. Why Qingyun was taken aback. What sort of major incident? The emperor of the Qian dynasty, Yang Shunting, has actively challenged the martial Emperor Dongfang, Su, to battle. The designated location for their duel is none other than the Laikong Peak. The great conflict will commence tomorrow. Chapter 108. The Stone of Destiny. What on earth is this? Upon hearing it, Qingyun was utterly bewildered. Goodness! It turns out that this place is about to transform into a battleground. Two emperors are set to clash atop Laikong Peak. What an incredible coincidence. Why is it so coincidental? Ye Vingyun Sighit in Ekasperata. After spending the better part of the day at home studying, he had decided to visit Laikong Peak for leisure, only to stumble upon this unexpected event. How can Qingyun possibly enjoy himself now? Young Master Yi. The area beneath Laikong Peak is currently bustling with activity. Many martial artists from the southern wilderness have gathered. Indeed, there is now a marketplace at the foot of the mountain, bustling with practitioners. Young Master Yi, shall we take a stroll? Old blind man and Chu Hanyang suggested. It was evident that both were quite intrigued by the lively scene. Why Qingyun nodded. He thought to himself, since I have come this far, I might as well enjoy the spectacle. After all, it doesn't concern me. Surely, mingling in the festivities won't lead to any trouble, right? Let us go take a look. Qingyun said. The monks, including Huikong, began chanting sutras and opted not to accompany Qingyun outside. Old blind man, Chu Hanyang, and Song Rower followed him out. Before long, the four of them arrived at the bustling marketplace at the foot of Laikong Peak. While it was referred to as a marketplace, its scale had expanded significantly, resembling a small town. Numerous martial artists from the southern wilderness had gathered, eager to witness this earth-shattering battle. At that moment, thousands of martial artists congregated beneath Laikong Peak. With such a multitude gathered, it naturally presented lucrative opportunities. Those with acumen had already begun to take action, which contributed to the formation of the marketplace. As the four entered the market, they were greeted by a cacophony of hawkers calling out their wares. 500-year-old spirit herbs, starting at 10 stalks. Top-quality weapons forged from refined black steel. Come take a look. Premium chi-boosting pills, 12 per bottle. Only 800 spirit stones each. Rare beast cubs that can be tamed as spirit servants. 5,000 spirit stones each. Qingyun thought to himself, what an astonishing scene. There is truly a plethora of goods for sale. This is evidently a marketplace frequented by practitioners. Some set up stalls, while others constructed simple structures to serve as shops. Some even transported pavilions and towers from other places. Old blind man and the others were also dazzled by the sights, particularly Song Rower, who was curious about everything, peeking around joyfully. Suddenly, they noticed a large crowd gathered ahead, seemingly captivated by something. The four of them made their way over, but the throng was so dense that it took a while for them to discern what was at the center. It was a peculiarly shaped stone, radiating with a spectrum of colors. Ladies and gentlemen, This stone is known as the Stone of Destiny. That it is said that only those with great fortune can lift this stone and comprehend the profound principles encapsulated within. An elderly man with a red face and long beard sat there, smiling at the crowd. "Old man, is this truly the Stone of Destiny?" A skeptical voice rang out from the crowd. The elderly man smiled slightly. "Feel free to give it a try. If anyone can lift the Stone of Destiny, I shall give it to them for free. However, if one fails to lift it, they must pay me 1,000 spirit stones." For ordinary martial artists, 1,000 spirit stones is neither a small nor a large sum. Under typical circumstances, many might dismiss this as a scam. Yet curiosity prevailed. The Stone of Destiny had long been a subject of legend, and none had ever seen it in person. Naturally, everyone was eager to test their luck. "I'll try." A burly man stepped forward, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. This man is a master from the Fengwu dynasty. It is said he is on the verge of transcending to the next realm. Indeed, it won't be long before he becomes a true master. If anyone can lift the Stone of Destiny, it would likely be him, provided, of course, that the stone is not a fake. Amidst the murmurs, the burly man confidently approached the Stone of Destiny, that he focused intently on the stone and then drew a deep breath. "Lift!" He grasped the Stone of Destiny with both hands, but it remained utterly immovable. His expression shifted. "I refuse to believe this." He exerted more strength, his face turning crimson. Yet the Stone of Destiny still would not budge. After a moment, the burly man relented, dejectedly handing over 1,000 spirit stones to the elderly man before retreating in disgrace. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Could it be that this is indeed the Stone of Destiny? Another individual stepped forward, eager to try. Unfortunately, like the burly man before him, he strained yet could not lift the stone even slightly. "I'll try. Let me give it a shot. I want to try too." One by one, the spectators stepped forward, yet none could lift the Stone of Destiny. Ironically, the red-faced old man was now reaping an abundant profit, his face beaming with delight. "Young Master Yi, why not give it a try?" Chu Hanyang suggested. Yi Qingyun shook his head. "How could I possibly lift it?" He genuinely believed he could not do so. After all, so many skilled practitioners had failed. What business did an ordinary person like him have in this contest? However, Old Blind Man and the others did not share his sentiment. "Young Master Yi, just give it a try. It's only 1,000 spirit stones." Old Blind Man chuckled that Yi Qingyun appeared troubled. "The issue is, even if I wanted to try, I don't have any spirit stones." The three were taken aback and then exchanged incredulous glances. Such an extraordinary individual, yet he lacked spirit stones. "I have some," Chu Hanyang said, producing 1,000 spirit stones. "Young Master Yi, if by chance you manage to lift it, you'll save that 1,000 spirit stones and gain the Stone of Destiny for free." Yi Qingyun pondered this. After all, if he failed, it would not be embarrassing. So many others had failed too. Moreover, since it was Chu Hanyang providing the spirit stones, he would not incur any loss. Thus, Yi Qingyun stepped forward. "I'll give it a shot." The red-faced old man glanced at Yi Qingyun. Noticing he exuded no aura, his face clouded with disdain. "A mere mortal dares to join in? Ha ha, this boy is truly laughable. Young man, this crowd is comprised of practitioners. You should quickly leave and find somewhere cooler to stay." The onlookers quickly discerned Yi Qingyun's lack of cultivation and began to mock him. Old Blind Man and the others felt indignant, but did not react, although Yi Qingyun's face flushed slightly. He paid little mind that he was, after all, an ordinary person. Being ridiculed by these practitioners was not a significant loss. Let them be. "Young man, the Stone of Destiny is not meant for mortals to touch. Its inherent powers can cause severe harm to an ordinary body. It would be wise for you not to meddle in this," the red-faced elder advised. Yet the next moment his expression changed, for Yi Qingyun's hand had already rested upon the Stone of Destiny, to his surprise. Nothing remarkable occurred. "It doesn't seem particularly special," Yi Qingyun remarked in confusion, that in the following instant, he attempted to lift the Stone of Destiny. Expecting failure, he was taken aback when, for some inexplicable reason, the stone rose effortlessly as he raised his hand. At that moment, Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Chapter 109. This has nothing to do with me. What just happened? This guy actually lifted the stone of destiny. So easily. Isn't this lad an ordinary person? My goodness. A mere mortal can lift the stone of destiny. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. The scene was utterly surreal. Previously, countless individuals had attempted to lift the stone and failed to even budge it. Yet now, this mocked ordinary man had effortlessly raised the stone of destiny, appearing completely at ease, as if it posed no challenge whatsoever. How could the crowd possibly reconcile this? Are we practitioners truly inferior to an ordinary person? At that moment, Qingyun was equally dazed, holding the stone of destiny. He felt no weight, as if he were clutching a mere feather. How could this be so easy? Those who had strained themselves earlier had failed to lift this stone. Yet here he was, questioning his own existence. Could it be that I, Qingyun, am truly remarkable? Have I been unaware of my own capabilities all along? However, Qingyun quickly dismissed this notion. How could he possibly be someone extraordinary? Ever since his arrival in this world, he had not practiced even for half a day. He was a quintessential ordinary person. The Qingyun had no doubt that any individual present could easily overpower him. He weighed the stone of destiny in his hand, casting a sidelong glance at the red-faced elder. Old man, you've swindled so many spirit stones with this contraption. Now that I've exposed you, what do you have to say? The red-faced elder stammered. Young man, I assure you, I did not deceive anyone. He felt utterly wronged, for this was indeed the genuine stone of destiny. Oh, you didn't deceive anyone. Qingyun couldn't help but sneer. According to your earlier statement, only those with great fortune can lift the stone of destiny, that no one else should be able to do so. And can you lift it? The red-faced elder shook his head. I cannot lift it either. Ah, precisely as it should be, Qingyun declared, an expression of all-seeing comprehension gracing his features. That in that moment, he felt as though he were possessed by the spirit of Bao Gong himself. Since you are unable to lift it, how did you manage to bring the celestial fate stone here? Surely it did not just appear in this very spot. After making his point, Qingyun surveyed his surroundings with an air of self-satisfaction. Expecting the onlookers to display expressions of enlightenment in response to his reasoning, to his surprise, however, the crowd wore peculiar expressions. Even the three old, blind men exhibited faces contorted in disbelief that a wave of unease washed over Qingyun. Could it be that he was mistaken? Such a brilliant deduction should have elicited applause from these individuals. Yet instead, he found himself in an awkward predicament. Just as his discomfort peaked, the red-faced elder spoke up. Young sir, while the celestial fate stone cannot be directly grasped, it can be lifted using jade, wood, or metal to support it. Like this, he added, as he picked up a stone slab resting beneath the celestial fate stone. Would you kindly place the celestial fate stone upon it? Ye Qingyun complete. Setting the stone atop the slab to his astonishment, the red-faced elder successfully lifted the slab along with the celestial fate stone. It can be done this way. Qingyun exclaimed. Astonished, he reached out for the celestial fate stone again. Yet it still felt weightless in his hands. Old blind man, why don't you give it a try? Qingyun suggested to the old man behind him. The old blind man stepped forward, and Qingyun placed the celestial fate stone back on the slab. However, despite his utmost effort, the old blind man could not lift the stone from the slab. Yet he effortlessly picked up the slab carrying the celestial fate stone. Young Master Yi, this is indeed the nature of the celestial fate stone. The old blind man murmured softly that Qingyun immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with self-satisfaction, believing he had unraveled the old man's deception, only to find that he had instead become the subject of ridicule. Thankfully, Qingyun possessed a thick skin. He feigned calmness, masking his inner turmoil. Young Master Yi, have you felt the principles of the universe? The old blind man inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Not only he, but others present were also fixated on Qingyun, including the red-faced elder, that it was a well-known fact that the celestial fate stone held profound truths. However, whether those truths were genuine remained shrouded in mystery. Now that someone could lift the stone, everyone was eager to see if this individual would indeed perceive the principles of the universe. Qingyun scratched his head. It seems I sense nothing at all. No way. The crowd expressed disbelief, suspecting Qingyun was intentionally concealing something. Perhaps he has already perceived the universal principles. Of course, if it were me, I wouldn't reveal it either. How enviable this person is. Qingyun, witnessing their skepticism, found himself at a loss for words that he genuinely felt nothing. Just then, a series of cracking sounds echoed through the air. Everyone turned their gaze to the celestial fate stone in Qingyun's hands, only to see cracks forming upon its surface. What? The crowd gasped in horror. The red-faced elder was so startled that he appeared utterly disoriented. The celestial fate stone, was it truly about to shatter? What on earth was happening? Qingyun was taken aback as well. His hand trembled, and the celestial fate stone fell to the ground. Crack! In that instant, the stone shattered into countless fragments that a profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them momentarily dazed and unable to process the situation. The red-faced elder collapsed onto the ground, his expression one of utter shock. My celestial fate stone? He wailed while Qingyun felt utterly embarrassed. Old sir, I truly did not intend for this to happen. I thought this stone was quite sturdy, yet it slipped from my hand. Qingyun hastily explained. You cannot blame me. Everyone saw that the stone was already cracked when it fell. No one spoke. At that moment, everyone began to question their very existence. Seeing their expressions, Qingyun quickly urged the old blind man and his companions. We must leave at once. It could become troublesome if we are entangled in this. The three men agreed, and together with Qingyun, they hurriedly departed. By the time the red-faced elder regained his composure, the group had already vanished without a trace. Who is this person who can lift the celestial fate stone and cause it to shatter? The red-faced elder mused, swiftly rising to his feet and taking off in pursuit. Upon reaching a secluded area, he paused, glancing around before producing a communication jade slip. Reporting to the master, I have made a discovery. Speak, came a cold voice from the slip, devoid of any discernible gender. The celestial fate stone I brought has been lifted by an individual. Who is this person? Dongfang Su, Yang Xining, or Su Changfeng? None of them. It is a young man whose origins remain unknown. Chapter 110 Unknown Origins? The voice within the jade slip suddenly turned icy. You do not even know his origins. And yet you report this to me? The red-faced elder's heart trembled. Master, I will immediately ascertain this person's background. Given that he can lift the celestial fate stone, he must possess great fortune. You must uncover his identity swiftly and inform me. Actually, there is one more matter. Speak. Well, the celestial fate stone has shattered. A heavy silence fell over the voice in the slip. After a moment, it spoke again, tinged with disbelief. Repeat that. The elder, nearly overwhelmed by despair, knew he had to convey the truth. Master, the celestial fate stone is indeed shattered. The voice in the slip fell silent once more. What nonsense are you spouting? The roar echoed, nearly causing the red-faced elder to collapse to the ground. The celestial fate stone contains the principles of the universe and is a sacred object generated by the heavens. How could it shatter? What are you talking about? The elder was on the verge of tears. Master, I am not deceiving you. The celestial fate stone truly shattered. It was lifted by that young man, and cracks appeared in the stone while it was in his hand. When he inadvertently dropped it, the stone shattered upon impact. The master on the other end of the slip was utterly dumbfounded. The celestial fate stone shattered. They had searched for years to find it, hoping to identify a person of great fortune to fulfill their sect's millennia-long plan. Now, you tell me that the celestial fate stone has shattered. Where can I seek justice for this? Thankfully, they had found someone capable of lifting the stone. At least that was not in vain. Qingyun. You must uncover this person's origins. He is pivotal to our sect's grand plan that if there is any misstep, do not return. Find a place to end your own life. Understood. I will not disappoint the master. Qingyun promised repeatedly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the master did not press too hard regarding the shattered stone. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to explain himself. After stowing away the communication jade slip, Qingyun hastily set off in pursuit of Qingyun and his companions. Before long, he caught up with them, who had not strayed far and remained within the marketplace. Qingyun dared not follow too closely, opting instead to maintain a cautious distance, carefully observing Qingyun and his group that moment. Qingyun was still shaken. I'm lucky that old man didn't catch up. If he were to accuse me of shattering that stone, I wouldn't know how to defend myself. Qingyun reflected, pondering how overly kind-hearted the people in this world were. Had he been in his previous world, he might have been framed for fraud by now. The old blind man and his companions remained stunned by the shattering of the celestial fate stone, occasionally glancing at Qingyun. Seeing him unfazed and nonchalant only deepened their admiration for him. Truly, young Master Yi is unfathomable. He can lift the celestial fate stone and shatter it with such ease. This is nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps in young Master Yi's eyes, the celestial fate stone is merely inconsequential. To forge a connection with such an extraordinary being is indeed a stroke of immense fortune. At that moment, Qingyun suddenly spotted a noodle shop ahead that appeared to be the only such establishment in the entire marketplace. His eyes lit up. He had been hungry for quite some time and had not had a proper meal while hurrying along. Now, seeing a seemingly decent noodle shop, he felt compelled to indulge. Come, let us dine on noodles. It is my treat. Qingyun eagerly beckoned. Naturally, the old blind man and his companions could not refuse. When a master extends an invitation, it matters not if it is noodles or something far less appetizing. They would gladly partake. They were also curious as to why a noodle shop would be found in a place predominantly frequented by cultivators. Yet the establishment appeared to be quite popular. It was indeed rather unusual. As the four entered the shop, a rather elegant young woman, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age, approached them with a charming smile. The patrons inside were frequently stealing glances at her, seemingly more interested in the alluring woman than the bowls of noodles before them. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang, seasoned veterans, exchanged knowing looks, instantly recognizing something amiss about the noodle shop's attendant. However, Song Rower, being youthful and naive, could not discern the peculiarities and continued to gaze around curiously. Noodles, please. Qingyun expressed his eagerness to eat. As for the beauty of the woman, he paid it no heed whatsoever. All right then, she cheerfully called out behind her. For bowls of noodles. Qingyun and his companions found a spot to sit down. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang remained ever vigilant, while Qingyun and Song Rower merely awaited their meal. Before long, the 4 bowls of noodles were served, brought forth by the same woman, who deliberately bent down in front of Qingyun, causing her loose neckline to open wide and reveal a glimpse of her fair, flawless skin. Yet, Qingyun was wholly absorbed in the noodles before him, entirely oblivious to her display. On the contrary, Song Rower, seated beside him, looked up and was momentarily dazzled by the sight. She glanced down at herself, feeling a pang of life's inequity. Why was it that others had such ample endowments? Please enjoy your meal, the woman said, noticing that Qingyun had barely acknowledged her presence, and she felt a flicker of disappointment. Stepping aside, she secretly scoffed. Humph, no man has ever managed to ignore me. Once you taste my noodles, let's see how you maintain your composure. Qingyun cast a glance at his bowl, his expression one of utter disillusionment. What kind of noodles were these? They were nothing more than bland, boiled noodles. Lifting his chopsticks, he took a bite, and his face immediately fell. The other 3 took a bite as well, while they found it unremarkable. It was not entirely unpalatable, merely tolerable. However, for Qingyun, who could compromise on many things, food was not one of them. He simply could not swallow it. Boss lady, Qingyun called out, prompting the woman to approach. What seems to be the matter? Young sir, he asked, casting a sidelong glance at her. These noodles are utterly tasteless, he remarked bluntly. The woman was taken aback. Ah, young sir, you jest. I may not claim that my noodles are exquisite, but all the guests who have come before you have found them satisfactory. Why, then, do you say they are unappetizing? At that moment, the other patrons turned their attention to Qingyun. He stood up, glaring at the woman, who showed no fear and even puffed out her chest defiantly. Boss lady, Allow me to show you how noodles should truly be made." The woman was momentarily stunned. What did he mean by that? She instinctively glanced at Qingyun's waist, but he had already charged into the kitchen. Realizing what was happening, she hurried after him, followed closely by the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. Upon entering the kitchen, they found another woman kneading dough, who bore a striking resemblance to the first. Albeit younger, appearing to be in her early 20s, they were likely sisters. "Sister, what is going on?" the younger one inquired. "It's nothing. This young sir wishes to show me how to make noodles." Qingyun was undeterred by the sister's thoughts. He was intent on demonstrating what truly delicious noodles should taste like. Rolling up his sleeves, he got to work while the sisters exchanged wide-eyed glances. The old blind man and his companions understood Qingyun's temperament and allowed him to indulge in his whim. From kneading the dough to completion, it took him less than an hour. Done! Qingyun wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, dusted with flour. Before him stood 5 identical bowls of oil-splash noodles. What he had prepared was indeed oil-splash noodles. The old blind man and the sisters looked at the bowls in confusion, having never seen such a dish. "Come, give it a try. Mix the noodles well before eating," Qingyun urged. The three immediately picked up a bowl, quickly mixed the noodles, and took a bite. Instantly, their faces transformed. The flavor was simply exquisite. They had never tasted such fragrant noodles before, especially with that final ladle of hot oil that released the aroma of the spicy oil sauce. Both fragrant and spicy, with a hint of vinegar that heightened their appetite, they dove into their food with abandon. Even Song Rower, who couldn't handle spice, found her cheeks flushed and her mouth ablaze. Yet she couldn't stop herself. The sisters in the noodle shop were taken aback. Could it really taste that good? They exchanged glances before tentatively taking a bite of the oil-splash noodles themselves. Then, the sisters completely disregarded their image and devoured the noodles. This bowl of oil-splash noodles utterly overturned their previous notions of what noodles could be, compared to the noodles they had made. Qingyun's creation was in a league of its own. After finishing, the sisters were moved to tears. Not from emotion, but from the heat of the spices. That it was overwhelmingly spicy. Yet it was so delicious that it was utterly irresistible. Qingyun himself devoured 2 bowls in one go, feeling thoroughly satisfied. "This heavy oil and spice is what makes noodles truly delectable," he declared, finishing the last strand with a look of contentment. Meanwhile, Qingyun, lurking outside, stared in bewilderment at the scene within the noodle shop. What was happening? Why had this group rushed inside to eat noodles, and why did it seem they were enjoying them so much? He found himself tempted to try them as well. Furrowing his brow, he sensed something was amiss. This group appeared shrouded in mystery, especially that young man, who seemed to possess no remarkable skills, yet might very well be a concealed expert. Could it be that this noodle shop is extraordinary? Qingyun pondered, growing suspicious. "What do you think, boss lady? Are my noodles not far superior?" Qingyun set down his chopsticks, smiling at the sisters. They appeared quite embarrassed. The sisters had not intended to run a legitimate noodle shop. Their true aim was to discreetly poison the noodles, ensnaring those who dined there under their control. Now, faced with Qingyun's culinary prowess, they found themselves at a loss for words. "Let us go," Qingyun announced, ready to leave after his meal. "Young sir, please wait," the sisters implored, stepping forward. Qingyun was taken aback. While the old blind man and Chu Hanyang displayed wary expressions, the sisters, now with a cold demeanor, suddenly attacked Qingyun. Startled, he failed to react. But the old blind man and Chu Hanyang sprang into action, each blocking one of the sisters. The sisters were taken aback, retreating hastily. They were merely at the gathering essence stage, while the old blind man and Chu Hanyang were both formidable experts in the Dan formation stage. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. "Oh!" Chu Hanyang exclaimed, preparing to strike again. Yet the sisters suddenly knelt before Qingyun. "Young sir, would you consider taking us in?" Qingyun was momentarily dumbfounded. "Young sir, my name is Lu Chongyue, and this is my sister, Lu Xingyue." Lu Chongyue presented a pitiful visage, her enchanting features compelling sympathy. "We are being pursued, and we opened this noodle shop to seek refuge. Upon seeing your remarkable demeanor today, we sensed your extraordinary background. We humbly ask for your protection. If you do not mind, we are willing to serve you for life." As they spoke, the Lu sisters displayed a demure demeanor, invitingly submissive. Who could resist such an appeal? Yi Qingyun was no exception. Gazing at their coyness, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. However, he quickly regained his composure, questioning, "How can it be so fortuitous? You claim you are being pursued and opened a noodle shop to seek refuge. Ye Qingyun Skofput. I would like to know how running a noodle shop serves as a refuge. Are you hoping that those who dine here will assist you in dealing with your enemies?" The Lu sisters appeared somewhat embarrassed. "To be honest, we have added a special powder to our noodles. Once consumed, it compels those who eat them to obey us." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun and his companions' expressions changed drastically, particularly the old blind man and Chu Hanyang, who felt a wave of dread. They had just eaten a bowl of the sisters' noodles without noticing anything amiss. If they had consumed an entire bowl, they would have fallen under the sisters' control. "We only acted to gauge your strength, and we did not anticipate the prowess of your companions," the sisters admitted. Bowing in apology, Yi Qingyun remained skeptical. After all, women could be exceedingly deceptive. Who could ascertain the truth of their words? Moreover, these two women appeared far from ordinary. Should he allow them to stay? He risked losing his life before ever enjoying their company. "You might as well give up. Young master, you will not take you in," Song Roa remarked coolly. "Indeed, young master Yi has his principles," the old blind man concurred. "Please, young sir, I beg of you," Lu Chongyue implored, her eyes glistening. Yi Qingyun swallowed hard. "Very well, you may accompany me." "Thank you, young sir." The Lu sisters rejoiced. The old blind man and his companions exchanged peculiar glances at Yi Qingyun. Just moments ago, they had remarked on his principles. Yet he had swiftly taken the sisters' in. Yi Qingyun maintained an impassive facade, inwardly resolving, "I must not let them perceive that I accepted them solely for their beauty. Rise. For I, Yi Qingyun, have always taken pleasure in assisting others," Yi Qingyun remarked with a serene demeanor. "Since you find yourselves in distress, I shall not stand idly by. The young master truly possesses a noble heart. My sister and I shall henceforth be in your service." "Young master," the sisters declared in succession. Their words lifted Yi Qingyun's spirits, and he couldn't help but notice their beauty, making him feel as if his fortunate days had finally arrived. "However, since you have chosen to follow me, there are certain matters that must be clarified," Yi Qingyun reminded the sisters. "Please, young master, go on," Lu Chongyue replied. "First and foremost, I am but a mortal, lacking any cultivation." This initial statement caused the sisters to pause in surprise. "However, I am acquainted with numerous cultivators and possess some connections within the Tianwu dynasty, so you need not worry about vengeful enemies pursuing us. Yet, I also hope that you are not of ill repute. Should I discover that you are not virtuous, I shall not hesitate to part ways with you both." The Lu sisters exchanged glances. "Why are you two not kneeling in gratitude?" the old blind man barked. "To be favored and sheltered by young Master Yi is a stroke of fortune that you could not earn in several lifetimes." "Indeed," Song Huya chimed in, wishing to remain by Yi Qingyun's side, but lamenting her own lack of fortune compared to the sisters. "Your word shall not be forgotten, young master. We thank you for your benevolence." The sisters knelt in sincere gratitude. Yi Qingyun nodded appreciatively. "Very well. It is time to witness the festivities atop the Liantian Peak." With that, Yi Qingyun led the way outside, followed closely by the old blind man and the others. The Lu sisters hurriedly trailed behind, leaving the noodle shop behind without a second thought. Once outside, the group made their way directly to Liantian Peak. Meanwhile, hidden outside the noodle shop, Qingyun grew increasingly perplexed. How could it be that they entered as 4, but emerged as 6? What was going on? His suspicion deepened. "It appears they are headed for Liantian Peak. I must hasten to follow." Qingyun continued his pursuit. Before long, the group arrived at Liantian Peak, only to find it teeming with even more people that a glance revealed throngs of individuals, some even perched in the trees. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Yi Qingyun and his companions had arrived rather late and could hardly secure a decent vantage point, struggling to even glimpse the peak's summit. "What now?" Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd. And indeed, he spotted a familiar face. Su Changfeng, the esteemed member of the Qingyun sect, was situated ahead, occupying a prime position. Other martial artists, wary of the Qingyun sect's formidable reputation, dared not encroach upon their territory. Yi Qingyun called out, "Sect Master Su! Sect Master Su!" After several calls, Su Changfeng finally heard him. Turning, he was astonished to see Yi Qingyun, who was obscured by the throng. That Su Changfeng's expression transformed into one of alarm. How could this esteemed figure also be present? Not daring to delay, he rushed to greet him personally. Make way, make way! Clear the path! Step aside! The imposing presence of the Qingyun sect master commanded immediate respect, and many martial artists parted to allow him through, their faces betraying awe. Su Changfeng approached Yi Qingyun with urgency. "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" he inquired, his face alight with excitement as he bowed respectfully. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Who was this young man that commanded such reverence from a powerhouse like Su Changfeng? The Lu sisters, having just aligned themselves with Yi Qingyun, were equally bewildered and awestruck. Who exactly is this young Master Yi? They wondered, their hearts racing. Su Changfeng, the sect master of the Qingyun sect, was someone they would ordinarily revere from a distance. Yet here he was, bowing to Yi Qingyun, a clear indication of Yi Qingyun's extraordinary status, perhaps even surpassing Su Changfeng himself. I merely ventured out for a casual outing and happened to arrive at this spectacle. Would you believe it?" Yi Qingyun said, somewhat sheepishly. Su Changfeng was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Truly, Yi Qingyun was unlike anyone else. Though he had come to witness the contest, he pretended it was merely for leisure. Yet, since Yi Qingyun had made such a declaration, Su Changfeng would not call him out on it. "Young Master Yi, why not join us where I stand? My vantage point is superior, and my disciples are on hand to serve. This crowd is overwhelming." Su Changfeng suggested that Yi Qingyun had been awaiting this very offer. "Then I shall not be remiss in accepting." Thus, Yi Qingyun and his companions followed Su Changfeng to the area occupied by the Qingyun sect. Indeed, their new position was far better, offering unobstructed views of the peak's events, and the surrounding area was relatively tranquil. Li Qinyuan, Zhao Wangchun, and Su Jing'er were already present. These three were familiar faces to Yi Qingyun, having been among the first he encountered outside the mountains. Aside from Qingyun, Su Changfeng assessed the companions surrounding Yi Qingyun, discerning their cultivation levels with a single glance. Whether it was the old blind man, Chu Hanyang, or the Lu sisters, they felt a chill of trepidation. Su Changfeng quickly averted his gaze as the competitors had begun to arrive. In the sky above, a blazing lion descended, its fiery mane ablaze. Upon its back sat a gallant figure, the emperor of the Qingyun dynasty, Yang Shinting. Yang Shinting's arrival was accompanied by a host of royal experts from his dynasty, each exuding formidable energy. On the opposing side, Dongfang Su sat regally in a golden war chariot, drawn by 8 celestial steeds. His presence was equally commanding. Yet, despite his impressive appearance, Dongfang Su felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If only the Ziyun Jiao were still around, he could have summoned it to guide his golden chariot instead of relying on these 8 steeds. How magnificent it would have been to ride a dragon! The arrival of the two emperors sent waves of excitement through the multitude of martial artists atop Liantian Peak. These are the mightiest of the 2 great dynasties. What an awe-inspiring aura, akin to 2 blazing suns in the sky. This will undoubtedly be an extraordinary battle. Yi Qingyun gazed up at the 2 emperors, a surge of envy coursing through him. This is the true bearing of the strong, he mused. Unable to suppress his admiration, Su Changfeng, the old blind man, and the others exchanged strange glances at his remark. Chapter 113. The drunken fist of all things. The appearance of the 2 emperors elevated the atmosphere at Liantian Peak to a fever pitch. Countless individuals gazed skyward, filled with fervor and reverence. Yet, the majority were eagerly anticipating the clash between the 2 sovereigns. Yang Shinting's gaze locked on a Dongfang Su, who reciprocated the stare. Their silent exchange held no need for excessive words. Yang Shinting raised a hand, and a pitch-black spear materialized in his grasp. Dongfang Su's attention sharpened as he beheld the spear. Sensing an ancient and formidable energy emanating from it was undoubtedly an artifact of the ancients. Such a presence could not arise from anything less. Dongfang Su, do you recognize this weapon? Yang Shinting boasted, brandishing the obsidian spear. This is indeed an ancient artifact, Dongfang Su replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it is a weapon of great antiquity, Yang Shinting declared with a triumphant smile. Today, you, Dongfang Su, shall fall before this spear. Dongfang Su chuckled. Only after you have genuinely bested me can you make such claims. Let us engage. Yang Shinting was already brimming with impatience, with a call to battle. The two sovereigns simultaneously launched their assault. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, their fists collided, unleashing a force that shook the very heavens. The terrifying power cascaded outward in all directions, as if the firmament itself were on the verge of shattering. The spectators atop Liantian Peak were left in utter astonishment. Was this the confrontation of the two greatest champions of their dynasties? It was indeed a spectacle of sheer terror, evoking involuntary gasps from the crowd. What a terrifying contest! I feel as though I might be torn apart by this residual force. Will I ever reach the level of these two emperors in my lifetime? Countless voices of wonder filled the Qingyun watched the clash above, his blood coursing with exhilaration. This was the first time he had witnessed the true confrontation of the powerful, having never seen such a display in person before. Now, he truly understood the sheer magnitude of strength possessed by the world's elites. It felt almost dreamlike. While Qingyun reveled in excitement, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. That confounded system had yet to teach him any cultivation techniques before vanishing, leaving him with no prowess whatsoever, that he felt utterly unworthy of being a transmigrator. Look at the other transmigrators, each one a powerhouse, conquering the world single-handedly. And here he was merely a bystander, helplessly watching the spectacle unfold. Alas, how could there be such a vast disparity among transmigrators? As Qingyun pondered these thoughts, the two emperors continued their fierce exchanges. Time after time, their strikes met in explosive clashes, resulting in simultaneous retreats for both combatants. Both Yang Shinting and Dongfang Su grew increasingly solemn. Once more! Yang Shinting bellowed, his obsidian spear swinging with renewed vigor. Until now, he had refrained from utilizing the spear, seeking to gauge Dongfang Su's strength. However, it had become clear that without its full might, he would struggle to claim victory. Thus, Yang Shinting cast aside his reservations and unleashed the spear's power. Boom! With a flourish, the spear surged, engulfing the surroundings in darkness. The sky above seemed to transform into an ancient battlefield from primordial times, rife with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. A resonant, thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the void, plunging the heart into a state of gloom. Suddenly, the darkened heavens coalesced into a long spear. Suppression! Yang Shinting swung his spear, and the immense black weapon hurtled towards Dongfang Su with thunderous might. Faced with such an onslaught, Dongfang Su dared not yield an inch. He raised both hands simultaneously, conjuring two ethereal dragon shadows that spiraled within his palms. Go! With a decisive thrust of his palms, the two dragon phantoms intertwined and abruptly expanded, colliding fiercely with the black spear. A resounding boom echoed through the cosmos, shaking the very foundations of the earth, sending shockwaves that threatened to engulf the rift sky peak below. Fortunately, the peak was also under the watch of formidable experts like Su Changfeng, who promptly intervened to mitigate the effects, ensuring the safety of those present. When the spectators looked up again, they beheld Dongfang Su, having been propelled back several dozen feet from his original position, while Yang Shinting remained unmoved, a smug smile gracing his countenance. Dongfang Su, how does it feel to encounter the might of my spear? Yang Shinting sneered. Dongfang Su's complexion paled slightly, yet that was the extent of it. Internally, he marveled at the spear's extraordinary power. It had taken nearly all his strength to withstand that singular blow. It appears to be a formidable weapon indeed. Dongfang Su mused silently. In the next moment, he took the initiative, launching a straightforward yet forceful punch, devoid of any embellishment. Yet this punch instilled a profound sense of foreboding in Yang Shinting. the Dragon Emperor Fist. This technique, developed by the Dongfang clan over many years of observing the purple cloud dragon, had been refined in Dongfang Su's hands. His epiphany atop floating cloud mountain had further amplified the fist's potency, making it a hidden gem in Dongfang Su's arsenal. As the fist struck forth, it bore the weight of the Dragon Emperor himself, poised to subdue the heavens. Even someone as powerful as Yang Shinting felt a surge of trepidation in the face of this technique. He swung his spear, channeling all his spiritual energy into it, causing the spear to tremble violently. In the next instant, it shot forth independently, racing towards Dongfang Su. As the Dragon Emperor Fist approached, Dongfang Su's punch collided directly with the black spear, plunging the scene into a moment of silence before erupting like a volcano. Dongfang Su was sent reeling backward, barely able to maintain his footing, while the black spear hurtled back towards Yang Shinting. He hastily reached out to catch it, only to find himself yanked away by the spear's momentum. His palms were shattered from the impact, and as he struggled to regain his balance, his face was painted with shock. He discerned that the spear had dimmed significantly. I never anticipated Dongfang Su to be this formidable, Yang Shinting thought, feeling a chill run down his spine, that he had initially believed that the might of the black spear would suffice to vanquish Dongfang Su. Yet it had become evident that he had underestimated his opponent. Without the spear, Yang Shinting was far from a match for Dongfang Su. In fact, in terms of cultivation, Dongfang Su had the upper hand. Having made significant strides atop floating cloud mountain, Dongfang Su had reached near perfection in his cultivation, almost stepping into the realm of divine refinement, while Yang Shinting was merely at the later stage of his own cultivation. Inherently weaker than Dongfang Su, it was only through the black spear's might that Yang Shinting could hold his own against him. Yang Shinting, I have recently comprehended a new technique and have long sought an opportunity to test it. Today, you shall serve as my trial, Dongfang Su suddenly declared with a smile. Before his words had fully settled, Dongfang Su's figure flickered, and a multitude of his apparitions emerged in the sky above. Each silhouette appeared intoxicated, striking various poses for their punches. This was a technique Dongfang Su had created after mastering the drunken fist during his time atop floating cloud mountain. What manner of technique is this? Yang Shinting gusped in astonishment. Below, Su Changfeng also displayed a look of shock at this spectacle. He has grasped the drunken fist to such an extent. As he spoke, Su Changfeng glanced at the nearby Qingyun, who seemed thoroughly engrossed, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yang Shinting, this technique was imparted to me by a certain master of the Qingyun dynasty. Today, you shall experience its might. From the heavens, countless echoes of Dongfang Su's voice resounded, creating an overwhelming presence. Yang Shinting's heart raced at the implication of a master from the Qingyun dynasty. Could there be hidden experts within its ranks? In that moment, the many apparitions of Dongfang Su sprang into action, each employing the drunken fist technique in unison, all targeting Yang Shinting. With a roar, Yang Shinting swung the black spear, but to his dismay, the Dongfang Su before him effortlessly evaded the attack. Caught off guard, Yang Shinting faltered. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Dongfang Su seized the opportunity. The myriad figures shifted, blending truth and illusion, each movement enigmatic and inscrutable. This was the brilliance of the drunken fist. Its techniques left no trace, no weaknesses to exploit. Yang Shinting found himself bewildered, slashing aimlessly, but with Dongfang Su wielding the drunken fist, victory was all but assured. The punches rained down from all directions, overwhelming Yang Shinting's defenses in an instant. He was struck by numerous blows. While individually they lacked overwhelming force, their sheer volume was insurmountable. Soon, he was coughing up blood, retreating in disarray. With another punch landing squarely on his chest, blood gushed forth, and his strength waned dramatically. After this onslaught, Dongfang Su refrained from further strikes. The multitude of apparitions vanished, leaving only Dongfang Su standing with his hands clasped behind his back. You have been defeated, Dongfang Su stated matter-of-factly. Yang Shinting wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Dongfang Su. Despite his profound reluctance, he understood that he had lost. Even if he possessed the strength to continue fighting, he could never match Dongfang Su. To persist would only lead to greater humiliation and more severe injury. I concede. Yang Shinting admitted with surprising straightforwardness, while acknowledging defeat publicly was not a glorious affair for an emperor. Even emperors possess a measure of dignity. Accepting failure is not a disgrace. Refusing to acknowledge it is the true shame. Moreover, Dongfang Su had long been regarded as the mightiest emperor among the 7 kingdoms of the southern wilderness. A title that underscored his reputation, the TOB bested by him, was hardly a matter of disgrace. Very well, then the Qingyun dynasty should fulfill its promise, Dongfang Su remarked. Agreed, Yang Shinting replied, but then he shifted his tone. However, I have one more condition. Dongfang Su's expression darkened. You have already lost. Dare you propose conditions? Yang Shinting chuckled. Who says a defeated man cannot make demands? Dongfang Su felt a sense of helplessness. After all, Yang Shinting was still an emperor. Even in defeat, he retained the leverage to negotiate. Speak your mind, Dongfang Su replied. I wish to meet the master you spoke of. Yang Shinting declared outriged. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su was initially taken aback, but then sighed in relief that he had feared Yang Shinting would present a more burdensome demand. However, Dongfang Su hesitated to acquiesce, as Yi Qingyun was a recluse. Though Dongfang Su considered himself somewhat familiar with Yi Qingyun, casually bringing someone to meet him felt inappropriate. After all, Yi Qingyun had chosen seclusion atop floating cloud mountain for peace and quiet. Constantly bringing visitors would surely irritate him. Just then, Dongfang Su glanced downward and noticed a familiar figure atop the rift sky peak. Could it be? The resemblance to Yi Qingyun was striking. Perhaps he was mistaken. Dongfang Su averted his gaze, but found himself drawn to glance again. Wait! It truly appeared to be Yi Qingyun, and there stood Su Changfeng beside him. Dongfang Su was taken aback that why Yi Qingyun had also come here. Had he come specifically to witness his battle? The thought swelled Dongfang Su's heart with pride. It seems Master Yi regards me highly, having come to observe my clash. Dongfang Su secretly rejoiced, akin to a child basking in the attention of an adult. This moment, Dongfang Su felt a surge of elation. Since Master Yi is present, introducing Yang Shinting to him should pose no problem. With this in mind, Dongfang Su turned to Yang Shinting. I can take you to meet that master right now. Yang Shinting's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Dongfang Su smiled slightly. For that master is already here. With that, Dongfang Su descended towards the ground, with Yang Shinting following in curiosity. Soon, the two emperors arrived atop the rift sky peak, landing at the very spot where Yi Qingyun and others stood. Master Su. Dongfang Su greeted Su Changfeng with a nod. Su Changfeng returned the gesture and then turned his attention to Yang Shinting. Yang Shinting regarded Su Changfeng with keen interest. This man possesses profound cultivation, he noted instantly, recognizing Su Changfeng as someone of considerable strength. Certainly not inferior to himself. And you are? He inquired. Su Changfeng of the Qingyun sect came to reply. Yang Shinting's eyes widened in realization that this was the revered sect leader of the Qingyun sect. No wonder his cultivation was so formidable. Yet, Su Changfeng could not be the master who guided Dongfang Su. Could he? Though Su Changfeng's prowess was impressive, he was likely on par with Dongfang Su at best, even less impressive than Dongfang Su. Who could this esteemed individual possibly be? Yang Shinting cast a brief glance and directed his attention towards the old blind man standing nearby. The old man's appearance indeed bore a resemblance to that of a reclusive sage, and he appeared to be the eldest among those present. Surely, he must be the esteemed one that with unwavering confidence. Yang Shinting approached the old blind man, preparing to bow in reverence. What are you doing? Dongfang Su observed him with a peculiar expression. I am paying my respects to the esteemed one, Yang Shinting replied, bewildered. Dongfang Su's lips twitched. This individual is not the esteemed one I referred to. Yang Shinting was taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The old blind man chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. Yang Shinting glanced at the others again. Noticing that Chu Hanyang only had one arm, he thought he bore a striking resemblance to a recluse sage, yet he hesitated to be certain. Then he considered that while Song Rower appeared gentle and fragile, What if she were an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years? As for the two sisters who bore a striking resemblance to each other, they too could very well fit the mold. Dongfang Su had not clarified whether the esteemed one was a single person or multiple individuals. As for Yi Qingyun, Yang Xining had completely overlooked him, failing to even register what he looked like. Yang Xining, this young man is the esteemed one I mentioned. At that moment, Dongfang Su finally revealed Yi Qingyun's identity. Yang Xining was left in a state of shock. What was this? This seemingly ordinary young man was the true, esteemed one. Chapter 115. A strike without hesitation. Yang Xining stared blankly at Yi Qingyun, struggling to accept this revelation. How could this unremarkable young man possibly be the esteemed one Dongfang Su spoke of? What sort of esteemed figure was this? The young man exhibited not a hint of cultivation fluctuation, appearing as an utterly mundane mortal. Yang Xining felt a twinge of irritation. He suspected that Dongfang Su was deliberately leading him astray, pointing to someone at random to deceive him. Dongfang Su, are you toying with me on purpose? Yang Xining expressed his dissatisfaction. Dongfang Su's expression darkened. Before the esteemed one, do not act rashly. He cast a glance at Yi Qingyun, wary of displeasing him. Fortunately, Yi Qingyun merely displayed a look of confusion and showed no signs of anger. Esteemed one? You call him an esteemed one? Yang Xining scoffed. I see nothing but a mere mortal. What makes him an esteemed one? Dongfang Su was taken aback. Just as he was about to apologize to Yi Qingyun, he saw Yi Qingyun scratching his head. I sincerely apologize. I am indeed not an esteemed one. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun wore a hint of regret. Upon witnessing this, Yang Xining cast a sidelong glance at Dongfang Su, as if to say, look, even he admits it. Are you still trying to deceive me? Dongfang Su was left speechless. However, he recalled Yi Qingyun's consistent demeanor. He had never considered himself an esteemed one and always faced them as an ordinary person. Dongfang Su felt a pang of regret. The Yi Qingyun clearly wished to conceal his identity as an esteemed individual, yet he had brought Yang Xining along, inadvertently causing trouble for Yi Qingyun. Thankfully, Yi Qingyun, being magnanimous, did not hold it against him. Had he done so, Dongfang Su feared that Yi Qingyun's wrath could lead to rivers of blood flowing in his Tianwu dynasty. Yang Xining, this young Master Yi is my friend. Dongfang Su quickly corrected himself. Yang Xining scoffed at this. Even now, he still wanted to deceive him. Yang Xining remained silent, casting a glance at Yi Qingyun before suddenly striking towards Yi Qingyun's face with an open palm. This action left everyone present in shock and horror. Stop! Aside from the Lu sisters, everyone else shouted in unison. Yet it was too late. Yang Xining's palm landed squarely on Yi Qingyun's chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated, and despair gripped the crowd. It's over. Yang Xining has made a grave mistake. He has provoked the esteemed one. The Qingyun dynasty will face annihilation. What are we to do now? Everyone watched in terror as Yang Xining's palm connected with Yi Qingyun's chest. Silence fell over the crowd, their eyes wide with fear. They seemed to envision a scene of Yi Qingyun, in a fit of rage, obliterating Yang Xining into nothingness. They had even braced themselves for the fallout of being implicated by Yang Xining's actions. However, to their astonishment, no such brutal scene unfolded. Yi Qingyun looked at Yang Xining with a puzzled expression. Why did you hit me? Yang Xining was equally bewildered, staring at Yi Qingyun in disbelief. What did you say? Seeing Yang Xining in a daze, Yi Qingyun assumed he hadn't heard him clearly and asked again. Yang Xining was left speechless. He had struck with at least 80% of his strength. Even Dongfang Su, caught off guard, would have been injured and spitting blood. Yet this seemingly ordinary young man appeared completely unscathed. Could he really be an esteemed one? Yang Xining couldn't help but ponder. Why Yi Qingyun found the situation even more perplexing. Why did this fellow suddenly strike his chest? Did he perhaps have some peculiar fetish? He had heard tales of eccentricities among the elite, but he never expected to encounter one firsthand. Yi Qingyun regarded Yang Xining with a strange look. Seeing that Yi Qingyun showed no signs of anger, Dongfang Su quickly pulled Yang Xining back. That he was anxious, fearing Yang Xining might act out again. Young Master Yi, he was merely jesting with you, Dongfang Su awkwardly explained. Yi Qingyun sighed in relief. Thankfully, otherwise, he might have thought this fellow had some odd proclivities. Who approaches someone and strikes their chest immediately? Yang Shinting, you should quickly apologize to young Master Yi. Dongfang Su glared at Yang Shinting. Yang Shinting finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Wait a moment. This individual truly was an esteemed one. No wonder he had taken Yang Shinting's strike without a scratch. This was what it meant to be unfathomable. Yang Shinting felt a wave of regret. He had been too rude and reckless, even daring to strike Yi Qingyun. Thankfully, the latter was magnanimous enough not to hold it against him. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Young Master Yi, my apologies for my earlier offense. Please forgive me. Yang Shinting bowed deeply, his face a mask of contrition. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. No problem. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. As long as Yi Qingyun said it was fine, they were certain he would not pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, the most astonished were undoubtedly the Lu sisters, who stood behind Yi Qingyun, utterly bewildered. Who are we? Where are we? What are we doing? What on earth is happening? The Lu sisters could hardly fathom that two high-ranking emperors, the pinnacle of the southern wilderness seven kingdoms, would show such deference to Yi Qingyun. What sort of being had they chosen to follow? The sisters exchanged glances, silently communicating that they had indeed made the right choice. If even two emperors treated him with such respect, what could their enemies possibly amount to? Young Master Yi, I shall visit you with a significant gift in the future. For today, I must take my leave, Yang Shinting said, cupping his hands in farewell. Yi Qingyun nodded. All right, farewell. Farewell. Yang Shinting hurriedly departed, that he could no longer linger after losing to Dongfang Su and making a fool of himself before everyone. Moreover, according to their prior agreement, having lost to Dongfang Su meant the Qingyun dynasty would formally ally with the Tianwu dynasty. This was a significant matter that required his return to oversee. Thus concluded a battle that had captured the world's attention. Those who had witnessed it were filled with excitement, grateful to have experienced such a remarkable confrontation. Regardless of their cultivation levels, this exchange had brought them considerable benefits. Yi Qingyun then descended the mountain alongside the crowd. Young Master Yi, are you planning to return to Floating Cloud Mountain next? Dongfang Su inquired. Yi Qingyun initially considered returning to Floating Cloud Mountain, but soon thought it might be rather dull. Why not explore a bit longer outside? I wish to wander a little more, Yi Qingyun replied. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su's eyes lit up. Could it be that the esteemed one was hinting at something? Perhaps he wanted Dongfang Su to take him to ancient ruins or forbidden places? Chapter 116. The ancient royal tombs. Staying at Floating Cloud Mountain is far too mundane, that it's a rare opportunity to be out. I'd like to explore a few more days before returning. You cannot imagine how stifling it is for me to stay alone at Floating Cloud Mountain. Are there any interesting places nearby? Please take me to explore. Preferably somewhere unique and thrilling. I have no interest in dull places. Yi Qingyun expressed his desires. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. The esteemed one was not merely hinting. He was outright suggesting that Dongfang Su take him to places like ancient ruins. Indeed, there could be no mistake. Young Master Yi, I know of a particularly interesting place nearby. How about I take you to see it? Dongfang Su proposed. Yi Qingyun's eyes brightened. Is it truly an interesting place? Absolutely. Is it far? It can be reached in a day. That's good. Let us go right away. All right. Thus, Dongfang Su took the lead, guiding Yi Qingyun and his companions southwest. Yi Qingyun did not forget to invite Hui Kong and the others, who had remained at the foot of the mountain, reciting scriptures, that he could not abandon them. Dongfang Su had brought only a few attendants, for in total, with Qiyue among them. After a day's journey, a group of individuals sat in a flying vessel, arriving amidst a picturesque landscape of mountains and rivers. Yi Qingyun felt a profound sense of novelty towards this mode of transportation. Although its speed was not particularly swift, it glided smoothly, allowing them to breathe in the fresh air. A most delightful experience. Your Majesty, do you have any more of these flying vessels? Yi Qingyun inquired of Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I do. Yi Qingyun's demeanor shifted to one of slight embarrassment. Might I request one for myself? Sensing that he might be putting Dongfang Su in a difficult position, he hastily added, "It need not be large. The smallest type will suffice." "If it's not feasible, then never mind," Dongfang Su replied, both amused and exasperated. Flying vessels were hardly rare treasures. Each of the 7 nations of the southern wilderness possessed them in abundance. "Young Master Yi, you jest. Upon our return, I shall have someone deliver to you a vessel, guaranteed to be the largest available." Yi Qingyun's face lit up with joy. "I'm most grateful, Your Majesty. You are too courteous. Young Master Yi." Dongfang Su felt a surge of happiness. Gifting a flying vessel was no burden to him. More importantly, it allowed him to foster a closer relationship with Yi Qingyun as the flying vessel descended. The group disembarked while Yi Qingyun surveyed his surroundings, overcome with admiration. The mountains are pristine and the waters clear, the air filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a splendid place indeed. Upon hearing Yi Qingyun's words, Dongfang Su's expression grew somewhat peculiar. This location hardly matched the idyllic description. What Yi Qingyun perceived was merely superficial. "This spot is truly remarkable, perfect for an outdoor meal," Yi Qingyun exclaimed enthusiastically. "Outdoor meal?" The others exchanged puzzled glances. What did that mean? Could it be yet another enigmatic phrase from a wise individual? Young Master Yi, what exactly do you mean by an outdoor meal?" Dongfang Su asked curiously. Yi Qingyun looked at him incredulously. "You don't know what an outdoor meal is?" Dongfang Su shook his head, a bitter smile on his face, but he genuinely did not know why. Yi Qingyun sighed and shook his head in disbelief, causing Dongfang Su to feel a surge of shame, as though not knowing the term was a great embarrassment. An outdoor meal refers to gathering ingredients from the surroundings, building a fire to cook, and sharing a meal together, Yi Qingyun explained. The others were left in a state of confusion. After all that, it turned out to be related to food. They had expected something far more profound. "Young Master Yi, the destination we seek lies further ahead." Dongfang Su indicated towards a nearby cliff while Yi Qingyun focused his gaze. "Is that not a mountain?" Dongfang Su nodded. "Indeed, it is a mountain, but this one is extraordinary. Only you, young Master Yi, might be able to enter." Yi Qingyun's curiosity was piqued. "Is it truly so peculiar?" He immediately made his way towards it, with the others following closely behind. Upon reaching the rock face, Yi Qingyun examined it from all angles, yet it remained a smooth and unyielding surface, devoid of any apparent entrance. "Your Majesty, where is the door to enter?" Yi Qingyun turned to ask that moment. Dongfang Su pressed his hand against the rock face. Instantly, strange patterns began to materialize upon its surface in the next moment, Dongfang Su was forcefully repelled, stumbling back a few paces. "Young Master Yi, this rock face conceals a special formation that I have yet to decipher," Dongfang Su stated helplessly. Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow. He had no understanding of formations. Why had he brought him here? With that thought, Yi Qingyun reached out to touch the surface. Suddenly, buzz! All the patterns on the rock face disintegrated, followed by a resounding rumble. An invisible stone door swung open before Yi Qingyun. The group stood in stunned silence, particularly Dongfang Su, who had visited this place numerous times without ever discovering the entrance to this ancient relic. He could not believe that Yi Qingyun had merely touched the rock face and the door had effortlessly appeared. The disparity between individuals was indeed astonishing. What was happening? Yi Qingyun himself had not anticipated this ease. He glanced back at Dongfang Su, only to find that everyone else was equally dazed. "Is this the door we are meant to enter?" Dongfang Su quickly regained his composure, excitement illuminating his face. "Young Master Yi is truly remarkable." The door opened at his touch. Yi Qingyun was left speechless. He had done nothing extraordinary. He had merely touched the rock face, and the stone door had manifested on its own, and it must have been a coincidence. Peering into the darkness beyond the stone door, Yi Qingyun felt a twinge of apprehension. "Hui Kong, perhaps you should lead the way?" Yi Qingyun suggested. "As you command, Holy Son," Hui Kong promptly replied, leading the 18 arhats into the entrance while Yi Qingyun and the others followed closely behind. Once everyone had stepped through the stone door, the path ahead was suddenly illuminated. Lamps carved from crystal emitted a bright glow, lighting up the entire corridor. All the others, except for Qingyun, wore expressions of vigilance. After all, they were in an ancient relic, and none could predict what dangers might lie ahead. Despite having someone as capable as Qingyun with them, they still felt a sense of unease. However, Qingyun was brimming with excitement. This place was undeniably intriguing, reminiscent of an adventure in a haunted house. The group continued forward until they halted abruptly. Before them stood a figure in the corridor. Clad in gray armor, the figure's face was obscured by a gray mask, and it was shrouded in a thick layer of dust. The group regarded this figure with caution, while Qingyun observed with curiosity. Suddenly, the figure sprang into action, shedding dust in its wake. Ancient imperial tomb. Intruders. Kill. With a cry of kill, the mysterious figure lunged at the group. Be careful. Yu and the other 4 personal guards immediately rushed forward to engage the mysterious figure. The mention of the ancient imperial tomb sent shockwaves through the others, who were not Qingyun. Ancient imperial tomb? Could this be the resting place of the great Zhou emperor? Old blind man exclaimed, astonished. It is highly likely. Dongfang Su nodded gravely, why Qingyun was taken aback. What great Zhou emperor? What is that? Notijin ye Qingyun's confusion Dongfang Su it. Young master, ye may not be aware, but the southern wilderness was once a unified empire tens of thousands of years ago. However, due to turmoil and natural disasters, this once great empire crumbled into dust. This magnificent empire was known as the Great Zhou Dynasty. A hint of longing appeared on Dongfang Su's face. This is a dynasty that remains unforgettable to countless people of the southern wilderness, even after tens of thousands of years. Many still speak of the glory of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Every emperor of the Zhou was buried in the imperial tomb after their death, yet its location remained unknown to outsiders. Only the last emperor of the Zhou was an exception. The last emperor, who called himself the Ancient Emperor, attempted to turn the tide and save the faltering Great Zhou Dynasty. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed, and after his death, he was never interred in the imperial tomb. His remains vanished without a trace. As Dongfang Su spoke, he gazed at the mysterious figure engaged in battle with Yu and the others. Perhaps this is the eternal resting place of that great Zhou emperor. Hearing this, Qingyun thought to himself, what a predicament! Wasn't it promised that I would be brought to a wonderful place? How did it turn into a tomb-raiding adventure? While it was indeed thrilling, it felt a tad excessive. I have also heard of a legend. Old blind man spoke up. It is said that the great Zhou emperor foresaw the dynasty's impending doom and relocated the royal treasury. A treasure sought after by many for millennia without success. Some speculate that if one were to find the tomb of this ancient emperor, they might also uncover the great Zhou treasure. Upon hearing this, excitement sparkled in Dongfang Su's eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of fervor. The others also exhibited various expressions. The great Zhou treasure. It was a treasure that could drive countless people of the southern wilderness to madness. Especially for the 7 nations. Whoever managed to obtain the great Zhou treasure might just be able to restore the former glory of the great Zhou dynasty. Now, they had entered a place that seemed to be the ancient emperor's tomb, making it the most promising location to discover the great Zhou treasure. It seems we have indeed come to the right place. Dongfang Su could not help but feel exhilarated, observing his excitement. The others understood that this martial emperor was deeply invested, that it was no wonder. The coexistence of the 7 nations had persisted for thousands of years. Although there had been continuous disputes, none had been able to unify the southern wilderness. Yet if Dongfang Su were to acquire the great Zhou treasure, the situation could change dramatically. Perhaps he would become the next individual to unify the southern wilderness after the great Zhou emperor. Of course, this was contingent on whether he could find the great Zhou treasure, that if he were to fail, it would merely be an empty dream. ISNT tomb, rating a bit inappropriate? Qingyun said. Feeling somewhat awkward, he did not genuinely believe it was inappropriate. He merely felt a sense of unease. All eyes turned towards Qingyun. Does young master Yi believe we should withdraw? Dongfang Su asked, somewhat regretfully, that if Qingyun insisted on leaving, he would have no choice but to follow. Yes, I think we should not disturb the slumber of those who came before us. We ought to depart, Qingyun hurriedly stated. Just then, where has the passage gone? Chu Hanyang suddenly exclaimed in alarm. The group turned to see that the path they had taken had vanished, leaving only a solid rock wall blocking their way. Qingyun was taken aback and rushed to investigate. This time, no matter how he pounded on the rock face, no doorway appeared. Qingyun felt utterly bewildered. What a predicament, he exclaimed in frustration. I never anticipated that we would find ourselves trapped here. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have ventured in. He inwardly cursed his fate. Meanwhile, Dongfang Su and the others exchanged glances. It seems our only option is to continue exploring. Perhaps we can uncover a way out, the old blind man sighed. Qingyun thought to himself, I truly do not wish to remain here. This place is utterly terrifying. At that moment, the 4 members of the Lonely Moon were still engaged in battle with the enigmatic figure. Despite their formidable strength, the confined space hindered their abilities. The mysterious being, though repeatedly injured, remained unyielding. The old blind man squinted, discerning something unusual. This is merely a puppet. Pressing on would be a waste of our energy. The members of Lonely Moon had already realized that this enigmatic figure was not made of flesh and blood. Yet, no matter what tactics they employed, the puppet proved exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Allow me to take a turn, Dongfang Su declared. The 4 members of Lonely Moon promptly retreated in unison. Dongfang Su unleashed a powerful palm strike, shattering the puppet into countless pieces. But in the blink of an eye, the mysterious figure reassembled, completely unscathed. Dongfang Su's expression shifted. If this continued, even a powerhouse like him would inevitably exhaust his strength. Your Majesty, let us brothers give it a try, the old blind man suggested. Dongfang Su regarded the old blind man critically. Do you too possess confidence? The old blind man chuckled. As disciples of the Tiansming, we have a modicum of expertise regarding puppets. With that, the old blind man and Chu Hanyang advanced to AT that moment. The mysterious figure charged at them with a blade. Freeze! The old blind man formed a seal with his hands and shouted. An invisible force enveloped the puppet, rendering it immobile. Junior brother, the old blind man bellowed. Chu Hanyang sprang into action, that a bronze mirror appeared in his hands, that he directed the mirror at the puppet, and with a resounding hum, the puppet trembled violently before becoming utterly still. Before their eyes, golden sand began to flow from the seams of the puppet's armor, and soon the armor shattered, falling to the ground. It's done, the old blind man sighed in relief. Dongfang Su's face lit up with admiration. The disciples of the Tiansming truly possess remarkable skills. The old blind man waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trivial trick, and I fear I have embarrassed myself before your Majesty. I have long heard of the Tiansming's renown, but until today, I had never witnessed your prowess. Truly, it is as the legends say. Your Majesty is overly gracious. My brothers and I possess little talent. If the opportunity arises, I sincerely hope you both will visit my palace. Certainly, we have long wished to pay our respects to your Majesty. Qingyun observed the old blind man and Dongfang Su exchanging pleasantries, utterly baffled by their courteous banter. Enough already. Let us cease this idle chatter and find a way out. Qingyun could no longer restrain himself and interrupted them.